How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? Happy Sunday. Welcome to another day of protest coverage. I hope everyone is doing well. Hey, look, Status Quo News is up and they're already protesting in Minneapolis. So Status Quo News has just gone live with that. Also, we are waiting for a press conference to start. But you know what I really appreciated more than anything else when I turned on my YouTube today? IRT is driving back to Minneapolis. Do you guys remember last week when IRT was like, I think that nothing else is really going to happen in Minneapolis and I'm leaving because I don't want to be here anymore because I'm from California and it's cold here. And so IRT assured everyone after a whole week of on the ground reporting in Minneapolis that everything was totally done there. And now he's driving his ass back, which I... Hey, guess what, guys? Also, in addition to the coverage that I just got, or that just started, rather, I have just been informed. Don't tell anyone. I have just been informed of a super secret emergency ICE community call that is taking place on a private Zoom call. And let me just make sure let me make sure. Hang on. Yeah. So I have just been informed of an emergency ICE private Zoom call that is happening in about an hour. Now, normally this would be spy streamed. However, I already went live on this stream before I found out about the call. I literally found out about it as the intro video was playing. And so I thought, why don't we just go back to our roots with SpyStream? With SpyStream, we used to literally just broadcast their meetings live on the internet with no paywall. That's what we used to do. And since I haven't really announced this anywhere, people don't know I have this information. I think we might just have to do a special, very limited edition rare public spy stream. How would you guys feel about that? Do you want to do a rare public spy stream in about an hour? Everyone want to do that? And oh yeah, they're gonna be. And guess what? Do you guys want to know what the invite says? Let me read you the invite that some intrepid warrior sent me, or was it the registration page? It was either the invite or the registration page. Oh, here it is. Due to security and safety concerns, We do not record these trainings. Why don't you just dangle an incentive in front of my face, leftists? Why don't you just dangle an incentive in front of my face and say, Karlyn, do you want to come and record our trainings because we're telling you that we're not recording it? Why don't you just dangle like the most juicy possible burrito right in front of my face and say, Karlyn, do you want the burrito? And I go, yeah, I actually really do want that burrito. I really do. That's like a worm on a hook, man. You can't do that shit to me. You can't say we're not recording shit and have me not want to. Come on, like, have we met? Like. So that meeting's going to start in about an hour, and I do have the link to it. I do have the link. So we're going to have some fun today, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready to have some fun? We're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun today with our protest coverage. Now, someone did say in the chat that Tim Walsh is live, so let's go see. Let's listen to Timmy.
They want us to make sure we said how he lived. So to Michael and Susan, our deepest sympathies, but you have my commitment to continue to tell that story.
Volume is low.
2 Minnesotans dead. We didn't had time to start telling Renee's story of a poet and a mother and a bright spirit, and now we're telling Alex's story.
Greg Vivino is also live. Okay, I can't even hear Tim Walsh. We're going to Greg Vivino. I'll try to find Tim Walsh on a higher volume thing.
Now, choosing or making a choice is one of the only true freedoms that any of us really.
What is wrong with these people and their volume?
The choice to be here today is the media. The choice to go to school, join the military, join law enforcement.
Is this one better? Hang on.
Is a freedom that resides within us.
USA Today isn't even live yet.
Now, good choices are important in life, as we all know. And many actions.
You know what? We're gonna go to Status Quo News. I can't. I literally can't hear shit. We're going here.
These are not abstract tragedies. These are human beings. Our neighbors, friends. And
see, the people broadcasting the press conferences have no fucking idea how to do audio, apparently. So we're just going to go right to the protest. Oh, and it's already gone out. Great. Oh, this is getting off to a glorious start
their
today.
deaths
Oh, here we're back.
Are at the hands of federal agents. Agents escalating violence in our cities have left many of us in fear, families in grief, and our community demanding for justice to be served. Let the names of Renee and Alex be a call to action. We demand our rights for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, a free press, our right to assemble, and no peace without justice. The federal terrorists occupying Minnesota are not about safety. They are not about enforcement. Theirs is a violent show of power, fear being used as a weapon, lives being treated as disposable. We will not be quiet. We reject violence, fear, and murder. We will not forget. We will not look away. We organize, we document, we march, we protect each other, and we vote. Community is stronger than fear. Love is stronger than violence. We stand here together in the cold. My hands are freezing. And we also stand here in truth. It is time to shut it down. 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 Shut it down until justice is served. Minnesota stands together, and we are asking the nation to stand with us.
Make some noise for D's. Thank you so much, D's. We got to shut it down, right? Let's hear that one time. Shut it down. 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 Hey, pack in. It's still cold. Get warm. Make some space for the thousands of people we're going to have today. Come on in, folks. Come on in, because we need you. You heard just there. They can't do anything when we are united together, folks. We vote, we work, but what we really have is that power to shut it down like we did on Friday, and what we're going to have to do until they take us seriously and listen to the power that we have together. Is that right, Minnesota? So I think you heard this one, but do it with me. It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, strike,
No,
strike,
no,
strike.
no.
Strike, strike,
No.
strike, strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Well, they shut down the entire city of Minneapolis on Friday, and they're trying to do it again on Monday. They shut down the airport on Friday. Did you know they shut down the airport? There were 5,000 people protesting at the fucking airport. Did you know they're trying to mobilize for a mass general strike literally every day of the week? It does actually it does work out like that. It does work like that. It does. It does. They have all the power here. You guys have none of the power. They're winning. You're losing.
1,000 people there. We're going to need millions to really shut it down in Minnesota. We're going to need millions.
That's the PSL.
And I can tell you, we got millions. The largest deployment.
See, listen, conservative retards, I need you to listen real close to what I'm about to say right now, because I haven't even had coffee yet, all right? If these people are so stupid, then why are they kicking your ass up and down the playing field? They are winning and you are losing. Currently, they own the entire city of Minneapolis, and they are exporting their organizing strategies all over the country as we speak. Yes, in red states too, losers. They're doing this in Florida, Texas, every fucking state in the country they're doing this in. They are winning and you are losing. So if they're so stupid, we got some real retards in. There's only a dozen people there. No, there's not. Actually, no, there's not. Hey, Lynn, have you ever tried to organize Republicans to get them out for a rally? Because I used to speak at Republican rallies all the time, and there were always less people at those Republican rallies than are here. So let's recap. Conservatives have no fuck off idea what happened in Minneapolis on Friday. Apparently they have no fuck off idea what happened in Minneapolis yesterday. Apparently conservatives are losing to people who they think are stupid. Conservatives don't know how to count or look at video to know that that's more than a dozen people actually. No. You retards don't even know how they're funded. You don't even know how they're funded. No, retard. They're not funded by George Soros. No. They fund themselves. Does any conservative want to say, why are they protesting? Why don't they have a job? It's fucking Sunday, you idiots. Do we just want to get all the conservative retard talking points out in like the first 15 minutes of the stream? You guys want to work this out? We can do, they don't have jobs. Oh, it's a Sunday. They never do anything. Oh, they shut down the entire fucking city and commandeered several blocks. There's no one there. There's actually hundreds of people there right now on a Sunday in the freezing cold, while conservatives are sitting inside not doing shit. Do you guys, their money's gonna run out? No, it's actually never gonna run out because they fund themselves, retards. Does any other conservative want to get out any retard talking points in my stream before we really get started today? I haven't even had coffee yet, guys. Haven't even had coffee. More than willing to debunk all the official retard talking points. Yep, they don't have kids, and yet they're bringing their children to the protests. Yeah, okay.
We are going to keep this coverage going no matter what. Here in the Twin Cities, in Minnesota.
It is our duty. It is our right.
That we're doing this on the ground coverage.
Strike, 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 strike.
Please subscribe. Become a member if you can. Statusquo.com/join.
Thank you,
Stuff with your friends, your family. Get it out there.
Now we've got our next speaker
what's
here.
What's really happening on the
We've
ground?
got Doug, a
Minnesota.
veteran. Make some noise for Doug. A member.
Yo!
Hey, y'all.
Shout out W's in the chat for J. Lou on Rumble. First gifted channel membership of the day. Thanks, J. Lou. You're a rock star, bro. W's for J. Lou.
I served in the Army for 11 years as an armor officer, trained by the United States to conduct combat operations. Thankfully, I did not serve overseas in a combat operation, but I was trained in combat operations. I was trained in counterinsurgency, and unfortunately, I witnessed what happened yesterday to Alex. I was on my way to get groceries at Marissa's Bakery because I live in the neighborhood, and they don't open until 9 o'clock.
Got another 5 channel memberships. Bandit with the 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. Rumble's already kicking YouTube's ass today. We got user 361 with a $20 Rumble rant. Thanks, user 361. Sorry I didn't see that before, bro. Rumble's already kicking YouTube's ass. It's going to be a good day. It's always a good day when Rumble is kicking YouTube's ass in terms of channel memberships and super chats.
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Again, we have to end this. Justice must be served. But I want to say that what I saw at around 9 o'clock, I was done. We were about to leave to go back to Marissa's. And when when Customs and Border Patrol showed up, Glendale Donuts kept it locked up. They kept it down. They did a good job. They did a great job. But unfortunately, I did see what happens. And as a United States military veteran, trained, as I said before, in counterinsurgency, trained in detainee operations, I can tell you from my perspective, the man, Alex, was not resisting. What I saw disgusted me. It made me feel sick to my stomach. And last night, before I went to bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'm surprised I was able to fall asleep last night. It was terrible, and it felt horrible. But I know the day before, on January 23rd, this city was it was amazing. It was electric. Over 100,000 people in the streets, walking off the job, not going to work, not shopping, not going to school. That is what we need more of. The only way to get ICE out of Minnesota, to get ICE out of Minneapolis, to get ICE out of Whittier, to get ICE out of Nicollet Avenue is to shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Been a long time since I've been able to catch you live due to time differences. You're living in Northern Europe these days. I hope things are okay there. But always following your content and so appreciate the work you do. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
So let's fight back. Let's expand the general strike. And let's kick ICE out of Minnesota. It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug. Make some noise for Doug right there. Let's keep warm. Let's keep chanting. How about this? Up, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Now, one thing I want to tell you guys, to remind you guys, like Doug was just saying, when we shut it down, they can get that message loud and clear. But we got something really special in Minnesota, Minneapolis, because we are at the heart of this struggle. Every state, every city is looking at ours, seeing this terror reign on our streets. But at the same time, they saw hundreds of thousands of you, of me, of us shut it down on Friday. Isn't that right, Minnesota? So let's keep them up with us, but let's do it in Minnesota fashion. How about this one? No more Minnesota.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, I would not recommend doing this. Scott, thank you for the $2. Please do not go there with it. No, that is not a good idea. Do not. You guys are going to get your asses beat. It is not. If you go there, you do not say I didn't fucking warn you about this. No one should be going down there to do any sort of fucking pro-ICE protesting. You idiots are going to get fucking killed if you do that. So I would stay the fuck away.
It down! If Renee don't get it, shut it down! If Alex don't get it, shut it down! If Alex don't get it, shut it down! If Alex don't get it, shut it down! 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 Minneapolis makes the I got another speaker for you here today. He's a teacher. His name is John. Making some noise for John, please. Minnesota, make some noise! My name is John. I'm an organizer with the PSL Twin Cities. I'm a Minneapolis public school teacher.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Minneapolis public school teacher, the Party for Socialism and Liberation?
Never been more proud of my life to be Minnesota born and raised! I am here to tell you today that teachers have had enough! We are done! You know, a lot of people have been asking me what's happening in the schools right now. The truth is, I'm only getting 20% of my students. Many have disappeared. Many are not coming to school at all because of the fear. And I have seen firsthand the terror that ICE is causing in our communities. Shame.
Hey, thank you, Rocco's Modern Life over on Rumble. Why would you want to go there when you are literally in the best seat in the house? Yeah, why are you going out in the cold to cause problems and get your fucking ass kicked when you could just be watching from home? That's a really good question, actually.
We're supporting our families. Our work goes beyond the classroom, because that is what being a teacher is. But the biggest thing that our families need right now is rent money. So many of our families are close to being evicted right now. And that is why Minneapolis teachers, we are not asking, We are demanding.
No. Conservative. Okay, we're apparently the chat is just going to be filled with conservative retardation today. Okay, listen, conservatives. If you want to go into an angry mob and get your fucking ass kicked for being retarded, you know what? Go right ahead. If you assholes want to go down there to posture because you want to film something to go viral on social media and you end up getting your ass beat or you end up getting stabbed or you end up getting shot or you end up getting like bludgeoned by a fucking club, you go right ahead. And then don't say I didn't fucking warn you to not go down there to cause fucking problems, because that is a mass mob of angry fucking people with weapons who are not afraid to kill you. So if you want to go down there, you go right ahead. You go right ahead, bro. You go do it. You go see how that fucking works out for you. What idiots. I swear to God.
But we all understand one thing.
Hey, we got some super chats here. Hang on. Miss Blue Whiplash, thank you for explaining these people are a formidable force, perfecting their ops for years. The hammer needs to fall now, or it'll be oh yeah, it's going to be bad this summer, girl. It's going to be bad this summer. You're absolutely right about that. I appreciate the super chat. Our Antifa streamer yesterday wore dresses on the weekends. Why did it always involve? They're not trans, they're queer. He's queer. Queer is not about being gay. It's not about being trans. Queer is a far left political ideology that is designed to undermine normativity or the norms that uphold capitalist society. He is a queer activist. He's not trans, he's queer. You got to learn the difference if you're going to be around here. And queer, so that's how what it has to do with communism. Queer is about undermining the cultural norms that uphold capitalist society, essentially. We'll talk about that another day, or you can watch the info to Queer Marxism on my Substack.
Get it! Shut it down!
This is actually the problem. It's not that I don't want conservatives doing things. It's just that the things that conservatives decide to do are always the stupidest possible thing that they could do. So conservatives are like, if we do something, then we're winning. No. You're just going to get your ass kicked or possibly die. So they pick out the stupidest possible things to do because they don't understand their enemy. That's what that is the issue.
Thank you. Shut it down! Make some noise for Chad! People, keep packing in, folks. Keep warm. We're going to get thousands more like we did on Friday and throughout the week, so please make some room for your name.
We're going to get thousands more on Friday. Oh, that sounds great. Hey, thanks, Boomer Wow. Instead of confronting, driver on the protest blasting, I don't know how to say that, the song that people associate with remigration so you can drive away. I mean, listen, stay in your car, but listen, they're not opposed to attacking your car. You understand this. Do you want to get your windshield broken? Do you want to be driving through a mob where, by the way, do you guys know that leftists are now trying to get hit with cars? Do you guys know that leftists are now trying to get hit with cars so they can film it so it goes viral on the internet? No, stay. Oh my fucking God. I cannot even believe you retards are doing this. Stay away. Do not go down there in your car. They're going to knock out your windshield and your windows and try to slash your tires. And you're probably going to have to drive through an angry mob of people if you do stuff like this. Like, are you serious? Did you guys not see what they did to Nick Sorter and Cam Higby? Oh my God, I cannot even today.
Because we shut that down on Friday. Isn't that right, Minnesota? The first general strike in some 80 years. We're making history right now. And we need each and every one of you to continue making that history.
Okay.
Because guess what? You saw what happened last night. They're scared of us.
No, he's not.
They know the power that we have, so they do this violence. But as long as we stick together, we can keep it coming, folks. Make some noise, Minnesota! No more Minnesota noise! No more Minnesota! Oh, sorry. Give me.
Yo, we got a $1 Rumble Rant from Spartan. Hey, Spartan, I would really appreciate it if you would give me more than $1 every time you want me to read a whole fucking paragraph. Conservatives, are you going in an organized large group that is disciplined, or a small group of random people with no leader? But it takes years to, or it does not take years to organize correctly. It takes concerted effort over weeks or months to organize correctly. It does not take years. Yo, T-Mac! T-Mac, after he was a hero that gifted out 50 channel memberships yesterday. Dr. K, thanks for your work. This support is long overdue. I really do appreciate that, T-Mac. Thanks so much for being so generous with your support. Hey guys, if you just got in, I got a big surprise coming up in about 30 minutes. You're going to want to stick around for the surprise I got in 30 minutes. I'll explain more in a second.
I wake up every day and I've never have felt more like I'm living in a war zone. How many people have woken up in fear?
Sunrise movement.
How many people have gotten messages from their friends and family about getting afraid of being deported? How many people have faced off against ICE agents pointing guns and tear gas in their face? What we are under is horrifying. It is not normal. It is not a democracy. We are under an authoritarian regime right now. But you know what else? I have seen the definition of solidarity in the last few weeks. I have seen something more beautiful and more powerful than anything that billionaires like Trump could ever dream.
All right, we got some more super chats. Thank you guys for all the money. I do appreciate it. Let's not forget they don't care about mobbing cars back in the Rodney King era. Let's not forget the Weather Underground or university professors. Society is cooked. Yeah, so true, NFL guru. So true. Ken says, if you prepare and have to use force, you will be the one screwed. Well, I don't know about that, Ken, but thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
And we are building solidarity across race, across class, across language, across neighborhood. They have no idea what they are unleashing.
Hey, thanks for the Cash App, Brenda. I appreciate it.
That when Renee Good or Alex Preddy gets shot for doing nothing more than filming, the reaction of our state is to have tens of thousands more people do the exact same thing. That is courage. That is bravery. That is what ordinary people have that ICE agents couldn't dream of.
Wow, he's not fired up today.
They don't know what they're messing with in Minnesota. And you know what? We're not just organized, we're strategic too. We're innovating every single day to build a mass network of solidarity that is literally rivaling the greatest military superpower in all of human history.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
That's us, and that's organized everyday people. And you know what? We're not just going on defense, we're going on offense too. I know that it's amazing that we have a network that can track deportations and have patrols on every corner, but I also know that we need to kick ICE the fuck out of our city! And that comes from knowing that ordinary people uphold a regime. We are the ones who make roads operate, who drive buses and trains, who staff hotels, who run rental car agencies, who run restaurants, and who deliver food. That is us.
Hey guys, you want to see a current aerial view of this protest? That remember that conservative 15 minutes ago who said there's only a dozen people at that protest? Only a dozen people? Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that? And there's more people showing up. That's a big fucking rally, guys. That's a big fucking rally right there.
Country, and it's amazing. Right now we're running campaigns on Hilton and Marriott and Enterprise to stop collaborating with ICE, and it is working. We walk down streets and I see so many restaurants and small businesses saying that they're Fourth Amendment workplaces that no ICE cannot come into. We're getting reports and reports of Hiltons quietly kicking out ICE. They're afraid to say it publicly because they're afraid of getting backlash, but they are doing it. And we're getting reports of ICE leaving the hotels because they don't like getting woken up at night. We're a brave and innovative people. We're a strategic people. And I believe that what is happening here right now is going to be the turning point of this regime. It is going to be the turning point of this regime. So I know it is hard sometimes. And I know we are tired sometimes. And I know our fingers freeze in
the turning point of the regime, guys. That's where they believe they're at. Patriotic Revolution, cover charge to support the channel riot beanies that support capitalism, loving the cult vibes. Thank you for teaching us hard facts. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Patriotic Revolution.
Although we will, but also to build the type of organizing networks of solidarity, the type of mass organizing that can not only end Trump's fascist regime, but actually build a new political system that works for all everyday people. I want a world where we can all breathe clean air and drink clean water, and we can go to school safely, and we don't have to live in fear of our neighbors getting grabbed. And I believe we are going to win it, because you know what? Revolutions come when incompetent leaders overestimate their power, and they unleash solidarity and courage. And that's what's happening right now. We're at a pivotal point of 250 years of American history, and we are going to win!
Alabama Yeoman over on Rumble, thanks for the $3. Hitler knew how to handle these type of people. I'm not going to comment on that. Hitler was obviously the worst person that ever lived. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Gas chambers have wooden doors, all that stuff. Obviously, we love Jews on this channel. Thank you for the money.
Now, as you can tell, there's a lot of people here, so we want to tuck you in. We want to get you away from the light rail. We want to get you warm with your neighbor, because you got to meet them. As Aru said, we've been doing this stuff already, folks. We've been organizing in your neighborhoods and across the city. We saw what we could do on Friday with that real level organization, and we're going to keep that going. Okay, folks? Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Now I've got another speaker for you to hear today. His name is Abdul. Make some noise for Abdul, please.
Abdul.
Hello, Minnesotans. Hello. My name is Abdul. I'm nearby Carmel Mall. I do graphic design.
Welcome, Michael. Welcome.
What we see today and last couple of days is unacceptable in Minnesota. But we send a message across the nationwide. More unity.
Super chat.
The weather is.
I apologize for missing a super chat, Pete. I got a lot of windows going that I'm trying to deal with. Did I see a tweet about the phone text thread O'Keefe's team got last night? Yeah, yes. Military or mafia level scouting. Pete, in general, I think James O'Keefe is a lying narcissist, and I don't believe a word that comes out of James O'Keefe's mouth. I know enough people that have known James O'Keefe personally. I have had some direct interactions with James O'Keefe that were sketchy at best. And so, listen, I understand why, and you're not the only one to send this to me. A whole bunch of people sent it to me. I addressed it on the stream yesterday, but you may not have been here. Like, I do not trust anything James O'Keefe says or does. I think he's a narcissist that only wants to be as famous as possible. And so I view all of that with real skepticism. That's kind of my opinion on it. But of course, I do appreciate the support in the super chat. And you weren't the only one that asked me that, honestly. Thank you for the gifted channel membership. W's in the chat for April. Thank you.
Ice out of Minnesota! Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We don't need more ice in Minnesota. We have police. Enough is enough. We don't want more ice in Minnesota. Every day they're killing us. This is unacceptable. We have to send a clear message.
You don't speak English, sir.
More ice. No more. Economic is collapsing these days. Inflation is too high and killing more people every day. No more. No more. But this tough time, it shows us more unity. The weather is too cold, but as you see, more people are coming right now here in. I'm sorry, I'm too shaken. It's too cold, but I have to stay here because I have to show Renee I have to show solidarity with Alex. Alex, yesterday, what you see on the TV, he was saving a life. He used to save a life every day. The last moment you saw him, he was saving a life.
Now we get another super chat from Pete. Thank you, Pete. Interesting about O'Keefe. Thanks for the heads up. By the way, I'm reading both The End Is Our Beginning and In Defense of Looting is a good one, Pete. That one I think is going to become hyper relevant. You'll enjoy that one. Thanks so much for the super chat.
We'll go out of Minnesota, across nationwide. Thank you, everyone.
Make some noise for Abdul from Colorado. Thank you, Abdul. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Yeah, Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Yeah, Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. What do we want? And what do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Ice out.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want? Ice out. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Ice out. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Ice out. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Ice out. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
I said if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
shut it down.
Hey, thanks, Pete, for the super chat. By the way, while reading both Osterwell's and Bean's books, I literally don't know whether to laugh, cry, get mad, or get depressed. Yeah. It's all pretty depressing, Pete. Thanks so much for the money.
Shut it down. Make some noise. Next up, we have a speaker, Simon from the PSL. Make some noise. On Friday, we made history. On Friday, we made history because despite negative 15-degree weather, we turned out over 100,000 people to the streets of Minneapolis. And we shut this state down. The Trump administration, with the DHS operation of sending 3,000 agents to the Twin Cities, they are trying to make an example of the Twin Cities. But what we did on Friday and what we continue to do, putting thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands in the streets day after day, is we have set the model for the nation. And the model that the Twin Cities has set is that when DHS comes and tries to terrorize your community and kills your community members, we respond by shutting it down.
W. April in the chat, thank
And
you.
because of what we did on Friday, we have seen hundreds of demonstrations across the country. And at every single one of those demonstrations, on the lips of every organizer and every person who's fighting back, is the idea that the way you defeat Trump once and for all is by shutting it down with a general strike. And like all of you,
Give it about 15
I
minutes,
woke up
Victor. We're going to do
yesterday
a public
morning
spy
to
stream.
the
Don't worry
tragic
about it.
news of yet another ICE CBP killing of one of our community members. And whether it's by design or by coincidence, we know that they want us to stay home and to be afraid. And we respond by saying no. We respond by saying we will extend and expand the general strike here in Minneapolis and across the country. If we don't get no justice, they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace.
We don't get no justice, and they don't get no peace. We don't get no justice, they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, they don't get no peace.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Minneapolis, make some noise! Up, up with liberation!
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation!
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation!
Down with deportation. Hey, we got a super chat. Anti-commie, around 5 a.m. Eastern time, BG on the scene was sitting around a fire with a half dozen commies inside the blockade, and they were just incriminating themselves left and right. The local PD tore everything down. Well, they're going to put it back up. I promise you. They're definitely going to put it back up. But, yo, BG on the scene staying out there until 5 a.m. I heard about that, like, massive WBG. Maybe we'll go back and watch some of that footage he got of them talking and incriminating themselves later, because I sure want to stay up till 5 a.m. I'll tell you that. But that's awesome that he did that. That's like really, really impressive. So guys, just for people who just got in, we are watching obviously protest coverage in downtown Minneapolis, but for everyone that just joined us, I have a little surprise. And normally this surprise would only be available to my supporters, but I found out about it literally after I had already gone live today. So it will be a public surprise for everyone. Who's ready for the surprise? 1 in the chat if you are ready for the surprise. 2 in the chat if you just want to watch this protest. 1 in the chat if you want to know what the surprise is. 2 in the chat if you just want. I did not know. No, it's not another Gucci bag. No additional Gucci bag. No. 1 in the chat. Okay, you guys ready? Literally, like seconds after I started the live stream today, I found out that there is an emergency anti-ICE organizing call taking place at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And this is a private call, so it would normally be a spy stream. But, you know, spy stream for this is live today. This is live right now. Spy stream used to be that I would go into their calls and broadcast them publicly on the internet to try to embarrass them. But we stopped doing public spy streams because the leftists would find out in the middle of the call. I would get in trouble. They would kick me out. They would cancel the meeting. Like all sorts of stuff happened. And I just wanted to be able to watch what they were saying. And it started causing all sorts of problems. So I stopped broadcasting them publicly and just made them supporter exclusive. And it cut down significantly on the amount of problems we encounter. Well, I just found out about this call. I have their secret link. They don't know that I'm doing a spy stream today. So do you guys want to do a rare public spy stream in about 12 minutes where we're going to watch an anti-ICE organizing call? I will show you guys content no one else on the internet is showing you. Yeah, well, no, I'm not running for president. No. I would sooner shoot myself in the foot than do that, or cut off my pinky finger. And I got to tell you guys, I told people earlier about this. On the registration page for this call were the most beautiful words that I just love to see. I just love to see these words. This call will not be recorded. Thank you, KK. Thank you. So we're going to watch the call live, and, we're going to see how that goes for us. But you guys are in today in about 10 minutes for a rare public spy stream. You guys ready for it? You guys down? Riot Beanie Fund? Yeah, let's get it on. Let's keep going. Okay, I got to change the audio settings on my StreamYard to be able to do our rare public spy stream, though. So give me 1 sec to just change the audio settings. And it might sound weird for a sec. Hang on. Okay, my audio settings are fixed now. Thank you for being a member of the channel for a month. Go to church, protesters. Tuesday. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. All right. Well, no. We're not going to, because I don't know how to do that. So we are going to keep it public. So listen, for all of you who have wanted to experience Spy Stream, but you haven't been gifted a channel membership, now is the chance. We are doing a public Spy Stream in 10 minutes. Okay. Now, here's what I will say to you guys. Do not spread this around the internet. Now, I think we're going to be fine. I'm not actually that worried about it, but let's not draw any attention to ourselves. Okay. I didn't really run for governor. That was like a fake thing. Let's not draw any attention to ourselves. Let's just keep it on the down low for right now. Don't tweet about it. The people who are here are here. The people who aren't here can watch it later. No one fucked this up for everyone. I'm being deadly serious. This is why we can't do public spy streams, guys, because people always fuck it up. So guys, everyone, snitches get stitches, and people don't like it when you fuck up our fun. Okay. No one likes it. Looks like they're marching in Minneapolis. Let's listen and see what's going on, and we'll be starting our spy stream in about 10 minutes.
March a bit, but thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry I'm not going to get to the interviews today, but Tina is just landing very soon, so she will be in to report for us, possibly going live later tonight. So if you are not yet subscribed, make sure you're subscribed so you get that notification when we go live, when we post videos. And once again, if you appreciate the reporting that we've been doing here in the Twin Cities and in all of Minnesota since early December, please
Mercado's out.
Remember, really need your support to help keep us on the ground. We do this for you guys. We want to show you the truth, the reality of what's happening here. So please keep us on the ground. Go to statuscrew.com/join. Sign up, just $5 a month. Also, you can share our stuff with your friends, your family, and just get the word out there. There's actually real living on the ground journalism on the front line with the people, letting you hear from the people, from their own words, doing what
well, I don't know that I would say that, Mike, but thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Let's see. I want to make sure I haven't missed a super chat. I apologize if I did miss your super chat. Let me know and I'll read it definitely.
So please, any way you can, help us out. Thank you very much. And all right, I'm gonna lift the camera up, show you the march, and then I'm gonna head back to my hotel, get warm. All right.
Oh, he's only out there for a couple hours. Well, Mercado's out there, so we'll still have that coverage, I guess. Wally, towards the new shiny clutch, and to remind the chat that you can't be president, you have to be 35, and she has to wait 6 more years to be president. Obviously, I'm 29, Wally. Thank you for that. I'm a suck up like Eddie Haskell. Hey, I'll take it. Pasta Waffen, if you've been gifted a membership on Rumble, you should, in theory, be able to use it in my locals. I think it has to do, though, did you sign up for the locals with the same email address that you signed up for Rumble? My locals information should be there, but listen, so because YouTube and Rumble don't talk to each other, so that you get your member perks when you're on Rumble through my locals is my understanding of it. I think we're still working out a few kinks with that particular system, but that is supposed to be the way that should work. Well, Mercado's above my head, so Mercado is not driving around. Mercado is literally in a mob of people right now, so no, Mercado is not just driving around.
Minnesota City now! Minnesota can't can't you see? A general strike is what we need.
Is what we need.
Minnesota, can't you see?
Mass training tomorrow. Guess we got another spy
A
stream.
general strike is what we need. Minnesota, can't you see?
Minnesota, can't you see?
A general strike is what we need.
General strike is what we need.
Minnesota, can't you see? A general strike is what we need. A general strike is what we need.
A general strike is what we need.
A general strike is what we need. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike, 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 strike. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty, it is our right. Strike, strike,
there's two.
strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike.
Hey guys, guess what? Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. There is another organizing call that I just found out about tonight at what time? 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that's another one we might be doing if I'm still streaming at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Anyone else want to go to another call today? I told you guys, Spy Stream was going to be hopping this week. I told you. All the emails are going out. All the social media messages are going out. And I am finding out about all of them. Guys, just so you know, if you ever see an organizing call by a leftist group and you're like, Karlyn, should we spy stream that? Just send it to me and we probably will. Probably. Almost always. Not always. But almost always. Old sub sailor for working on Sunday. And yes, we love Jews on this channel. Yes, Jews are welcome here. We love bagels. All that good stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a reminder, guys, there's also movie night in the supporter Discord tonight, and I do want to, even if I'm still streaming then, I don't know if I will be or not, but even if I'm still streaming then, I do want to encourage everyone to go to movie night tonight because you can watch my stream and the movie at the same time, okay? Go watch the movie with Jennifer. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to stay here if they want to go to movie night. It's Jennifer's movie month, and we want to make sure we support that. Obviously, if I have to stream, I will be streaming, but I want to make sure that people know that you are allowed to go to the movie. Okay, let me just let me get into the Zoom call here. Hang on. Let me get into the Zoom call. Okay. They're not letting us in yet, so we're just going to wait. We're just going to wait. Welcome to Impromptu Spy Stream, guys. We are going inside a live leftist organizing call, literally live. This is like, for people who don't know, I don't talk during Spy Stream because this is my recording of the stream. I will also be taking, I'll leave the protest coverage up, but I'm going to be taking the chat off the screen because, again, this is my recording of the call. So we do things a little bit different when we're doing a spy stream. We are going inside a live leftist training. We do not know what they're going to say. We do not know what they're going to do. We do not disrupt the training. We just watch like we're a fly on the wall and we listen to them, and that's it. And okay, BG just popped up. Okay, well we'll look at that. But we're doing a live spy stream now, guys. So if you have never been to a spy stream before, this is going to be an experience for you, and it's going to be rad. We're waiting for them to let us into the call. It should be another 2 minutes. If people send in super chats or give support during the spy stream, I will acknowledge it afterwards. But I will not acknowledge it during it because again, we are recording the call, and we already know that this call isn't going to be recorded. Okay, so we're chilling until they start the call. We're chilling. We're chilling. I'll get you guys verified in Discord when I can. It'll be later today. Yes, you should all dress like a spy. Yep, absolutely. 1 hour, 90 minutes, 2 hours, anywhere between 60 minutes and 2 hours is usual, but I don't know exactly. Yeah, we're doing it right now. We're doing it live. I just found out about it. We're doing it live. We are now moving into spy stream, guys. I will be posting the Discord link to the YouTube post section later today. So if you can't find it, don't worry about it. It'll be posted later today. I'm very sorry. You're not smart enough to be in my chat. I'm very sorry. Go away. Goodbye. People think I'm going to coddle conservative feelings here. They're all paid protesters. Okay, retards. No, go away. We're still waiting to be let into the call. Should be any minute now. Yeah, the one in the chat if this will be your guys' first spy stream. 2 in the chat if you've been to spy stream before. Because I have secret identities all over the internet and I've been doing this a long time and I know how to do it. That's how I get away with it.
Welcome everyone. We're going to take a few moments to get everyone from the waiting room into the webinar. This takes a minute. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Thank you for joining us, everyone. We are so pleased to have you here today. A few notes before we get started. We are fortunate to have ASL interpretation today for this training. Christina and Cheryl will be doing interpretation today. So their profiles will be pinned at the top. If you're using the interpretation today, we're trying to get a sense of how many people here are going to be using the interpretation so we can troubleshoot any problems. Can you give us a little thumbs up emoji using your reactions function at the bottom? Okay. So we're going to be doing things a little bit different today. We obviously this is a somber day. We had another ICE documenter responder murdered yesterday in Minneapolis. We are grappling with what this means. So today we are going to do our ICE Watch training that we normally do, but we're also going to talk about the moment we are in. What is the way forward? How do we practically respond? How do we effectively respond? How do we come together as a community? So we have a special guest today. Before I introduce our guests, I will cover the agenda and some of our agreements. I just want to note that all of the panelists you see here, a lot of them are working on the back end to help answer questions and manage any issues on the back end of this webinar. We have over 4,000 people here today with us. We have, I think, almost all 50 states and Puerto Rico represented today. If you could put into the chat where you're joining us from, don't put your actual address, put your town or your state. That will help us all know who's here today, what state, what city you're representing. I'm joining you from Chicago, as usual, my home. Yeah. I see a lot of our Minneapolis brothers and sisters in the chat. We're standing with you today. Okay. So our agenda today, as I said, is a little bit different. We're doing a little bit of grounding. I'm really pleased to let you know that we have a very special guest. Eric Ward is here today. I'm going to give him an intro in a few minutes, but he's a very good friend of ours and an incredible voice in this moment. I also have Gabe Gonzalez, who is my co-trainer in most of these trainings, community organizer extraordinaire, and a movement leader, also from the Midwest, from Chicago. So we're going to do a grounding. We're going to cover Ice Watch. We're going to do our Ice Watch trainings. We're going to get into some of the practical things you need to know to be out there doing Ice Watch. We're going to talk about safety and de-escalation, and then we're going to talk about community. Couple of agreements. Support the training team to get through to the end. That means no unauthorized recording, no shenanigans in the chat. If you are disruptive in the chat, we reserve the right to kick you out of the webinar. We don't want anyone verbally abused or put down in the chat. So any toxicity or attacks in the chat, we're gonna get rid of. Please put comments into the chat, but if you have a question, use the Q&A function. So our team is really good at getting through questions, and we typically answer between 150 and 200 questions per training. So put those questions in the Q&A. If they go into the comments or the chat, we might not see it. Okay. Speak for yourself if you're putting comments in the chat. Speak from your own experiences. This is not a vetted space, right? We have 4,500 people here. We don't know all of them. So be mindful of what you put into the chat. Don't put any personal information in there, please, right? No addresses, no phone numbers, no full names, nothing incriminating about yourself or anyone else. We are going to speak from our own experiences as trainers and organizers, and we ask that you do the same thing if you're engaging in the chat. Okay. Before I introduce our special guest, Eric Ward, I like to take a moment just to take a breath. Put in the chat what you're holding today for yourself or for your community. These are heavy days. We are feeling a lot. So before we get into the heaviness of the content of the training, let's get it out in the chat. Let's share a little bit about how we're feeling. I have been sharing in our trainings a little bit about of Eric Ward's words, and I just want to share this with you because these words have sort of sustained me for the last few weeks. So this is what I've been sharing with people, and then we'll turn it over to Eric. I'm just gonna give you all a moment to finish putting some things in the chat. And I'm gonna make sure Eric Ward is on camera. Hi, Eric, can you hear me? You're here. Okay. So we're just really lucky to have Eric with us today. Eric serves on the advisory board of States at the Core, my organization. He is the only American recipient of the Civil Courage Prize. He is a co-producer of the forthcoming March PBS documentary, White with Fear, and he's the author of a widely cited essay, Skin in the Game, How Anti-Semitism Animates White Nationalism. He is the vice president at Race Forward, and he's a senior fellow at the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm going to pull down this slide, Eric, so we can see you a little bit better. And I'm going to ask you to share a little bit with us your words of wisdom.
Thanks, Jill. I love your idea. So I'm going to repeat it just once more. Good people, take a deep breath with me, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Now listen, not to the noise, not to the spin, not to the comment sections. Listen to your body, that tightness in your chest, the heat behind your eyes, the tremble in your hands. That is not weakness. That is your conscience still working. When I say they, I am not speaking in code today. I mean the Trump administration's immigration enforcement apparatus, ICE, DHS, Border Patrol, and the political leadership directing and rewarding these tactics. We are here today because something has gone wrong, and has gone wrong on purpose. In Minneapolis, in places you reside, in places you can name, and in places you cannot. And before I say anything else, I need to say this plainly. The people of Minneapolis are not the problem. The courage people have shown, the discipline people have practiced, the way neighbors, educators, organizers, and everyday folks have refused to look away, that is what leadership looks like. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Pretty should be alive. And the people who have died in DHS custody and at the hands of ICE and Border Patrol across the country should be alive. Let's tell the truth without flinching today. Federal immigration enforcement under this administration is not here to keep us safe. It is killing people, beating people, terrorizing families, breaking car windows in front of children, detaining human beings like disposable objects, deploying chemical agents in residential neighborhoods, and showing up at school dismissal like fear is a strategy. And then they call it order. Good people, this is not order. This is intimidation. And intimidation has one job: to make you feel alone, to make you feel small, to make you feel like you should keep your head down and be grateful you are not the one targeted today. So I need you to hear me. You are not alone. You are not small. You are not powerless. Fear is a human response to danger. Bravery is what you do with it. So now we're going to practice bravery. Not movie bravery, not online bravery, not rhetorical bravery. Real bravery, the kind that keeps people safe. That's why we are here with States at the Core. That is why we are here with organizers who do the work when the cameras are gone. So before I do anything else, I want to thank States at the Core for convening this space and holding this line. I want to thank Gabe Gonzalez and Joe Garvey for the leadership and training they are bringing, for their steadiness and for their courage. And I want to set the tone for the rest of this training. Everyone has a role in this moment. Some of us march, some of us protect, some of us document, some of us organize quietly, some of us keep the food on the tables of our neighbors, and some of us keep kids safe and refuse to lie to them about what is happening. That is not poetry for poetry's sake. That is a strategy, and it is how we win. And I also need to speak to something else with love and clarity. There is a kind of activism that really is just performance, a kind of politic that is really just posture, a kind of radicalism that is more concerned with who is the loudest than who is the safest. And let me be crystal clear about who I'm not talking to. I'm not talking to the people of Minneapolis who have been showing discipline, courageous nonviolence in the face of provocation. I'm not talking to the folks who have been keeping distance, keeping watch, and keeping each other safe. I'm not talking to the neighbors who have been doing the hardest work, staying human. I'm talking to the armchair online chorus. They say the wildest things online and call it strategy. The folks who treat other people's neighborhoods like a stage for their own performance. If you came tonight to perform your politics, I'm going to ask you to breathe and to lower your shoulders, because this moment is not asking for our performance. This moment is asking for our protection. People over ideology every time, because authoritarian power feeds on our confusion. It feeds on our ego. It feeds on our need to be seen. It feeds on our need to be the purest voice in the room. But today is not about who sounds the boldest. It is about who helps the most. Now, I know a question is hanging in the air. Is nonviolence working? Good people, look at Minneapolis. Nonviolence is not a vibe. Nonviolence is a discipline. Nonviolence is not doing nothing. Nonviolence is doing the right thing on purpose, with control, with planning, with each other. And I need to be thundering right here. Violence is the language of authoritarianism. And ICE and Border Patrol under DHS, backed by this administration's agenda, speak that language fluently. They have the weapons, they have the cages, they have the courts, they have the propaganda machine waiting for one clip. If we answer in their chosen language, we give them what they want. Nonviolence is how everyday people refuse the script. Nonviolence is how we keep the public with us. Nonviolence is how we keep people alive. Nonviolence is how we do not become what we are fighting. So no, the problem is not that nonviolence isn't working. The problem is that we have not honored it like the craft it deserves. We have not practiced it like a strategy everywhere. We have not treated it like the form of strength. And Minneapolis is showing the country what that strength looks like. And that's why we need this training. This training is sacred, because what you're about to learn is not symbolism. ICE Watch is disciplined, coordinated, nonviolent presence. Witnessing is not a weakness. Witnessing is a shield. It says to us, you do not get to do this in the dark. You do not get to do this to our neighborhoods and our neighbors alone. You do not get to disappear people without a record. You do not get to terrorize a neighborhood and call it routine. We are here and we are watching, we are documenting, we are staying human, and we are staying together. And I want to speak directly to the person thinking, I don't know if I can do this. Breathe. Courage does not mean you feel no fear. Courage means you refuse to let the fear drive you. You can take one role, one shift, one action, one call, one report, one escort home, one meal delivered, one neighbor checked on, one child kept safe. Small is how big things are built. And here is the deeper truth. The administration is trying to make cruelty normal. It is trying to make fear ordinary. It is trying to make silence feel like safety. But communities have another way. Communities make safety by showing up, by bearing witness, by refusing isolation, by refusing lies, by keeping each other alive. In a healthy democracy, law enforcement will answer to the people. In authoritarian drift, people are treated like suspects, and law becomes a costume for intimidation. Our job today is to learn the tools to refuse the drift, not with fantasies, not with panic, but with practice. So I'm asking you for 3 commitments as we open this training. The first is stay human. No dehumanizing language, no fantasies, and no bait. 2, treat safety as sacred. Distance, clarity, coordination. We have the constitutional right to observe law enforcement from a distance. We are going to use that right with discipline. 3, turn emotion into action that holds up under pressure. No performative outrage, organized protection, coordinated witnessing, community care that does not break when adrenaline hits. Because here's what I believe, and I need you to borrow it if you are running low tonight. The most dangerous thing about intimidation is not only what it does to the person being targeted, it's what it tries to do to everyone watching. It tries to train you to look away, to mind your own business, to whisper instead of speak, to accept what they never should have accepted. But you are not going to look away. If you can hear my voice right now, you are part of the public. And the public is not a decoration in a democracy. The public is the authority. So let this be the moment you decide. Not on my block, not at my school, not in my neighborhood, not to my neighbor. Not because you are reckless, but because you are responsible. Not because you are fearless, but because you are faithful to the human. Not because you want a viral clip, but because you want less error. Renee Good should be alive. And the next Renee is alive right now, somewhere, hoping somebody shows up. Be that somebody. Take one more breath with me. Now lift your chin, because showing up is a form of love. Disciplined love in the form of power. And organized power is what makes intimidation fail. Thank you, States at the Core. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Jill. All right, let's get trained.
Eric Ward, thank you for being such a vocal, visible leader right now. Let's take a minute. I want to digest a few of the things that Eric just told us. What we're going to do next is we're going to talk about how we show up. How we show up non-violently, but how we show up. Because this is not the time for us to go into our homes and lock our doors. It is a time for all of us to be out there documenting atrocity. Eric talked a little bit about authoritarianism versus democracy. What happens in a healthy democracy versus authoritarian rule. And I want to talk a little bit about why our neighbors are being targeted so aggressively right now. We're talking a lot about immigrants and other marginalized people. And we're talking about them because they are caught in the crosshairs of a dangerous escalation of authoritarianism. And this isn't new. Authoritarian movements throughout history and around the world have had to find someone to scapegoat in order to consolidate power and profit. They need a way to instill fear. And they do that by scapegoating immigrants, refugees, other vulnerable people who can't fight back. We're going to talk about today how we protect our immigrant neighbors, our fellow observers, our fellow dissenters, all our neighbors. But this isn't about immigrants. This isn't about immigration, right? This isn't a policy issue. They are using immigration as a testing ground to undermine freedom, to undermine civil rights comprehensively for all of us. So let's remember that as we move through the rest of this training. Okay. Now we get into the nitty-gritty. What is Ice Watch? Sometimes we call this Migro Watch. If you were around in the 60s and you were involved with Black liberation movements, it would have been called Cop Watch, right? It's not a club. It is not a membership. We don't give you a card that says you're part of something official now. It is a tactic, right? It's a tactic we learn to document all the immigration enforcement, all the federal enforcement activity in our communities. What we're going to learn today is not about interference. And to Eric's point, it is very much about nonviolence. And it is very much about community. You may encounter enforcement activity. You may encounter ICE or Border Patrol on your own in your communities, but you should never be doing Ice Watch alone. So we're going to talk about how to build out community so that we can make these tactics like Ice Watch as effective as possible. It is really a tool to help keep each other safe. Okay, there are 3 goals to Ice Watch. We document, we support, and we de-escalate. We document because we need to better understand what is happening in our communities. What are ICE's tactics? When I refer to ICE, I'm also referring to Border Patrol and all the federal agencies that have now joined into immigration enforcement activities. We'll cover more of that later. But really, we need to document everything that is happening. We need evidence when they abuse our neighbors, when they abuse us, right? We need evidence every time someone's rights are trampled. So documentation is the first priority. Second, we support. This is the worst moment of most of our neighbors' lives when they are targeted by immigration enforcement. It is very traumatizing. We have children, we have mothers, we have fathers, we have parents and caregivers, we have teachers. We have everyone in our community at some point has been a target, and they need support in that moment. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to get support to people who are being directly targeted. 3, we de-escalate. We want to diminish violence. We want to eradicate violence from any law enforcement agency against our communities. So document, support, de-escalate. These are the 3 things. If you leave this part of the training with nothing else and you go out there with your whistle and your camera phone, these are the 3 things you want to accomplish. Okay. We're going to tell you about everything else you need to do, but there's a lot of content here. So if you can remember these 3 things, you're going to be in the right space. It's important to note that documenting ICE and Border Patrol is legal and protected by the Constitution. It's legal and protected by the Constitution in all 50 states. You have a right to be out there recording, witnessing any public official in public, right, or on your property. We tell people often to look at their local and state laws on this, but this is an overarching right, according to the First Amendment. So you can go to the Reporters Committee for the Freedom of the Press. You can look up your state specific information. But it's really important to know your rights before you start doing this, right? Your risk profile and the rights you call on as a citizen or non-citizen may be different. But becoming an expert on your rights means that you can better protect other people's rights. All right, this is the beating heart of Ice Watch. This is called Salute. We use Salute as a mnemonic to help us remember all the information that we want to gather. And we want to gather all this information because we want to communicate it to our community, to our fellow responders, to others who are doing Ice Watch. By collecting all of this information, we are telling our neighbors everything they need to know as they walk into a situation where ICE is involved. So the first thing is size and strength. This is the number of agents, right? How many agents are there? Are there 2, 4, 6? We'll go over a few more details about what you might see in the frequently asked questions, but we really want to know the strength of their operations in our neighborhoods. A is for their actions or activities. What are they actually doing? It could be something really mundane, and that's okay. Most of the time it's not. So to the degree that you can communicate exactly what you are seeing from ICE agents in that moment, that is helpful to your fellow responders. L is for location, as specific of information as you can get. Cross streets, addresses, names of businesses that you might be in front of. These additional details are incredibly helpful. We have many, many people who send Salute information to their fellow responders, and they leave out some specific information about the location. So they may say exactly what they're seeing, and then note that they are on Central Street, and Central Street may be 15 miles long. So getting this specific information means that your fellow responders can find you as quickly as possible. U is for uniform. How are they dressed? We want to know who we're dealing with. Are we dealing with the FBI? Are we dealing with Border Patrol? Are we dealing with ICE? Maybe what you're seeing looks like ICE activity, but once you record what uniforms they're wearing, you can determine or discern that it is local enforcement that is not engaging in ICE activity. It doesn't mean you stop recording. It doesn't mean you stop documenting, but it is going to help your community better understand what it is happening and whether or not it's a false alarm. T is for time and date of observation. This is as important as location. Many times, especially in the early days in cities like Chicago, where Salute information was being shared with rapid responders, the time and date of observation would be left off, and nobody knew whether it had happened, what was happening in real time or happened 2 hours before or maybe even the day before. So knowing the date and time of observation tells rapid responders how urgent the situation is. E is for equipment and weapons. This includes vehicles. You're going to want to record what vehicles you're seeing agents in, make, models, colors, license plates. We're also going to want to know what kind of tactical gear they have on to better understand who this is. We're going to cover a little bit more about what you will see in your communities if you are not in Minneapolis or some other cities that have seen surges yet. This will be important information so that you know quickly what you're dealing with by the uniforms and the tactical gear they have. Okay, Salute. Please write this down, practice it. It takes a while to get it down right. Even today, when I go out and do Ice Watch, sometimes I mess it up, right? So we'll talk a little bit more about how to practice and how to utilize Salute. First, we're going to cover some frequently asked questions. How many agents are on the scene? If you are in Minnesota right now, you are seeing dozens of agents. But if you are in other parts of the country, you may be seeing only 2 or 4 or 6 agents at local operations in residential areas. If you're in Portland, Maine, you may be seeing surges of agents, 12, 20, 30 agents, right? All converging on a neighborhood. But for the most part, we are seeing smaller operations in other parts of the country. Are they in clothing or uniforms? So we're looking for agents in tactical gear. the big difference between an ICE agent or Border Patrol agent and a municipal agent is the face covering. So almost always you are seeing their faces covered, any like tattoos, anything on their hands, they may have on gloves, they are really almost fully covered and unrecognizable, right? Unidentifiable. You're not seeing that with most local municipal officers, okay? Border Patrol has a very specific uniform. Some of the other agents, though, are just going to be in these sort of camo uniforms. ICE agents, maybe in khakis or jeans, look more like plainclothes police. All right. And their vests may vary widely. So ICE agents may have vests that just say police. Border Patrol agents will have vests that say federal agent or Border Patrol. Some have acronyms, so police HSI or police ERO. Those are both subsets of ICE, right? Some just have vests on, and it can be very, very difficult to figure out who they are, who they work for. What are some vehicles and plates to look for? I'm going to show you a graph of what we've seen in Chicago. This is very similar to what other cities have seen in terms of vehicles, but you're looking for some common models. You're looking for mostly SUVs, minivans, Suburbans, Ford Explorers, Chevy Tahoes, Dodge Chargers. You may see some vehicles with government plates or government markings on the vehicles, but very unlikely. Their vehicles are coming from dealerships or car rental agencies. So they're new cars, nondescript. They don't have many indicators or modifications on them of who's driving them, just the most sort of like bland, plain vehicles with pedestrian plates or passenger plates. So one thing that can really help, because if this is the first time you're thinking about ICE Watch, if the events of the past 3 weeks in Minneapolis have convinced you that this is an important tactic for you to learn, you are going to walk out of your house after this training and every other car is going to potentially look like an ICE vehicle. So there are some things you need to train your brain to do, which is look for the things that disqualify these vehicles from being ICE vehicles. Do they have a lot of bumper stickers on them? Does it look like it's a 6-year-old car? Is it a 2-door car that couldn't hold a lot of passengers? Right? Does it have a lot of modifications to it? Does it have a lot of rust on the bottoms? I'm in the Midwest, middle of winter, we start to get some rust happening from all the ice, right? So look for the things that disqualify it from being an ICE vehicle, because that will really help your brain from overloading. Also, learn what plates look like that livery drivers, Uber drivers, cab drivers, right, are drivers who drive for a living, people who drive for a living. What do their plates say? In Chicago, those plates are typically green and they have a DL on the license plate. But there sure are a lot of black Ford Expeditions being driven around by those drivers. So they often get mistaken for ICE vehicles. So do your brain a favor, learn some of those things early. If it has an FP on the plate, that's called a fleet plate. That could be an ICE vehicle or it could not. That's not going to tell you a lot about whether or not it's an ICE vehicle. But the livery plates will tell you. Okay, who else are you going to see out there? You're going to see the FBI and the DEA and the ATF and the Bureau of Prisons and U.S. Marshals. You're going to see almost every other federal law enforcement agency now engaged. And that is because DHS is allowed to essentially commandeer law enforcement components from the Department of Justice. And they are now carrying out the functions of an immigration officer. This is how they are getting away with this multiplying force on cities like Minneapolis. And we'll talk a little bit more about those uniforms as well. Okay, so these are some of the federal agents you're going to see in your communities. Border Patrol, typically in these olive green uniforms, they usually have on uniforms, and they usually say Border Patrol or federal agent on them. If you encounter their tactical units, you're going to see those in the jungle camo. They're going to look far more militarized, right? They're going to have camo face coverings. They're going to have BORTAC vests on, and they're going to have a lot of tactical gear and weaponry. Okay, other federal agencies, as I said, DEA, FBI, Bureau of Prisons, enforcement and removal operations. These uniforms vary widely, right? So do a little Google search to see what they look like compared to your local municipal uniforms. This is an important exercise. Just spend 5 minutes online looking at what your municipal officers look like, especially if you have some sort of sanctuary policy in place, so that you can distinguish whether you are seeing federal law enforcement or municipal enforcement. ICE agents, bottom of the rung ICE agents, they're going to be a real hodgepodge. My sense is they put out a bin of stuff and they get to like take all the leftovers, right? So again, you're going to see them in jeans, you're going to see them in khakis. They may or may not be showing their badges. They may or may not have body cams. Sometimes they're in all black with black vests. Sometimes they're wearing sweatshirts, like I said, or t-shirts with vests over them. Also typically covering their faces, covering any tattoos or markings, covering their heads, sometimes their eyes. Okay. These are some vehicles we saw. This is a graphic that shows all the vehicles we saw in Chicago in October. So it's just a good snapshot of what you might see. Again, Ford Expeditions, Jeep Cherokees, Chevy Tahoes, black, gray, white, nondescript sort of colors. We did see some sedans. This has been seen in Twin Cities as well. Four-door cars, Subaru Outbacks. You may see some of these bigger vans, transit vans. You typically won't see bright colored cars. You won't see cars that can't hold a lot of people. The point of these vehicles is to take people, is to kidnap people, and to hold as many agents as possible. So you may see 2 or 4 agents per vehicle, depending on what the operation is. Typically, we were seeing 2 agents per vehicle in Chicago. In the Twin Cities right now, 4 agents per vehicle, and these are big vehicles. So they can put people inside, take them away. Okay. We learned salute. Have we memorized? People in this training who train with me often know that took me a long time to memorize salute. So I'm going to make another plug to practice. I still practice every morning. What I have found is that in real life, it is very hard to get your brain to remember the things it needs to remember. So practice salute. For the purposes of this training, let's assume that we all have it down, right? We are naturals. We know salute. So a lot of you are in places now that are getting organized, and maybe you have a neighborhood ICE Watch group. Maybe you have a rapid response team or a school safety group. Once you have gathered your salute information, we want you to send all of that information immediately to those people, to that network. Because you need more people there to help you confirm the sighting, confirm that what you're seeing is what you're seeing. You need to get as many folks to the scene. The more folks to the scene mean that there is more help to the people being targeted. There are more eyes on what is happening. There's more witness happening. The reason that we know what happened to Renee and Alex, the reason we know that a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old were kidnapped in Minneapolis last week is because people were watching. Because they called their neighbors, they contacted their rapid response teams and said, the ICE agents are here. So our goal is to get as many people out there to be responsive and to document as we can. After everything is said and done, then you call your immigrant rights hotline. Whatever that is, it may be an immigrant rights hotline, it may be a rapid response hotline. We're going to give you some options for a few states, but these are easy to look up now, right? So, and learn a little bit about what those hotlines want you to do. I'm in Chicago. I call the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, and I tell them everything that I saw, and I send them any video that I have. In Minnesota, you're going to call Monarca, the Monarca hotline. We'll give that to you later. But they only want you to call them if you have a confirmed detention, if you've witnessed a confirmed detention, right? They are at capacity. Different states, different parts of the country are going to have different hotlines and different procedures. But for the most part, call that hotline after the conclusion of the event and tell them everything you know. Particularly important if someone has been taken. Okay, so some of you are here and you're saying, I have an immigrant rights hotline. I know what the hotline is, but I don't have a rapid response team yet. Okay, immediately call that hotline and provide all salute info to that hotline. But also stay on and keep with it, stay with us, because we're going to talk a little bit about community resilience, building community resilience, right? You may need a little more time to build your community defense network, your rapid response group. In the meantime, get all information to that hotline. Some of you are joining us from places that you don't have an ICE Watch group or an immigrant rights hotline, okay? You need to keep checking back. More and more of this is coming online. And also, you need to know who to call if you see someone being taken. So if you know someone is being held in ICE detention, if you know someone has been kidnapped and you have information about who they are, call the National Immigrant Justice Center. Okay, give them that information. We're also putting a link in the chat about some other legal resources, right? We'll offer that information during this training. You all will also get this training slide deck. Okay, that question has probably been asked about 500 times already. You will get this. Given the size, we are at capacity, we're at 5,000 people. We will send it out. It may take a few days to get it out to everybody. Okay, but we will get it to you. And all the links will be there. Okay. I think this speaks to Eric's points for us. Everyone can do something. Everyone has to do something. Everyone can do ICE Watch. We are giving you the comprehensive details on how to do it, but you may not be able to, based on your own risk profile, you may not be able to do everything, and that's okay. You can do something. We're going to talk a little bit about what the important roles are for people on the scene. Some of us are part of rapid response teams right now in cities that have been hit hard by ICE activity that have thousands of people, hundreds of people, but you don't need that. You need a handful of people. So if possible, work in roles of 3, okay? Even if you don't know everybody on the scene, if there are people there that you know are there to help, communicate with them about these 3 important roles. So 1 is the recorder, 2 is the supporter, and 3 is the monitor. Sometimes we say the safety monitor. So the first priority is the recorder. This is the person who immediately starts recording. So this is how I do it. I send my salute information. I type out my salute information as quickly as I can. I send it to my rapid response team. I also let somebody know what I'm doing. So I send a quick text to my safety person and I say, I'm about to ICE Watch. That person knows what that means. And you should have that person too. But then as soon as possible, I start recording. If someone on the scene has said, I just sent salute information out, I might just start recording. Okay? That means holding up my phone landscape like this. I want to record all the way through, as long as it is safe to do so. If at any point you feel it is unsafe to record, you can stop. Okay? So I'm going to start recording and I'm going to narrate what I'm seeing. Why am I going to do that? Because my hands and my camera are not capturing what my eyes and my brain are. So I'm going to start going through Salute again, but I'm going to be doing it so I can feed some audio, feed some information to my phone. If I'm not able to narrate, I'm going to communicate to somebody else to narrate while I film. Okay? Because I might be over here and my hands might be shaking because I'm having a biological response to stress, while my eyes are seeing something happening over here. Okay? It's all going to happen very fast. Try to slow down. Try to breathe, right? I'm seeing 4 agents. They're getting out of their car. They're walking over to a street vendor. They're surrounding him. I'm at the corner of Central and Main. They're in olive green uniforms. They have yellow writing on their uniforms. They might be Border Patrol, or I can see Border Patrol on their vests. It's January 25th at 3 p.m. These are their cars. This is the car they just got out of, right? Go slow, breathe. These are stressful interactions. There is no interaction with a law enforcement agent that is not stressful. Okay? Try not to focus on the person who they are targeting or they are detaining. Doesn't mean they won't show up in the frame of your recording. It means that when we are recording, we see a lot of people, and our natural inclination is to focus on the people being targeted, the people being traumatized, because we care about them. But we want to capture what the ICE agents are doing. We want to protect the dignity and the privacy of the people who are being traumatized. Okay, if you are the second person that comes on the scene, you are the supporter. If there's already people recording, at least one person recording, you're going to want to see if anyone is being targeted. If there's someone that needs help, you're going to try to give them their rights information. Maybe you have a card. Hopefully you have a card like this, a rights card. Maybe you can hand them their rights. You're going to try to figure out who they are. You may not be able to ask their name. You may not be able to ask their date of birth, which is useful information to have, but it's not always advisable to ask them to say that information out loud. You may just want to try to get the number of an emergency contact for them. If someone is taken into custody, if someone is taken to a detention facility, there is very limited time to get them the legal support they need. So the sooner we know who they are, the sooner we can get them the support they need in detention. Don't engage with ICE agents or interfere. This is the hardest advice to give. I've witnessed violence. I've witnessed people thrown to the ground, had their heads smashed into the pavement or the snow. I've witnessed people being pepper sprayed and tear gassed. And I haven't seen the worst of it. And it is so hard not to get in between an agent and their target. But it is extremely dangerous. Okay? So we want to record everything. We don't want to interfere. Priority 3 is the monitor. So you arrive on the scene, you see people are recording, you see people are trying to talk to maybe a vulnerable person who's being targeted. Take note of everything that is happening. If you can, get behind the people who are recording and feed them information about what's happening behind them. If I'm recording, I have no idea what's happening behind me, and I'm probably totally oblivious, right? I'm probably totally oblivious to what's happening here and here. I have no idea if more agents are coming at me this way or coming from behind. I have no idea if there's a group of children over here or somebody else vulnerable, right, that might need help. That is the safety monitor's job. help direct people who are there and trying to engage, help them engage safely, help get people who are vulnerable to safety, help take stock of the whole situation, and communicate with your other responders. Okay, whistles. Have you guys heard about whistles? You heard about this? There's a few things that whistles do. I'll tell you the two things that they're being used for in places like Minneapolis right now. They're being used to alert neighbors who are willing to go out and protect their neighbors, other neighbors, that something is happening that requires their attention. 3 blasts on the whistle, universal sign for help. Now, universal sign to residents in American cities to come and document what's happening. It is also telling vulnerable people to find a safe place. This sound means that something dangerous is happening and you need to find a safe place to be. And the third thing it's doing, it's providing a symbol of hope and inspiration for our communities. There's not a whole lot of ICE activity in my city right now. There's some. Most of the ICE agents and Border Patrol agents have gone to the Twin Cities to terrorize people there. But they will probably be back here and they'll be in a lot of other places. So I wear my whistle every day, and I wear a brightly colored whistle because I want to continue to communicate to my neighbors that I'm here to help. Okay. What else do you need to have? You don't need much, really. What I always have my phone, my most expensive tool in my supply bag, my phone camera. My least expensive tool, my whistle. I carry around a lot of extra whistles. People are always asking if I have an extra whistle. So carry a few extra whistles if you can manage it. If you need a map because you're not super familiar with the layout of your neighborhood or wherever you are doing Ice Watch, have a map. Be prepared to use the flashlight on your phone. I always carry like a ton of Know Your Rights cards. I like my ICER cards that have the Family Support Network hotline on them. If they have a hotline number on them, that's even better. But I also really like the red cards. We'll provide links to all of these. Always carry these around. It's really cold where I am, so I carry hand warmers, especially if I'm going to be out patrolling for an hour or two. And I carry flyers and tape. The sad moments are when we get to ICE activity too late. When we arrive and we're a few minutes too late and someone's been taken, or we know that ICE has been scoping out an area and will probably be back later. So there are always opportunities to do a quick canvas of a neighborhood, of a block, of a corner, give people some Know Your Rights information, tape it up, right? Put it on the apartment front door so people know and have something handy if ICE is coming back. The final thing I always have in my go bag is a phone charger, a portable phone charger battery. Because as also, this is something else people know who train with me, I am really bad at charging my phone. So if you're good at charging your phone, maybe you don't need this. I highly recommend it. I have had moments where I've been in very, very cold temperatures and I've recorded ICE activity for up to 20 minutes. That will absolutely deplete your battery really, really fast. So having an extra phone charger, you do not want to be caught out there with a dead battery. Okay, you should not bring weapons of any kind. You should not bring illegal drugs, open containers of alcohol, anything that is illegal to transport. Think about going through airport security, but except for the water part. Definitely have water with you. This probably feels really obvious to you all, but it is really important. We don't want anything that could be construed as a weapon, right, on our persons while we're doing this. Okay, let's talk about some safety and security pieces. Always have someone with you. This is especially true if you're doing this from your car or your bike. So if you're doing this on your car or your bike patrolling with a few people, determine who will record encounters with ICE. Obviously, this should be the passenger if you're the person driving. Begin recording as soon as you can. We say here, begin recording as soon as you see a verified vehicle. That means a vehicle you know is an ICE vehicle, or has been verified as an ICE vehicle, or as soon as you have verified it as an ICE vehicle. If you're on a bike, get as close to the sidewalk as you can. Put your hands up off the steering wheel, or off the handlebars as soon as you can, and start recording. If you are approached in your car, lock your cars. So put your car in park. Lock your doors. Roll up your windows. You can still communicate through a window, a rolled up window. Okay? Put your car in park. Make sure your car can't move. Put your hands up off the steering wheel. You may be holding a recording device, but make sure it is super visible, right? If you are the driver and you're not recording, get your hands up. If you don't feel comfortable keeping your phone in your hand, put it on the dashboard, but make sure it is recording the whole time. Okay? And this is what you're going to want to say. I am on a public road. I have a legal right to use this public road. I am not preventing you from using this public road. I am not impeding movements on this public road. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be some variation of you asserting your rights. This is important if you are a pedestrian, if you are on the sidewalk, if you're on a bike, if you're in a car, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you meant to encounter ICE activity or not. Assert your rights loudly over and over and over again, and record everything. All right. Just another note on vehicle stops. We get a lot of questions for folks who haven't seen ICE activity yet in their places. You will not be approached by ICE agents in the way you expect. So you won't be stopped, won't be like a traffic stop. It will be like cars surrounding your car, blocking you in, or agents coming at your vehicle from different directions. All right, it's not gonna look at all like what we encounter with our local police with a standard traffic stop. Okay, so that's why get your car in park as soon as you can. Doesn't matter where you are, right? Just get it in park. Make sure it's not moving, right? Make sure you're recording if you're not already. Okay, if you're on foot or you're on the sidewalk, right? If you're not in a car or on a bike, but you are, on the level with these ICE agents, and you're recording, and you should be recording at a safe distance. But if they tell you to take a step or two back, turn your camera down, take a few steps back. You have a right to observe. You have a right to continue observing, even if they command you to step back, right? Turn your camera to the ground to show that you complied with that command, right? And then turn it back up. I'm cooperating. I'm taking a step back. I'm not interfering. Just exercising my right to observe. Okay, we're going to cover a few safety and security stuff before we turn it over to Gabe. This is some basic stuff. Stay 10 feet or more away from ICE. More if you feel like you need to. If you're in a place like Tennessee or some other states, you might need to be 25 feet away, right? There's a pending law in Ohio that might require 14 feet of distance. That's okay. You can record a lot from that distance. All right, but know at home what that means. So measure that out at home so you really know what 10 feet means, 14 feet means, 25 feet means. And practice with a friend or a loved one what it means to have someone walking towards you, right? What does it mean to have an ICE agent advancing on you? How much time do you have to get back? We've seen the videos. People trying to back up away from ICE agents, and they trip and they fall. They don't have enough time to look behind them and see if there's something happening behind them that they might trip on, right? They fall, and then they're in trouble. So practice what that means, keeping a safe distance and also moving backwards in a safe way while still recording. Hands up, empty except for your recording device. No aggressive verbal behavior. That can escalate tension, even if we really want to. We can say it all in our heads, right? But the aggressive verbal interactions tend to escalate, and that can get more violent. Don't interfere. Okay. Ice watch with a buddy or 2 or 3 if you can. Okay. Find some trusted people to do this with. Again, review know your rights information. You can do that at ACLU. You can do that at the National Lawyers Guild. That's nlg.org. But do know your rights. Clear enough storage on your phone. So if you have kids who, record hours and hours of video on your phone every week, I don't know if anyone else has that problem, get rid of that, right? You want to make sure you have enough video on your phone so that, or storage on your phone so that you can record long videos. Keep your phone charged. Please turn off your biometric unlocking. So if the federal agents access data on your phone or access your phone, they can utilize the data that they access using biometrics. So that's your face ID, your face unlocking, or your fingerprint unlocking against you. If they have to use a code to unlock it, right, they can't. So it's the difference between, having some of it's really protecting your device. It's protecting yourself from your device, right? So turn off that facial recognition and your fingerprint code. This is some de-escalation basics. I highly recommend another de-escalation training, right? There's lots of training. There's lots of nonviolent training available online. Bridging Divides Initiative has a great state-by-state rundown of de-escalation training. Get some de-escalation training. De-escalation is a risk reduction strategy, okay? And it requires you to act calm, maintain distance, communicate calmly, think about boundaries and language and tone, and monitor everything that's going on around you and respect the personal space of the people around you, right? A lot of these scenarios involve lots of people coming with different abilities, different risk levels from different directions. Okay, so we want to be mindful of the people around us. That is key part of de-escalation. I'm going to turn it over to Gabe. He's going to talk to us a little bit about what it is time for now. Gabe, are you here? You're here.
I am here.
Welcome, Gabe. Would you like to do a quick intro of yourself before you start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabe Gonzalez. I am one of the founders of a rapid response organization in Chicago called Protect RP. RP stands for Rogers Park, which is the neighborhood that I live in. We were started in 2017, some time ago. When we started, there were 4 of us sitting around our kitchen table talking about what we needed to do in case ICE was going to invade our neighborhood and try and kidnap our neighbors. As of today, we have a core team of 13. We have 1,000 people who are on a signal list that will go out and confront people if they are in our neighborhood trying to kidnap our neighbors. We have school patrols and bike patrols, and we have people who stand outside houses of worship so people can worship freely. We protect a number of social service agencies in the neighborhood. Frankly, there's stuff that we do every couple of weeks. I find out that we're doing something that I don't even know the organization did. And I tell all of you this, not because I'm bragging. I'm proud of the work, and I'm proud of the work that my neighbors have done. But I tell all you this to remind you that when we started, there were 4 of us. And the 4 of us were committed to building a resilient community because we knew that while they were starting with this, as Jill had mentioned at the beginning of this, they were going to find some way to torment us, and that we were going to need to be responsive to whatever threats came our way. And that required us to build a community. Because let's face it, we've forgotten this, right? 2006, 2007, I think the iPhone came out. And since then, all of us have been addicted to screens. Since then, all of us have forgotten how to talk to one another. Since then, all of us are trapped in these algorithms that feed us exactly what we want to hear, and we forgot how to do small d democracy. And the thing is, they count on that. They count on us being alienated. They count on us only hearing the echo. They count on us not knowing how to count on one another so that they can do whatever the hell they want. And we knew that we had to build something different, that if that's what they wanted, if they wanted us to be atomized and they wanted us to be separated and distrustful, that was a clear roadmap for what we needed to do to protect ourselves, which is to do the exact opposite, which was to get to know one another, which was to rebuild community, which is to learn how to look each other in the eye and say, hey, you know, I don't know if I agree with you on that. Let's figure out a way forward together. And all the other things that those generations before us took for granted. And so that's what we did. And that's what I want to share with you is how do you build this resilient community? Because once you start doing the patrols, once you start doing the ICE watch, you're going to need that community to keep doing it because it is impossible to do alone. Like you obviously need at least 3, like Jill said, but if you want to keep doing it, like our brothers and sisters and others in the Twin Cities will tell you, I believe they are on day 56 or 57. You can't do that alone. You can't go out there and respond every day by yourself or even in a set of 3. You're going to need a resilient community to do it. And for us, there are 3 major components to this that we think about in everything we do. We try and build an organization. We're all volunteers. I say organization, it sounds fancy, but it's like we've got no money, we got no staff, we got no budget. It's like we're all volunteers, right? And the way we do this is there are 3 major components. We are welcoming, we are creative, and we are courageous. So what does that mean, right? Because this is sort of big. We're like, what's the practical implications of that? Well, first, we're welcoming. So this means a few things, right? Like it means you want to start. So let's say you've got your organization, right? And you've figured out your roles and you want to practice going out there into the neighborhood and you're going to be part of the neighborhood. Like what do you do first, right? And so after you've got your roles and after you've got your organization set up, you have to start thinking about, okay, what is it that our people need, right? Like what is it, how can we have impact? And there's a few ways you want to think about this, right? So one of them is like, what's the geographic area you're going to focus on? I saw in one of the chats, somebody said something about like, this all seems really diffused. There's all these different organizations. It seems like there's overlap in a number of instances. That's true. And we think that's great. Like the way we work and protect our people, we have a school patrol and a church patrol. They might be on the same block and sometimes they talk to each other and sometimes they don't because they don't have to. And then there's a bike patrol in that same neighborhood. And then there's other people who are sort of just scanning the whole neighborhood. And it offers us a layer of resistance. Yes, of course, we're all talking to each other. But you figure each one of those groups, it was people who wanted to figure out what is it, how can I make a difference here? How can I have impact? What's the area that I feel like I can have impact in? And they chose it and they move forward on it. And we think that's great. So you want to start by thinking like, what's the area that you can have impact on? And then think about, well, what is it that we're going to need to do this? For us at Protect RP, one of the first things we need is we need food. We eat at all our meals. We encourage people to cook for all of our meals because we think there's something sacred in feeding each other. And giving them something and say, hey, I made this for you. Have some, it's good. There's something about building those relationships that comes through the face-to-face contact of taking a moment when you're not actually working to be able to provide sustenance for each other. It may be that what people need is they need a warm spot to come in from, because I know this is true in the Twin Cities. I know this is true in Maine right now. Like it's hard to be out there, right? And so maybe it's just like a warm space that they can go into, maybe get a cup of coffee or some cider or something, and then they can go back out and do more. It may be that they need a rest and they need somebody else to go out there because they're exhausted or they're frightened or they're just can't take it anymore and they're going to do something stupid. And so they'll come to you and say like, hey, I just can't do it today. Do we have another volunteer who can take my role, right? We recognize to Protect RP that there are an absolute plethora of roles for people and that we encourage people to think about what you can do in any of those roles to help welcome the community and help play a part in building this resilient community. Like, I want to give you some examples. Like, for those of you who can remember the Hong Kong resistance, right? When China went in and said that they were going to take away their democracy. there were all these kids. It was mostly kids. It was mostly very young people, students and others, who were fighting on the front lines. That's true. But behind them, there were thousands of other people. And they were doing things like scattering coins on the pavement so they didn't have to use their transit cards and get caught. They were leaving clothes out so that they could change their clothes so that they wouldn't get identified by something that got sprayed on them. They were giving them water if they got tear gas. They ran first aid stations, right? And they did this in the squares too, in Turkey and in Egypt and in Ukraine the first time around, where they set up first aid stations so that people could get what they needed, right? Or they brought traffic cones to them so they could put them over a tear gas canister and then pour water on it so that it wouldn't harm anybody, right? Like, there are no limit to the roles that you can play, and some of them are very small. Some of them are as simple as like leaving out a thermos of coffee for somebody, or some of them are, just reposting something you saw, commenting on something online, and that's all right. If that's what you can do, that's all right. It's important to do it. And we look for those roles for people. We ask them to be welcoming. We ask them to be public about it, to say, I am doing this because I am with Protect RP and I believe in protecting my neighborhood. But whatever it is they can do, we ask them to do it. And we always, always, always ask people to do it in groups. And that may mean that you've got to get to know some people that you don't know right now. It's okay. They're there too. They're thinking the same thing you are. And I know this, but in case you're wondering, just ask them. Ask them why they're there. Tell them why you are. Go out and do a thing together. Make sure you can see each other. Make sure that they know that you've got their back and that they have yours. Because we believe that in order to build this resilient community, we have to be a community, and we have to always, always do things together. The second thing we do, we try and be creative. Even in the worst cases, they're not going to do the same thing every day. They change their tactics. They don't, like right now, they'll run up on a place and they will take an intersection and they'll tear gas people and they'll use pepper bombs and they'll try and grab individuals out of the crowd and they will, attack them. But they're always changing their tactics. They didn't do that 3 months ago. In 3 months, whatever they were doing then, 3 months before that, they weren't doing it. So we need to make adjustments as well. We need to be thoughtful in the way we construct our organizations and the way we are responding to the incursions as they're happening, right? And we need to learn from what we're doing. So we oftentimes will have meetings where we just debrief what's been happening. So we have a meeting where it's not like, what do we need to do next, but really, rather, what did we learn from what we have done? Now, it takes a moment, right? You have to be kind to each other when you're doing this. You have to be thoughtful, not blame people for what happened or say, oh, that was a mistake. It might have been a mistake. But what did we learn from it? And how are we going to be different next time? And how are we going to be better next? How are we going to be resilient next time? We try to be unexpected. Like, not everything we do is direct confrontation with ICE. This also goes back to like how there are other roles, right? Sometimes what we do is art. Sometimes what we do are like spoken word. Sometimes what we do is like walk kids to school or do presentations at classrooms or teach people songs, right? All of this matters because all of this is about building that resilient community. We're always super clear on what we're doing. Like, we are Protect RP and we are doing this because we want to build a resilient community, but we can do it in all of these ways because we are not sustained by resisting the conflict alone. We are sustained by each other and by the other parts of us that are so beautiful. I saw several people in the comments asking, like, is there room for art? You bet there is. Now, I don't know what it is in your community. You do, and you should do that. If you were in our community and you came to us and you said, I want to do an art installation and I want it to look like this, our response would be, great. What do you need? And then we'll probably ask you for something too, because that's what you do when you're in community. You learn to count on each other. But it also means to be unexpected in the way we respond to the incursions themselves, right? If we are consistently acting in the same way, then they find us predictable. And if they find us predictable, then they can move with speed. They can grab people up. They can disappear again long before we're ever there. So that's why we have all these different kinds of patrols. One, it's because of what fits in our community, and we've been thoughtful about that, but also two, because we don't want to act the same way every time, because then they'll start to change and then we'll be on our back heels. So we are always constantly asking ourselves and asking each other, like, What do you think we should do? How can we be different? Maybe we'll use noise next time. Maybe we'll move as a group next time. Maybe we'll gather in certain spots and then we'll converge in others. Like all of this we've done at some point or another and Protect RP, always trying to think about what is the thing that we have to do that is going to make sure that no one takes our community for granted when they're coming into it. And then finally, part of being creative is listening, right? Like one of the things we say at Protect RP is that no single one of us has every answer, but somebody does. And so we have to ask the questions and we have to listen to the answers. Hey, we've got this problem. You know, we're not getting there fast enough, especially in this part of the neighborhood. What do you think? Someone's going to know, or someone's going to have an experiment, or someone's going to have an idea. And they'd be like, okay, great. That sounds right. Is that right? Let's do that. We strive for consensus in our organization. We almost never take votes. We almost always strive for consensus. And sometimes that means that nobody gets what they wanted. Everybody gets a little bit of it. And that's okay. Because like I said, we have to reteach ourselves democracy. We have to reteach ourselves community. And that means compromise. So we don't vote. We don't try and dominate. That's their language. What we try and do is get to consensus so that we can move together as a group and move forward together. And then finally, I don't think I need to explain this one too much. You're here. There are 5,000 of you. When we started, a few less. That's all right. It's a lot of information. But you're here. So I don't think I need to explain courage. But I do want to tell you something about it. We know that not everyone has the same risk tolerance. We know that some of us have certain things that might be the color of our skin or socioeconomic status, whether we've got to go to work because we can't afford to miss it, whether we've got somebody at home who's counting on us and we can't afford to be away from them. There are certain people who have different, health, ability. There's all sorts of reasons that someone might have a different risk tolerance. And that's all right. We just ask people to be clear about it. What's your risk tolerance? And usually we say, what's your risk tolerance today? Because it'll go up and down. I know if you're like me, I know exactly how you felt when we heard about Renee, and I know exactly how you felt yesterday. That may not have been the best day to check your risk tolerance because I know what mine was, and it's not real. But we do ask people to check in regularly because we recognize that it will go up and down. And just be honest with the people you're working with. Hey, man, today, I can't. I just can't do that thing. I can do this. I'll do these things, but I can't go out there today. Okay, great. We'll get somebody else. That's cool. Thank you for what you're doing, right? Check in with your people about it too. Like once you do it for yourself, make sure that you understand where others are. Don't assume they're at the same level you are, and don't judge them if they're at a different one. But check in with them. Hey, man, how you feeling today? Or hey, I don't keep men and gender with man, but like it's a tweak, it's a twitch. But like how are you feeling today? How are we going to do this today? What's your risk tolerance? Being super clear with folks about it, right? And then making sure that you know what people are thinking. And then finally, we really ask people to think about staying safe. We've said it repeatedly in this training. I want to say it again. Do nothing alone. Do nothing alone. Do it all in groups. Because what we know now is what many people knew for a very long time, but many of us had to learn it, unfortunately, in this situation, is that they're not going to keep us safe. They're actually the problem. We're going to keep us safe. And the way we do that is together. Now, all of this is like really high level. We have very specific things. For some of you may have been referred by somebody else. We can do trainings that are really super specific on how to set up your organization, like what committees should you use, what processes, talk about signal, all of that stuff. This is high level, and that's on purpose because we're in a particular moment right now, and we want you to take these lessons with you. But we want you to know that we're here for the other ones too. because I know some of you in the comments had very specific questions, and we can help you answer them. I want to leave you with one last thought, which is about the role that you're playing right now and about the role that we all have to play in this moment. For us to be able to get through this, everything has to work. Everybody's got to play their role, right? We need the court system to hold them accountable for what they're doing. We need our elected officials and administrators to pass laws and policies that make it more and more difficult for them to do what they're doing. So it could be anti-masking laws, or you can't use this space, or this is a free zone, or revoking 287G agreements, or whatever it might be, getting rid of funding. They need to do their job. There's a whole layer of unions and nonprofits and social service agencies that have a specific role to create pressure on those who are in power, but also to service their members or to service people in communities. And we need them to focus on what they're doing and to do it well. But all of that, the engine that drives it is building these resilient communities. It is this new old thing that we do, where we get together in small groups, multi-layered, decide for ourselves what we're going to do, be courageous. That is the engine that drives it all. It's where people come in. There are 5,000 of you on this call today. That's the engine. This is where people are entering. It's also, as Jill said, where we get the images, where we can tell the story. Because if the people hadn't been there, we know the stories they would have told. We know the stories they would tell if people aren't there recording it, talking about what they saw, talking to not only like the whole world and putting it on social media, but talking to their friends and family, talking to people that they know and saying, no, man, no, I was there. I saw it. I know what they did. Here, it's on my phone. Let me show you. This, what you are doing now, is the engine of change. This is how we're going to get it back, how we're going to get our society back, our culture back, how we're going to make it better moving forward. You start here. So we ask you to be welcoming to your friends, and to people you don't know, to be creative in how you do this, and to have courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Let's take a breath. Soak it in. We're almost done. We're going to show you a few more things. This is an Ice Watch training that's happening in 3 days. This will be our more standard Ice Watch and community defense. We'll get a little bit more detail on how to build a community defense network of your own or a rapid response team. So please join this with us if you'd like to do a deeper dive on that. I'll come back to this slide in a moment. We're gonna show you some additional resources that we have for you. You will get all these resources in the email with the slide deck. But why don't we take a few questions? Eric, I think, is still here with us. Gabe is here. I'm gonna pin you, Eric, so that folks can see you too. Do folks have questions for us, or can our team up some questions that have been showing up in the Q&A? It would be good to answer live.
Yeah, Jill, we've had a bunch of questions, folks talking about the adjustment and strategy that we've seen as immigration enforcement has moved from LA to Chicago to Charlotte, now to Minneapolis. Can you talk a little bit about what we've seen and how things have changed so much in Minnesota?
We've seen their tactics change quite a bit over the weeks. We saw them change a lot in Chicago because that was a longer operation. And then we've seen quite a few changes in Minneapolis. So the training we've done today focuses sort of broadly on what you might see if you are anywhere in America. But if you are in Minneapolis, you may be seeing some what we call underhanded or ruses. ICE agents are trying to be more conspicuous, less identifiable. Actually, can we add that link to the chat about ice ruses? There's a really good resource about how to spot ice ruses. This is one way to sort of stay prepared for different tactics. So ICE, federal enforcement are allowed to lie to you. They are allowed to say they are somebody they are not, or represent something they don't. So the resource we're going to put in the chat is a good way to sort of use common sense, but also some specific tactics to figure out who and what you're dealing with. I would say this is the #1 thing that people should be looking out for. But I will also note that the best way to learn how the tactics are changing and what is happening is to talk to your neighbors who are out there, right? Talk at a hyper local level with people about what they are seeing day to day, so you can stay on top of how their tactics are changing and review their footage, right? So look over the footage as much as you can that is happening in your city. ICE and Border Patrol ICE and Border Patrol don't behave in the same way. That's fundamental, right? They have sort of different operating training. So you're going to see different things from different agencies. You're also going to see some differences in how these agencies operate in different cities. Gabe, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that's right. I mean, no, I have nothing to add.
I know there's probably more questions on this, and I understand. We want to know exactly what we're dealing with immediately. So it's really a natural feeling to sort of calm our anxieties about what we might encounter out there. But this really is changing day to day. We actually change our ICE Watch training week to week based on what we're seeing. So if you're in the Twin Cities, you are seeing some very different things than what other cities saw. And the best way to know what they are is to keep training locally, keep communicating with your people. Additional questions? Any questions for Eric? Gabe? Well, I think there were like 300 some odd questions answered today on the back end. I just want to give a shout out to our team, Zach, Gabby, Rebecca, Jessica. They are total all-stars in answering these questions. And I hope it's been helpful to you all. I also want to highlight a few hotline options for Ohio, Minneapolis, Illinois, North Carolina. But there are many, many more. So please look up your local hotline. Questions, team?
There was a couple of things that I saw in the questions. One was and from an artist who said, I don't know how art is especially useful right now. For us, it does two things. One, it's a way to tell the story that somebody who doesn't understand it in some other way can understand it through that. And we think telling the story about what's happening is incredibly important to our collective success. And the second thing is, it's something that people can galvanize around because it's something they can do when they're not on the front lines or they're not in your neighborhood for that day. And it's a way to engage people who otherwise might not become involved. So we think it's very important. And then someone asked about what do you do in rural areas? This is, I would refer you back to that question of where can you have impact? I come from a small town in Indiana. I know how hard that is to try and have impact in a small place. Think about it. Maybe it's an institution like a church or a school or a social service agency, and you want to start with that. Maybe there's more, you feel like there's not a lot of people support you, but you go out there and start doing it and you might be surprised. I would start with the area of impact and where you feel like you can have that impact, and then build out from there.
Eric, do you want to weigh in on the question of what art?
Yes, and I think we could assemble some resources, but the short piece is to one, remember there are different forms of community power, and mobilization is one form Never let authoritarians make you believe that you only have access to one form of power. It's how they control us. Arts and culture are also a valid form of power. They help people remember, they share and shift stories, it changes tone. And when artists come together, we shift the language out of the polarization of authoritarianism, right? That this is political division, and move it into the space of values. What I mean by that is the actions of ICE and the terrorizing of communities isn't a left-right issue. It's not a Republican-Democrat issue. It's not a conservative, liberal, libertarian issue. It is a value statement around whether we choose to be a society that lives in inclusion and opportunity or exclusion and terror. That's a value statement, and artists and cultural makers know how to tell those stories better than almost anyone else. They are not just a tool in the toolbox. Artists and music makers have their own base, right? Their own fans who they communicate with and who deserve our support in helping us organize those fan bases so that they also have an opportunity to be part of this civil rights movement that's growing.
I think that is a wonderful way to conclude our session today. I want to thank you all for being here. We are grateful to share this space with you. Thank you to Eric Ward. Thank you to Gabe Gonzalez for your leadership in this moment. We hope we see you all again. I want to remind you that the thousands of people who showed up today represent America. Right? Your neighbors are here, and they're in other places. So we are together. We hope we see you out there with your whistles and your phones. Please be safe. Please take care of each other. We'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.
All right. All right. Well, how was everyone's spy stream experience? How was that for you guys? That was pretty good for me. I got to be honest. I mean, it wasn't, I got to be honest, like that was not, for people who have never spy streamed with us before, that was not remotely the spiciest spy stream that we have ever seen in the history of spy stream. I just want to make that, very clear, but that was certainly interesting, wasn't it? So if you joined during that call for about the last hour and a half or so, you got to watch what is usually a supporter exclusive event on my stream, which is called Spy Stream, which is when we go inside live leftist trainings and we watch them live and we listen to what they're saying live. And, you know, we're a fly on the wall of what the left is doing, and they basically tell us exactly what they're doing. Now, what I did appreciate about that spy stream is they laid out exactly how they're doing organizing, like as clearly as possible. They laid out the different group structures. They taught people how to, the different roles that take place. They taught people about the whistles. They taught people, there was a lot of actually just like good stuff in that presentation that I knew was happening and that I think people who are regulars on my channel know was happening, but maybe hearing them actually say it is like a different thing for some people. And so it's good to have those clips that we can share. I'd love to hear how you guys are feeling about it in the chat, especially for people who've never been to Spy Stream before. Now, on the call, I told you guys that there was going to be a lot of spy streams coming up this week. And guess what? While we were on that spy stream, I found out about not one, but two more calls tonight. There are two more calls later tonight. Hey, you feel dumber now? See, you think you're doing this owning the libs bullshit and you think you're impressing me by making fun of them. But bro, let me explain something to you. You are losing badly and they are winning. They are winning massively. And so if you feel dumber now from listening to their plans and learning how they organize and learning how they're winning massively, then that says something about your intelligence, to be honest. If they're so dumb and you're so smart, then why are you losing so massively to them? Listen, for people who are new on my channel, I do not like this conservative bullshit owning the libs thing that you guys do, where you guys think that making fun of people is going to solve problems. We don't do that here. So thank you for the money. I appreciate the money, but please stop. Please stop. Let me just go through. I did get a couple of super chats and gifted channel memberships when we were on the call. And I do apologize. I can't answer chats and gifted channel memberships when we're on a spy stream, guys. I just can't. We'll go back to live coverage in a second. Thank you, Mark, for gifting a channel membership. W's in the chat for Mark if you guys hadn't done it already. We appreciate that, Mark. Veterans, did you see Minnesota Deputy Governor running a Signal organized? I did see that. Well, okay, listen. So the Signal organizing groups have been around for a long time. It doesn't surprise me at all that there were people connected to Tim Walz in those groups. However, Cam Higbee is not being accurate when he's saying those groups are coming from Tim Walz. Those groups are not coming from Tim Walz. They're coming from the immigrant rights groups. They were and the people who work for Tim Walz are associated with far left activism. That doesn't mean that Tim Walz is ordering. Tim Walz probably didn't even know about these fucking groups. So Cam Higbee is not being accurate in that regard. Although I really do appreciate Cam's reporting on that. There is no universe in which Tim Walz is the commander of the rapid response groups. And Cam is saying that on Twitter, and I understand why he's saying it, and I respect his journalism here, but he's wrong about that. But I did see that. I do appreciate the super chat. 5K watching. Yeah, for people who weren't paying attention, there were 5,000 people watching that anti-ICE organizing call on their Zoom. This was not onesie or twosie, guys. There were 5,000 people all over the country. And by the way, they organized that call at the last minute. So that should tell you something. 5K watching, no way more here is just an example of 1,000 more watching. Think how many of them are doing the same. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but there were thousands of people on that call. No, Cam Higbee is not an op. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's wrong about something. Yeah, we already addressed that one. You're stupid if you feel dumb. Anti-commie, if you're having trouble understanding their logic, that's understandable. It's a lot to take in. They use the same vocabulary, but different definitions. Very true, anti-commie. I do appreciate that. Interesting to see their meeting began with mindfulness. Yeah, they do this sometimes. So they don't do this in every single meeting, but they definitely do it in some of their meetings where they start the meeting by saying, take in a deep breath and relax. And sometimes they even do a guided meditation. And if you guys are ever watching one of those meetings, do not do their deep breathing exercises. They're trying to make you relax to get you to be like more susceptible to their bullshit. But they do it every once in a while. They don't do it all the time, but it is a weird thing when it happens for sure. Thank you for the super chat. First time hearing any of this, I'm just mind blown. They're becoming a living, breathing organized. No, okay, listen, they're not becoming anything. And I know you're new, so I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Guys, they have been doing these calls, these exact same calls, for over a year. I need to emphasize this for people who are new and you think this is all new information. This is not new information. I have literally been sitting in organizing calls exactly like that for a year now. They've been doing those calls for over a year. I have been undercover with Antifa in New York City specifically, where I got literally exactly the same training from Antifa directly in person with the same talking points, talking about salute and all that stuff. I have a handout from that training that I got when I was undercover. That was when was that? That was right after Charlie Kirk died. That was in September. So they have literally been doing, I mean, and all of those trainings, by the way, they're all the same. They might vary a little bit here and there. Some might have more interesting things than others. Like there's always variation, but more or less those trainings are almost entirely the same. So it's not that they're becoming an organized organization. They already are highly organized. The left this is why I beg and plead with conservatives to stop making fun of them and to stop calling them stupid and to stop saying these are paid protesters, because every time you guys do this shit, you dismiss them and you don't take it seriously for the threat that it is, because this shit has been going on for a year, and the fact that conservative audiences still don't know about this, that is a reflection of your influencers and your content creators and your pundits who are lying to you and withholding information. It's not your fault that you haven't been informed of this. It is the fault of conservative and right-wing media who only talks about their approved talking points, who don't tell you anything that's happening on the ground. This is why I only use primary source evidence on my channel. I just watch the left directly. I go to their trainings all the time. We do this several times a week. And so this is why we know more about what is going on here than you are going to hear about on Fox News, than you're going to hear about on the Daily Wire, that you're going to hear about with Steven Crowder, that you're going to hear about on The Blaze, that you're going to hear on like literally any right-wing media at all. You will learn more here than any right-wing media at all, because right-wing media has no idea this stuff is even going on because they don't listen. They don't listen. So I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much for that. I think I got another one. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. I do love super chats without messages, but I like messages too. Messages are fine. Did I get any more? Did we get any on Rumble? Rumble, did I miss any super chats that came in over with you or channel memberships or anything? I apologize if I did. I'm scrolling back through the chat. I don't think I did. But thank you, Rumble, for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys. Let's see. We got another super chat here from Master Shake. Find a local signal group. Yeah, guys, those signal groups that they're talking about, exist all over the country. Okay, so find the local. One of the most productive things that anyone can do: get into the local signal group in your community. Okay, no, you don't have to participate. I'm not telling you to go out and do anti-ICE activism or anything, but like get into the local signal group in your community and monitor what they're saying and just look at it and tell us what's going on and take screenshots if you can. But these signal groups exist all over the country. And also, I was seeing a lot of comments in the chat. This is only happening in blue states. It's not only happening in blue states. It's happening in red states too. I know of multiple places in Florida where this is happening, like literally right now. We've infiltrated trainings in Florida. We've videoed Antifa in Florida before. Like, there's no universe in which this is not happening in red states, and conservatives need to start hinging into reality about that. All right, guys, we are coming back to our main coverage now. BG on the Scene is, of course, live on the scene. I did mention before, hang on. Hang on, I'm having trouble with a thing. I'm having trouble with a thing that I need to work, and it's not working. So, guys, I did mention before that that there are 2 more spy streams coming up tonight. I don't know. Here's what I'm kind of thinking. Would you guys like to do a little game called Keep Spy Stream Public for Everyone for the entire evening? Here is how this game is going to work. I'm going to get BG up so we can see what's going on. I also would like to go back and watch some of the speeches that happened when we were on Spy Stream. I know that BG was filming the speeches, so we can go back and do that. Here is what I am thinking. Here is what I am thinking right now. Hang on. Let's get this in the way that I have it. Boom. There we go. Got a super chat. Minnesota State Rep Alex was recorded in a mosque of Somalis, said he runs the signal group for ICE Watch and was encouraging them to join and assist. That does not surprise me at all. I'm pretty sure Alex has been out at several of these anti-ICE protests since all this stuff got started. Does not surprise me at all. Thank you for letting me know, Swamp Puppy Ninja. I really do appreciate it. All right, let me see. Let me see how many super chat. How much money have I made so far? Like $300. That's pretty good. Okay, guys, here is the challenge. That I'm going to offer to the chat today. It is almost 5 p.m. There are 2 more calls that I just found out about tonight that I have signed up for, that I have the links for, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Within the next 2 hours, can we get 100 new gifted channel memberships out to people on the stream? Both on YouTube and Rumble will count as well. If we can hit a membership goal of 100 new channel members across YouTube and Rumble before 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, then as a reward for bringing more people into the community, I will make the 2 spy streams tonight free and public for everyone as a reward for everyone, okay? And just so you know, there's already spy streams built out for this week. Also on the call, there are at least 3 different organizing calls tomorrow that I know about. There are probably more than that. And there's also another one on Wednesday. So there will be supporter exclusive spy streams this week that everyone who gets a gifted channel membership will be able to attend our supporter exclusive spy streams. But I want to try to keep the calls free for everyone tonight. So if we can get a combined total of 100 gifted channel memberships between YouTube and Rumble in the next 2 hours, then we will keep them free for everyone. Cynthia's already in with 5 gifted channel memberships. We got Kazmar in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's for Cynthia and Kazmar in the chat right now. That's awesome. Already 10% of the way there, guys. Already 10% of the way there. Let's tune in with BG on the scene. I have to go pee. And so I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna leave and be right back. I'm gonna let BG on the scene play, and you guys can send in those channel memberships. I'll count them when I get back. All right, but like I really need to pee, so I'm gonna be right back. Let me just put this on live for you guys. Oh, of course he freezes as soon as I'm like, I really need to pee. BG, get your camera live again. This is like an emergency. Like you guys don't know, the struggle is real. When you get older, you have to go to the bathroom all the fucking time. Like, come on, BG. I believe in you, BG. Get the fucking camera live, BG. There we go. We're back. No, it's over. BG just went down, didn't he? He went down at the worst possible time. Went down at the worst possible fucking time. No, we're waiting. I'm not going to leave you guys unentertained. He might be down, though. He might just be down. He might just be down. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to rewind BG's stream, and we're going to listen to some speeches. And when I come back... well, he's down, BG. BG's down. No, BG, come back. Thank you, Full Metal, for becoming a member of the channel. Really do appreciate it. Thank you, Bok, for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. BG said he was going offline. All right, well, you know what we can do then? We can go back and watch the speeches from earlier that we missed. That's what we can do, because I didn't get to watch these speeches because we were on Spy Stream. I want to watch the speeches. Anyone else want to watch the speeches? So this is from an hour ago. Well, hopefully, you know what? Hopefully someone gives you a channel membership. I really appreciate you being a member of the channel. Hopefully you can come back someday. We got 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Denali. 5 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much for supporting the channel, bro. Really appreciate it. All right. I'm gonna put the speeches on from earlier, and I'm gonna go pee. That's what's gonna happen. But first, Cynthia, 10 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Cynthia. Awesome. We're really working our way to that goal, guys. We're already like 30% of the way to the goal. Awesome job, guys. Okay. 5 more. Hey, why not? Dan, W's in the chat for Dan. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. We got a new member here, AC Cat. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the cult. You're never leaving now. It's over. Your life is over. You're going to be here for the rest of your life. It's going to be awesome. All right, I'm going to play this. I'll be right back.
I want you to join me in a variation on the chant we've been doing all the way here. When I say, if we don't get it, I want you to say, strike, strike, strike. If we don't get it, strike, strike, strike. I said, if we don't get it, strike, strike, strike. Strike, strike, strike. Strike, strike, strike. That's right, and that's exactly what we did here on Friday. We shut it down on Friday in a general strike. Hundreds of thousands of people across the cities and across the state poured into the downtown to shut it down completely, to demand ICE out of Minnesota, to demand ICE off our streets. I cannot impress upon you enough what an enormous victory that was, because that was the first time in nearly 100 years that a general strike was called for and succeeded, and it succeeded because of all of you. exercise an enormous amount of power. And what happens now is that we are in a moment of struggle. We are now going back and forth against this racist administration to show them that we will not stand for this. Just as the eyes of the nation are on us for inspiration, they were hoping that we would be scared. They were hoping that it would spread across the rest of the country and people would feel powerless and afraid and alone. But what do we have right here? We have tens of thousands of people here in the street. We are not afraid. And that's the message that is going out to the rest of the country. We Minnesotans are some of the bravest people out there. Nothing is too cold. Nothing is too frightening. Our solidarity and our unity is unbeatable. They wanted us to go back. They wanted to turn back the tides of possibility with this horrific murder. They wanted the rest of the country to say maybe it's not possible for them. But now the momentum we have unleashed is unstoppable. Anytime the Trump administration thinks about invading another city with another deployment, they have to wonder, will they be like Minneapolis and do a general strike against us? We are not going to go back. We are going to go forward. And now we have shown that we have the power to do a one-day general strike. And in response to the execution-style murder of Alex Preddy, there is only one response that is appropriate from us as the people, and that is to extend and expand this strike. Our power as working people is that we make society run. We are the backbone of our economies. We are the neighbors that look out for each other. We are the teachers, the students, the care workers that make everything possible. And so if we want to say that we want ICE out of our communities, we know where our power is. And we can wield it again. This strike needs to spread to other cities. This strike needs to continue right here in the state of Minnesota until we get what we want. The tactic of the general strike is what raises our horizon for what is possible. Several months ago, the idea of a general strike, most people didn't even know unless it came off of a history book. And now hundreds of thousands of us from Friday lived through a general strike. We now know what is possible. And so we must continue to raise the horizon of what can be done, because months ago they said that something like this could not be done. Months ago, there was no clear path forward to fight back against ICE terror. But now we have the path forward to a just future, to an end to this racist administration, to a just world that serves all of us and meets the needs that we have. That is why the general strike is necessary. That is why the strike needs to extend and expand. It is because if we continue to stay unified, if we continue to stand up for each other, we have a world to win for all of us. I want to end
by talking through this chant that we've been chanting in these streets. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty to stand up for one another. It is our duty to speak out against this racist, violent campaign that is being carried out against
All right, I'm
our
back.
neighbors.
I'm back. I'm back. Everyone calm down. I'm back.
When we say it is our duty, it is because it is
All right. Just for people who are just arriving, I just want to give you like a mise-en-scène of what's going on. We are watching coverage from a little bit earlier today of the speeches in the protest. We're watching it now because we just infiltrated a live leftist training on the call to see an anti-ICE training, and the speeches happened during the anti-ICE training. So now we're going back and we're watching what happened in Minneapolis earlier today.
only us that is going to stand up for us. And so we cannot afford to be silent, and we must continue to hit the streets. And the next part is that it is our right. It is our right to strike, because we are the working people that make everything run. We are the people that create all of the wealth of society. It is our right to say that we want to say in how society is run.
Yo! $50 super chat from Native American. I found you a week ago when all this started. I watched if you were new to my if you are new to my work, but haven't watched anything else because I've been watching live streams. I just watched Queer Marxism. Wow, I see why you get frustrated. Your explanation, your work explains it all. Hey, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I want to let people know what he's talking about if you are new to me or new to my work, just so people know. I cover the far left every day. I do not cover the far left when it's in the news cycle. I do this literally every single day, and I have done this for years. I have gone undercover with Antifa more than anyone else that I know of in the country. I infiltrate their trainings all the time, just like we did earlier today. Normally it's a supporter exclusive, but I literally do this stuff all the time. I read their propaganda. I go to their events. I analyze what they're talking about in the real world in real time so that we know exactly what the far left is doing. If you're new to my work, one of the very best resources to get you started understanding the far left is over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. You can find the link down in the description below. And when you get there, I want you to go to this little button here with a picture of me that says new to my work. And the very first thing you want to watch is my re-education training. This is a 90-minute training where I walk you through different clips from leftist trainings to show you what they say behind closed doors when they think people like us are not listening. For the people who are asking, they don't know who I am. Bro, the left has known who I am for years. The left fucking hates me. It's the right who doesn't know who I am. It's not the left who doesn't know who I am, I promise you. They look for me at their events. I was on an Antifa hit list wall. Like, I went to an event where a picture of me was on the wall. I was on an Antifa hit list wall. But I wear disguises and they have masks and things like that. And, you know, you can make yourself look different if you want to. So oftentimes they don't catch me. How do you have a live stream but are not able to infiltrate? Because I wear disguises. Because I am a professional. I've been doing this for years. I'm literally bro, I've now answered your question 3 different times. Are you smart enough to be here? We have a high IQ channel. We don't have a low IQ channel. How do you do it? I wear disguises. No, how do you really do it? I really wear disguises. No, how do you do it? I wear disguises. I have fake names. They require masks at their events. I dress like them. I talk like them. They think I'm them. I wear fucking chest binders at some of these things. I wear disguises, asshole. Like, what do you want? Anyway, if you're new to my work and you want to get started with a deep dive into what the fuck we're talking about, the re-education training is the very best place to start. This is also available on YouTube and Rumble, but it's just easier to link it from my Substack. This is 90 minutes. It's totally free, available for everyone. This will get you a crash course in leftist language so that you understand it. If you like this training, you can do my 4-hour masterclass, which goes much more in depth. Again, this is all using clips from real leftist trainings. You don't have to take my word for it. It's just just clips from leftist training so you can hear what they're saying. And then what this amazing super chat was talking about was my queer Marxism training. I'm currently working on a book about queer Marxism. Queer Marxism is the most dystopian ideology on the far left. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. Queer is a far left political ideology that is trying to undermine what they call normativity, which is the norms that uphold capitalism. And so if you want to know what that super chat was talking about with queer Marxism, that this is an hour-long lecture that I did on my YouTube channel where I explain what this ideology is. And it's an interesting thing too, because it definitely contributes to what we're seeing in the world today. So this is something we're going to start seeing a lot more of. I just wanted to make sure people knew where these resources are. Again, this is over on my Substack, karlyn.substack.com. Just click the new to my work section. All of this is free and available to the public. Please share it out. This is just resources I created for people who, were new to my work and they wanted an introduction to it. So I appreciate that super chat. Anti-commie, conservatives call her a leftist. The socialists call her a fascist. The socialists that's actually correct. The conservatives call me a leftist. They say I'm secret Antifa. The socialists call me a fascist. And in this particular occasion, the socialists are actually correct, which is a very interesting thing. Thank you for the super chat. So happy to have found you. I've been spying on leftists since Tumblr days, but you were such a valuable source of info. It's much deeper than I thought. I'm a Karlyn fangirl and all. Hey, I do appreciate that. Thanks so much for the super chat, guys. Really do appreciate it. Now, we are still trying to meet a channel membership goal. We have 36 channel memberships so far. If we can hit 100 new channel members in the next 2 hours, you guys get 2 more spy streams today, free and public on the internet. So we'll work on that. But right now we're going to go back. And again, this is the protest in Minneapolis from just a couple hours ago. We're going back and watching the speeches because we missed them when we were on spy stream. So that's what we're doing, guys. Mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, all that jazz. And if you guys have questions about no. Konstantin Kisin is an asshole. Konstantin Kisin is not only an asshole, he's a very, 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 very dumb asshole. Konstantin Kisin has known about my work for years. Konstantin Kisin has smeared me publicly on the internet more than once. Konstantin Kisin has run around telling everyone I'm crazy when I have evidence for everything I do. Konstantin Kisin can very literally suck my dick. He's a failed fucking comedian that wasn't funny, and so he went over to conservative media and became a grifter content creator that just follows these talking points. He doesn't actually understand what he's talking about, by the way. I've listened to him. He doesn't know fuck off about the left. So no, Konstantin Kisin is beneath me by like a metric of like 50. Francis, I have no problem with. I think Francis Foster is just kind of like there and hanging out and just having a good time. I have no beef with Francis, but Konstantin Kisin can eat my entire ass. That's how I feel about that guy. So no, I will not be going on trigonometry anytime soon.
That is why we will hit the streets until we get justice for Renee. Until we get justice for Alex. Until every single last ICE agent is out of Minnesota. Now you all know it. Chant with me. It is our duty. It is our right. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike.
Welcome,
strike,
Pew Pew.
strike, strike.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the cult, bro.
It is our duty. It is our right. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, 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 strike. Thank you.
Okay, we need to, again, this is for new people. We need to be very clear. These are not liberals. These are socialists and communists. The people we're watching in this crowd right now are socialists and communists. They are not liberals. They hate liberals. They shit talk liberals all the time. Every time you guys call them liberals, you are actually allowing them to make more progress. So please, we need to be specific here. These are not liberals. These are communists and socialists. Nope. No. Everyone in the chat, can people please educate our new retard friend here so he can be less retarded? No, asshole. Socialists. I'm going to speak slowly for you. Socialists hate liberals. Only retards and faggots think that socialists and liberals are the same thing. Socialists shit talk liberals all the time. Socialists don't want anything to do with liberals. Socialists think liberals are fascists. Are you following, or do I need to speak slower? They are not the same thing. If you stick around my channel, you're going to see that. But right now, you're in your retard phase, and it's up to you whether or not you leave your retard phase. But on this channel, we hinge into reality. Liberals support capitalism. These people want to overthrow capitalism. It's pretty simple. Bro, liberals are not far left. You guys understand this, right? Okay, hang on. We have new people. Hang on. Okay. Here's what we need to do. For all the new people that are here for the first time, I just need the website to load. I need all of you to go over to my website, decodetheleft.com/map. On this website, I have literally created a chart for you that explains the difference between Democrats and liberals and progressives and democratic socialists and revolutionary socialists. There is a chart with mostly like its images, but there's also words as well. You're going to have to do some reading. I then created profiles of all of the different types of groups so that you can understand the difference between Democrats, liberals, progressives, democratic socialists, and revolutionary socialists. This is important information. Not, guys, LS here wants me to be less derogatory or they're not staying. Hey, LS, get the fuck off my channel, you fucking faggot. You hear me? You fucking hear me? You think you're gonna tone police me, you fucking pansy snowflake? Do you sound like a fucking leftist? You think you're gonna tell me what to say on my channel when I've been doing this shit for years? When you assholes don't even know the difference between liberals and fucking socialists? Go cry me a fucking river. You fucking pansy snowflake retard. Get the fuck off my channel. Am I being clear? This is not a conservative safe space. We are not going to coddle your feelings. If you whine and complain in my chat, you're going to be deported from my entire channel because I'm going to gatekeep the ever-loving fuck out of my chat. And any conservative retards that want to whine and complain or tell me to take a Xanax, deporto! Permanent ban! Bye! Get the fuck off my channel! Go away! You're in my house, assholes! No coddling here! This is not your conservative safe space. We are an exclusive community, not an inclusive community. Cynthia with the 5 gifted channel memberships! W's for Cynthia. Cynthia. Cynthia loves it when I'm derogatory. In fact, Cynthia pays me money to be derogatory. No one has ever paid me money to not be more derogatory. In fact, people pay me money and they say, be meaner, Karlyn. Be meaner. Be meaner. And I got to do what the crowd wants. If you guys want to pay me money to be less derogatory, you can send in a super chat and see how that goes. Anyway, there's the chart. If you want to learn more about the differences between the groups, you can go there, go learn, whatever. Let's watch protesting.
Make some noise! Make some noise for Naomi Fox! Now, Naomi had some words real quick, and I want to extend that into a chant maybe right now. You know what will kick out ICE? You know what will kick out ICE? Minnesota, expand the strike! Minnesota, expand the strike! You know what will kick out ICE? You know what will kick out ICE? Minnesota, expand the strike! Minnesota, expand the strike! You know what will kick out ICE? You know what will kick out ICE? Minnesota, expand the strike!
I'll work on that.
Minnesota, expand the strike! Minnesota, expand the strike!
What is it with W's in the chat? So every time someone gifts channel memberships out to the community, then we do W's in the chat, because not only are they supporting my work, they're also supporting the community, because there are a lot of people who watch my content that can't afford to financially contribute, which is of course fine. But when people gift channel memberships out to the community, they get more people into my spy stream coverage. And so it's just a nice way to make spy streams and member content more accessible to everyone. And so we do W's in the chat when people gift channel memberships, or we do it sometimes when people send super chats too. You know, you can do both. But like the channel memberships are a win for everyone in the community, because it supports my work and it also supports the community in general. So that's why we do it. We want to we want to support people who are supporting the channel, you know? Got anything for getting started with this infiltration thing? Actually, yes. On my plan, and I was going to do this already, but we've been doing so much protest coverage, I'm going to be doing a series of videos to train people how to infiltrate, because it can't just be me anymore. I'm starting to get caught at events and stuff like that. So I'm actually going to be doing videos kind of when protest coverage maybe dies down, or maybe I just have to figure out another way to do it, to get more people into the to get more people to infiltrate. So I don't have this yet, but yes, that will absolutely be coming. We got a Rumble rant from Kevin. Can you please be more derogatory? Asking for a friend. You rock, Dr. K. See, people pay me money to be mean on the internet. I have the greatest job in the world. Thanks so much, Kevin. I really do appreciate it. We got 5 gifted channel memberships from Gladiator Girl. W's for Gladiator Girl in the chat. We really appreciate it. Welcome, Navy Chief. See, I bet you U.S. Navy Chief retired is not offended by my tone. I bet you U.S. Navy Chief retired is like, yeah, you just became a channel member because I told people off, didn't you? I know. My grandfather was in the Navy. I know what you guys are like. Thanks for becoming a member of the channel. Really do appreciate it.
Make some noise, Minneapolis! Keep it up! We've got Doug here for some more. Give it up for Doug!
Hey, I'm going to tell my story again. I'm Doug. Again, I'm a U.S. military veteran. I was in the Army, and I know what a detaining looks like.
Hey, Goro, I'm not sure if I missed your 5 gifted channel memberships or if I thanked you over on Rumble, but I don't think I saw it till just now. So if I didn't thank you before, thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Goro, W's for Goro. If I haven't done that already, I may have done it already, but I don't remember. Thank you, Cowboy, for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
For a trained soldier, for trained personnel, I know that what happens when you have 6, 7 agents holding somebody down. I know what that looks like.
Yo, U.S. Navy Chief retired. I must have done something to really make you happy, because he just gifted out 20 new channel memberships to the community. Massive W's for U.S. Navy Chief retired. 20 new channels. Thanks, bro, for supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate it. That's awesome. We got Yo on in. More mean, more derogatory. I know what you guys like. I know what you guys like. Someday I'm going to get a riding crop, and you guys are going to love it, and it's going to be great. Thank you, guys.
In my opinion, that looks like somebody who is under...
And just for the record, we are now up to 69 new channel members. 69. Nice. Nice work, guys. Well done. Cynthia, donating to the derogatory fund in Bot's name. Hey, thanks, Cynthia. I will make sure Bot gets credit for that gift.
Control. They had Alex under control, in my opinion, right? That's right. Again, I have to be very clear about what I say, because
Yep. All good faith questions about the left are welcome. Thank you, Anti-Commie. Appreciate it. No, listen, guys. I'm serious when I say if you're asking a good faith question, I'm not going to ban you for asking a good faith question. It's just assholes and retards we ban. Don't worry about it. it's not people who don't know the information. There's a difference between a retard and someone who just doesn't know the information. Yo, hang on. Let me get back to you real quick on this. I am going to answer this question, but first we have to celebrate Duncan in with the 20 gifted channel memberships. W's for Duncan in the chat. You know, Duncan came on the channel the other day. It was the funniest fucking thing. This is like, it was if you guys weren't here for the stream yesterday, Duncan comes on the channel, says they're all paid protesters in the chat. I was in a bad mood because I'd already been streaming for like 8 hours and I didn't even look at the name and I just banned him from the channel because I was so pissed off. I was like, fucking paid protesters, go fuck yourself. And then I realized it was Duncan. I was like, no! Like, abort, we can't ban Duncan from the channel. It was awesome. Massive W's, Duncan. We love you. We appreciate you. Thanks so much, bro. You're the best. You are the best. All right, back to this. Please don't ban me. I was just wondering how we can get organized like they can. I mean, the first step to this, bro, is you got to start taking this more seriously. You've got to start taking this more seriously. And by you, I mean conservatives in general, the right wing in general. Right now, there is no opposition to these people. These people are going completely unopposed. They took over a several block radius in Minneapolis yesterday without trying very hard. That's fucking insane. And people are going to say, oh, the police already tore it down. I promise you they're going to put it back. Just watch what happens this week. I promise you. Those barricades are going back up this week. And they're going to do exactly the same thing again. Because right now, the left in Minneapolis outnumbers the opposition. They outnumber the cops and they outnumber ICE agents by like a factor of at least 4. Like there are minimally 20,000 very organized leftist activists right now in Minneapolis. There's 600 cops and there's 3,000 ICE agents. So like they are highly organized. And the problem that the right has is they don't take this seriously at all. All they do is make fun of them and meme and all this other stuff. And they don't take any of this seriously. So the first thing, if you want to get organized like they are, you have to start taking these people seriously. Stop saying they don't have jobs. Stop saying they're paid protesters. They're not paid protesters. Stop saying they're stupid, they're dumb, they're narcissists, whatever owning the libs bullshit you guys do. You've got to let go of those little conservative fantasies. And until you do that and start hinging into reality, there's nothing that can be done. There's nothing that can be done. Hey, we got W's in the chat for Bandit for 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. Really appreciate it, Bandit. Thanks so much. Let's see. Guys, I think we already met the 100 goal. I think between Rumble and YouTube, we actually already met the goal. So we'll be doing 2 more spy streams later. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'll show you the craziest shit on the internet. Don't worry about it.
Spoke with the BCA to hold him accountable. We need justice in our streets, and there's only one way we're going to get it. We got to expand this strike. Because people like Alex, military veterans, holding it down, saving people's lives.
I missed a super chat. I apologize for missing a super chat, Dan. I apologize, or Dorfus, apologize for U.S. Navy chiefs. I support. I don't. Is that where you make them jump off the boat and you drag them to the other side? I wasn't in the Navy. My grandfather was in the Navy. I think that's what that is. Thank you. Appreciate it. There is a member Discord, and I'll be sending out the link to YouTube channel members a little bit, probably in like an hour or so.
Where I get my health care, saving lives, we need to keep standing up. So all of you out there, we need to honor Alex's memory by not going to work, not shopping, not working, etc. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, Minneapolis general strike. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, Minneapolis general strike. Thank you.
Give it up for Doug! No more Minnesota nice.
No more Minnesota nice.
Minneapolis will strike.
Actually, is this the PSL? Yeah, this is the PSL. I want to show you guys something though. So I saw something on Instagram during the spy stream that I think is interesting. Okay, so there are several different groups that are organizing right now in Minneapolis. This is the Party for Socialism and Liberation, the PSL. There's also the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, the FRSO. There is Socialist Alternative. There's the Democratic Socialists of America, or the Twin Cities DSA specifically. And then there is Antifa. And I want to make sure we're being specific about this, because like Antifa is different than the PSL. It's different than the FRSO. It's different than Socialist Alternative. It's very different than the DSA. Antifa is its own kind of thing. And I want to demonstrate that, because Antifa does not like a lot of the organizing that's going on in Minneapolis right now, because it's not violent enough. So there's an account that I follow called Twin Cities Ungovernable on Instagram, and this is an Antifa account. This is an Antifa account that is advocating for violent direct action, destructive direct action. One of the main differences between the groups like the PSL and the FRSO and like all those other groups, they don't actually advocate for violence. They will go right up to the line. They aren't necessarily afraid of like damaging property, but they really don't advocate for violence. Antifa overtly rejects nonviolence. There is a total rejection of nonviolent protesting because they want to be destructive. They want to be violent. And so Antifa in Minneapolis posted this on Instagram earlier today. This kumbaya candlelight vigil shit is dead. Why the fuck are we still waiting around for the next escalation right now? Those do-nothing social democrat leftist orgs like FRSO exist purely to pacify people and control opposition. Fuck them. Fuck the megaphone. Holding yellow-vested peace police. Your anger is a gift. Use it. Don't let anyone pacify you. Pacification is dead. And then the caption says, I got killed by the feds and people started if I got killed by the feds and people started a candlelight vigil for me, instead of coming the fuck unglued, I'd be hunting motherfuckers like a poltergeist the rest of my afterlife and eternity. Okay? So I want people to be aware of this, is that there is dissension on the far left about what tactics to be using in this. And you have the violent, destructive faction of Antifa kind of squaring off against groups like the PSL and the FRSO and the Socialist Alternative and the DSA. Because again, all of those groups don't really do violence. They're not dangerous to be around. Antifa is actually dangerous. So I wanted to make sure people were aware of that so you knew the difference between some of the groups.
Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nice. Minneapolis will strike. Give it up, folks.
I mean, Amy, I don't vote for Republicans. I think Republican politicians are basically useless cucks of Israel. And so, like, I don't vote for Republicans. I think, you know what? Listen, like, if Republicans aren't going to get their shit together, then they don't deserve votes either. So it is what it is, I suppose.
We've got another speaker here. Emelina, give it up for Emelina!
Bonjour, all my relatives.
Bonjour.
Emelina, indigenous cause, Mukwan, Dudem, Miskwa, Gummiwi, Zaga, Indian, Dunjaba, and Dog, Kavi Kong.
What the fuck?
My name's Emelina. I'm from the Bear Clan, and I come from the Red Lake Nation, and I live in Minneapolis. Oh my God. I am a student organizer of PSL and a proud Red Laker and Mexican American.
Hola, señorita.
Throughout these past couple of weeks, it has gotten more and more difficult and more scary to go to school. Not just me feeling this way, but my other peers are feeling this way from the murder of Renee Nicole Good on January 7th. Then after ICE agents had left the scene 8 hours after and then went to Roosevelt High School. They had shot tear gas at students and teachers, and they took away 2 educators. This is the kind of action that ICE has been putting on students that is making us fear going to school and getting the education we were promised. It has been 2 weeks since the murder of Renee Nicole Good, and throughout this past 2 weeks has created chaos and disruption in our communities. And so sadly, yesterday they took another life. Alexander Jeffrey Pretty. How many community members, how many neighbors does it have to take for ICE terror to stop in our communities? How many lives does it take to stop causing this ICE terror? The shock and the disbelief after we had our general strike. The first after it hasn't been done in 80 years, we created history. But then the next day, Border Patrol took a life. We have to continue the general strike, not just in Minnesota, but in every state, to show we are sick and tired of this ICE terror. Students from every district in Minnesota, students from out of state are walking out of their schools due to this ICE terror. Everywhere in the United States, this ICE terror has to stop. This ICE terror is disgusting. This ICE terror must end. Chimi Glitch, all my relatives.
Make it up for Amelina! Give it up! You heard her. This ICE terror has to stop. And you also heard her. The only way we do that is together. No more Minnesota nice. No more Minnesota nice. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nice. No more Minnesota nice. Minneapolis will strike. 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 Come on!
All right, I want to give a lesson to all the new people here. I know that, listen, I know there are a lot of right-wingers that are very excited right now. I know there are a lot of right-wingers that are very excited and you guys want to do something and you guys want to be aggressive about it. But what Kevin Posobiec is doing here is not actually productive. Okay. This is one of the trainings that's going to be happening tomorrow. This is not one of the spy streams I was going to be doing, so I'm not really that worried about it. But this is happening tomorrow. There is a No Kings mass call tomorrow. It's actually overlapping with another training that we are going to be watching, so I'll tell you more about that in a sec. But like, my point here is this. Kevin Posobiec has now blasted out onto social media that there's going to be a leftist organizing mass call tomorrow. Guys, when you tell the left that you know about their call and you blast the link out to tens of thousands of people and a whole bunch of those people sign up for that call, does anyone want to guess what might happen in response to that? They're going to cancel the call, you fucking retards. Now, I'm not actually worried about the No Kings stuff. No Kings is a progressive group. It's not a far left group. Kevin Posobiec thinks he's stumbled on the far left groups organizing the protests. He really hasn't. He stumbled upon a progressive group. Their stuff is very accessible. I'm not actually worried about this. I'm just making the point that, like, for the calls that I infiltrate, do you guys see me tweeting about what those calls are and telling everyone to sign up for them before I infiltrate them? No. Do you want to know why? Because they would cancel the fucking call and then you can't find out what they're doing. This is the same thing like when I went undercover in Seattle with Antifa at that anarchist book fair, and I got that flyer that they were doing a direct action on Halloween, and then I put the flyer on social media. Now, I wanted to blow up that direct action, but conservatives got a hold of that flyer because I put it out on social media. And then 2 weeks later, they went to the direct action and they were surprised that nothing was happening. Well, they canceled it. I made a flyer go viral on social media. Of course, they canceled their direct action, but conservatives didn't seem to comprehend. They were like, you were lying about this. I'm like, no, I wasn't lying. Their flyer went viral on social media. Do you think they're fucking retarded? They're going to cancel their direct action if you blow their flyer up on social media. I wanted them to cancel it, so I didn't really care that much. But like when it comes to like leftist organizing calls, we want to know what the left is doing. We want to hear what they're doing. We want to know what their organizing tactics are. And so if you blow up the organizing call by tweeting it beforehand to tens of thousands of people, they're probably not, maybe not in this case, but like most more far left organizations would just cancel the call. So can we not do that? Like snitches get stitches, guys. Like we don't fuck up like intelligence gathering when we're doing this stuff. So Kevin Posobiec, I'm sure he's a really nice guy, but that was really, really dumb.
Now, as we wrap up here, we got some words from Simon. Can you make some noise for Simon?
Yeah, espionage is not easy for everyone, apparently. Just for me.
In 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, the only reason that Derek Chauvin was arrested is because night after night after night, we were in the streets demanding justice. And after the murder of Renee Nicole Good, and once again after another murder at the hands of ICE and CBP, the murder of Alex Pretty, we will stay in the streets.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
After night after night. And after Friday's historic general strike, whether it was by design or by coincidence, ICE murdered another one of our community members, and they want us to lose our confidence.
No, that's not
They
Noah.
want us to cower, and they want us to be afraid. But we refuse. We will stay in these streets until we have justice for Renee, justice for Alex, and justice for every immigrant family subjected to ISIS terror.
Wait. Are you shitting me? Are you serious? New phase being used on X by conservative accounts. We have a communist problem. Guys, the conservatives are starting to discover that the far left is real. Oh, they're starting to oh my god. Okay. Well done, conservatives. You figured it. Conservatives, you cracked the case there. You cracked the case.
The Twin Cities once again is the epicenter of struggle. And once again, we have set the path for the nation to follow. And that path is one of general strike. So as we close tonight, I want you all to make the commitment that you will stay in these streets and you will bring your friends, your family, your coworkers, every single person in your life to join you. And after moments of police violence, we have a choice. We have a choice to stay inside and to be afraid, or we have a choice to stay in these streets together. And if you are not yet plugged into organizing efforts, join us tonight, right after this, at 5 p.m. at University Baptist Church, 1219 University Avenue South.
That's why their protest ran short, because they all went to an organizing meeting at the church after their protest. Okay, now I get it. I was like, why the fuck did that march break up? What are they doing? They're going to an organizing meeting tonight. Okay. Smoking is cool. What are you talking about?
To join us in this struggle and to make this general strike go nationwide. When I ask, what do we want? You're going to say, ICE out. What do we want? ICE out. When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
ICE out.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want? ICE out. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? ICE out. When do we want it? Now. See you all at 5 p.m. University Baptist Church.
Look at all the people. Is that it? Is that all the speeches? Are there any more speeches? I feel like there were more speeches. Is that it? Then they just marched? Guys, I'm sourcing some other content for us to watch. I was kind of thinking about, do you guys want to go back and watch the status new coverage from yesterday right after the shooting happened? Because I didn't see it right when it happened, because I was still sleeping when it happened, but I'm kind of thinking I want to go back and watch the status quo news coverage from yesterday. We should probably watch that Tim Walz press conference from earlier, but I want to find one with like the sound actually not, silent. What happened with the right-wing grassroots from Trump's last term? It was never real. There was never any right-wing grassroots. It was pretty cool when 4chan ID'd that Boglock guy. Okay, so listen, the 4chan stuff, you're talking back in like 2016 or so, right? That doesn't exist anymore. That's not around anymore. Like that, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there's anything like that exists now. But no, there's like no grassroots like conservative thing. Hang on, I need to change my sound settings because I'm still set up on the sound settings for Spy Stream. We're gonna change my sound. Give me. And now you can't hear me. And now you can. All right, we're back. Yeah, so I don't think there was any, I don't really think there's any grassroots Trump effort, honestly. So that's my opinion. Let me see. What do we got for live coverage? Let's go back. Let's go back and watch Status Quo from yesterday. Let's go back and watch that. Status Quo was also live earlier today. But they pretty much went away after the protest. I do think they're going to come back. Is Marcato still up? Marcato probably isn't still up. No, Marcato went home to go cry or something. Let's see. Status Quo News, live. Okay. Okay. This is this right when it happened or is this later? Okay. So this is the coverage from yesterday. And I'm going to put this up and I'm going to try to find some other live streams. Hopefully there are live streams on the ground. If there's not, let me just give a lay of events here. It is 5:45 right now, p.m. Eastern time, obviously. At 7 p.m., we are going to be doing a double feature 2-part spy stream. But instead of doing a supporter-only spy stream, I'm going to do it publicly. So we have about an hour and 15 minutes to kill between now And when we do the spy streams where there are 2 leftist organizing calls that we're going to watch live tonight. And so we're kind of killing time between now and then. I want to go back and watch. This is the status quo news coverage from literally right after that guy got shot yesterday, because they were already on the ground. And so I want to go back and watch the coverage from yesterday because I didn't see this part of it. And I want to see, the reason we watch status quo news, guys, is that Status Quo News is a leftist news outlet that does on the ground coverage. They also interview people, and so we get to hear directly what people on the ground. You want to do the crime thing stuff? I don't want to do the crime thing stuff right now. I understand why you want to do this. I don't want to do it right now. But like can we watch, okay, let me make you a deal. Can we watch the Status Quo News coverage and then maybe do the crime thing stuff later or tomorrow or something like that? I want to do the crime thing stuff tomorrow, if there's not protest coverage. I promise you we're going to do the crime thing stuff. For people who don't know what that is, don't worry about it. It's Antifa propaganda, but we will do the crime thing stuff at some point. I just really want to go back and watch this. All right. That's what we're going to do. All right, let's start.
Reporting on the south side of Minneapolis for Status Quo in conjunction with the Midas Touch Network. We are near the intersection of 26th Street and Nicolay here on Minneapolis's south side, where a crowd of protesters has gathered and started building this barricade across the road. While just here, off to the side, John, if you can take and show that, we're seeing state authorities, state and local police taking up positions here, blocking these protesters from that intersection because of, I want to emphasize here that nothing is confirmed yet, but because news is circulating among the activist community here in Minneapolis that federal immigration agents shot another person. This is separate from Renee Good's shooting earlier this month. A new shooting today is the rumor that is circulating among the activist community. I spoke to several people down here, none of whom were on scene for the alleged incident when it happened, but some people who did confirm for me that an ambulance was here on scene, which has since departed. Behind these local authorities that you see there with the yellow sleeves, beyond them is federal immigration enforcement agents who were firing tear gas into this crowd not a few minutes ago. John and I have already been around to 3 different sides of this intersection, and the crowd of protesters has only grown in that time. Right now, leading chants of whose streets? Our streets. This was a city that was already on edge, that some people down here had described to me as feeling backed into a corner by the federal immigration presence. 3,000 plus agents here in the city of Minneapolis and its surrounding communities. And just yesterday, of course, this city and this region, this state of Minnesota, held a one-day general strike where we saw tens of thousands of people demonstrating in the streets, calling for ICE to leave their communities. And for many of the people we spoke to in the streets yesterday, they cited Renee Good's killing as as a prime.
Yeah. We're good with it. We're good with the membership goal. People can keep giving me money though. If people really want to give me money, they can give me money. I'm not going to say no or nothing. But yeah, we did meet the membership goal, so we're good with that. For people who just joined, so basically there was a protest earlier today, and we watched that, and now we watched an organizing call earlier today, and now we're kind of in a lull point because we have about an hour and 15 minutes to kill before my next leftist organizing call that I'm going to stream. So I'm going to show you guys their organizing calls. The left has gone into an in-person organizing meeting in Minneapolis, so I don't have a camera in that, so we can't watch it. But we're just kind of going back and watching some leftist coverage from yesterday to listen to how the left is painting this, because a lot of people on the left watch Status Quo News. And so if we listen to Status Quo News, we're going to be able to understand the leftist talking points of what's going on. So that's what we're doing right now.
Prime reason for concern for their own safety and that of their neighbors. And you can see there, I think John is zooming in on some of the federal agencies who are down there. They're the ones not in the yellow sleeves in the foreground, but they are rather the ones in the back there in the more drab green, many of whom, of course, wearing face masks, etc. I'll note that the local authorities who are here have donned riot control gear. They're wearing gas masks and face masks, etc.
Yeah, well, it took him long enough. I got that salute Antifa document in September. It's January. That's okay. I don't mind being months and months and months ahead of everyone else. What is he showing live? What exactly did Mike Moore say he's showing live?
And much like yesterday, it is bitterly cold out here this morning. It is below zero right now, which is, of course, going to have its own physical toll that it's going to take on everyone down here, including us as we try to report on this. Yesterday, we had technical difficulties driven in large part by the cold. So if you see our signal go out.
I mean, listen, I appreciate that everyone is finding out about these signal chats for the first time, but the fact of the matter is had you guys been watching my channel for like literally the last 6 months, you would have already known what's in those signal chats. Can I just point that out to people? Like, I've literally been talking about the same information that's been coming out of those signal chats for months because I've been in all their organizing calls. I've been undercover with them in person. Like, if you guys had just started watching my channel back in June, you would literally know already all the information that's coming out of those signal chats. So, well, I do appreciate that a lot of people are finding out about this stuff for the first time, and I appreciate that a lot of people are excited about it. And I really do think Cam Higby's work in this is excellent. I'm not taking anything away from him. There's no new information that's coming out that we on this channel didn't already know since like June. So, you know, we're giving other people time to catch up. That's fine. I don't mind being ahead of everyone, always, in perpetuity.
On occasion, just know that we will work to bring it back as soon as possible.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Yes, it does. I am allowed to be fucking smug when I am literally 6 months ahead of you retards. I have watched thousands of hours of leftist training and put myself in physical danger to get access to this information when none of you even knew what the fuck was going on. So I will be as smug as I goddamn well please, because I have been screaming about this for months and months. And I started covering anti-ICE organizing a year ago. Don't believe me? Oh, wait. Hang on. January 21st, 2025. How Antifa plans to fight Trump's deportations. I have been covering this shit for over a year. I have been covering anti-ICE activism since it literally started. I have been screaming about this. I have been trying to get influencers to cover this. I have been doing everything I can to bring awareness to this for over a fucking year. And you guys just discovered signal chats and then you're saying to me, well, you shouldn't be so smug. Motherfucker, where the fuck were you? I will be as smug as I feel like being on my own YouTube channel.
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA, no ICE, no fascist USA. Say it once and say it twice. We will not put up with that. Say it once and say it twice. We will not put up with that. Say it once and say it twice.
I'll note that there is a video circulating on social media that purports to show the shooting in question.
Say it once and say it twice. Say it once and say it twice.
That shooting or that video shows a number of federal immigration agents wrestling a man to the ground, and then during that wrestling to the ground, as the man is being wrestled to the ground, agents, it looks like, it appears, shoots the man.
So basically what you guys are seeing here is, for people who don't know what we're watching, this is after the shooting yesterday, and this is basically going to show you how they took over a several block radius in the middle of Minneapolis. So that is what we're watching. I'm very sorry. You're not smart enough to be on my channel. Deported. You're not worried about this? Okay, go somewhere else. Bye.
Several times. But again, I want to stress that there is nothing confirmed from officials at this point, nor have I spoken to any eyewitnesses down here as of yet. So I want to be very careful about what we put out here. In these moments, it can become tempting to offer, breathless coverage of what is happening out here, but I want to take this moment to just, breathe and be very careful about, what we know to be true in this moment.
Lance is live at the Whipple. Okay, I'll zoom him up. Thank you.
What we know to be true is what
I will
we can
put
see
Lance
here
over my
is
head.
that there is a large presence of immigration enforcement agents here at the intersection of Nicolay and 26th. And then, of course, a large group of protesters who have gathered around this intersection, erecting barricades across the roads and chanting, "ICE out now."
Okay, so we got Lance video above my head live outside the Federal Building in Minneapolis. So he's at the Whipple. Apparently he doesn't have sound, but that's okay because I'm just going to keep him above my head anyway, so we can see. At least we do have eyes on the ground of what's going on at the Federal Building.
John, I want to move back over there for just a moment. I want to get a little bit more geared up here for the cold. John and I are pulling ourselves off to the side for just a moment in our rush to get down here. While we are outfitted in a lot of our cold weather gear.
Let's see. As an estimate, how long do you think the protests are going to last? Bro. I was not expecting. Okay, I totally thought things were going to pop off when it got into spring. I thought things were going to start to pop off around April or May. I thought we were going to have a whole other summer of love. I was already pretty sure that was going to happen because we're leading up to the midterms and the left wants to cause as much chaos as possible before the midterms. I'm going to be honest, though. I was not expecting the protesting to start this early in the year in the coldest possible months. So, and the left has built so much momentum in the past several weeks. They're happy. They're excited. They think we're winning. The left never thinks they're winning. This is a whole new thing for them. And so the left is getting very motivated and they're like, "Oh my God, we're winning. We're winning." They can see victory in their sights. They literally think that they're going to abolish ICE. They really do believe that. And so I used to say that if there was a giant ass snowstorm in Minneapolis, that would probably oh, Lance video has sound now. That's good. That would probably be the end of it. But now I don't even believe a giant snowstorm is going to stop them. It's going to stop them for like a day or two. Like we're getting a giant snowstorm here and like everything's shut down right now. It's going to stop things for a day or two just because you can't compete with like 2 feet of snow on the ground, right? But like once the snow clears, they're going right back out, I promise you. And so I think this is going to go on perpetually all the way up to the midterms. And there may be times when it's more active than others. And there may be times where the left goes back and they're taking a break and they're getting organized, probably around when many of them are moving in and out of college. because I mean, a lot of them are in college right now, but at some point they're going to have to graduate. They're going to have to move home and all that stuff. So there'll probably be a lull at that point. But you know, I think that this is going to go on pretty much consecutively all through the summer just because of how much momentum they're building. And I think that this is going to spread out of Minneapolis. And I think we're going to start seeing all of this stuff more nationally because, okay, the thing that Reagan keeps trying to get me to read on the stream, which we will read at some point, but let me just show you guys what we're talking about here. CrimeThink is Antifa's publishing arm. Whatever is published on CrimeThink is disseminated into like the broader leftist ecosystem. Okay. And so there are a lot of documents on CrimeThink right now about what's going on in Minneapolis. And specifically, there's one document that we need to read on the channel at some point, probably tomorrow, called Rapid Response Networks in the Twin Cities. This is the training guide that Antifa is distributing to Antifa cells all over the country, because there are thousands of decentralized, non-hierarchical cells all over the country, and they're all reading this information, and they're all starting to implement these tactics. So the left has been doing nationwide anti-ICE organizing for a year. That's very true. But some places are more effective than others because this is not a hierarchical movement. This is a decentralized movement. So they're all doing things in slightly different ways. And then what they do is they report back and they say, here's what works and here's what didn't. So they all learn from each other. No one is giving orders. There's no leader. There's no Soros saying, you will do this. That's not how it works. Some groups try something. They say, ooh, we're being really successful at this. And then they report that back and it goes out to like the broader community and then other people implement it and they share information back and forth. So right now, Minneapolis, because again, I'll say this for people who are newer to the channel, Minneapolis is the birthplace of Antifa in the United States. Okay. I know that seems weird. I know a lot of you are like, Antifa was born in Germany. Okay, fine. But the modern day Antifa activist movement as we know it today in the United States was born in Minneapolis in 1986 with the Sharp movement, the skinheads against racial prejudice. This came out of the punk community. The Sharp movement became the Anti-Racist Action Network. The Anti-Racist Action Network was a group that they basically took the Sharp movement in Minneapolis and they created thousands of decentralized cells nationwide that were doing all the same things that Antifa is doing today. This is the birthplace of modern day Antifa. So, well, yeah, Antifa technically started in Germany in the 30s and blah, 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 whatever. That's not like in terms of like behavior of what is actually going on today. Modern Antifa started in Minneapolis. And I know that might seem weird to people. It wasn't Portland. It wasn't Seattle. It was fucking Minneapolis. A lot of this weird leftist stuff comes out of the Midwest. Okay. It comes out of Milwaukee. It comes out of Chicago. It comes out of Minneapolis. It comes out of Detroit. There's that whole little Midwest kind of corridor. So Minneapolis is one of those places that is just highly organized because it is the origin point for a lot of this bullshit that we're having to deal with. And so Minneapolis has created a guidebook that is now being read and implemented all over the country about how they do their rapid response network. So we are going to read this document at some point. I just don't feel like doing it right now. I've had a long weekend. Okay, please don't make me analyze Antifa propaganda right now. We'll do it tomorrow. I promise. We'll do it tomorrow. It'll be fine. But when we're talking about like, to go back to the original question of how long do I think this is going to go on? Not only do I think this is going to go on in perpetuity, I think that this is going to escalate because I think more cities are going to be doing exactly what Minneapolis is doing. Yup, and that's exactly right. I mean, this was what? One, we've got another one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 documents on CrimeThink about Minneapolis. So I know we haven't had a chance to analyze all the Antifa documents yet, but we will, I promise. Back to this.
There's certainly more I could be wearing here, so I just want to take a moment here to try and protect my own face, and also maybe get gas mask ready or my respirator ready in case there is more tear gas that is deployed down here. As I said, just before we went live, federal agents were deploying tear gas down here.
For real? Aw, man. Lame.
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! People united will never be defeated! Ice out now! 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 Ice out now!
And as the minutes pass, the crowd of protesters grows. It's hard for me to get a real sense for the number of immigration agents who are either arriving. Well, it looks like a greater concentration to me now standing in that intersection at 26th and Nicolay than were earlier. It's hard to say if those are just agents who are already here on the scene or if more are arriving. But those local authorities there in the yellow sleeves that you see in the high-vis jackets, those are recent arrivals. Since John and I arrived here on scene, they pulled up, and at first protesters were worried that they were about to be kettled in the street, meaning surrounded by authorities. But it seems like those local authorities, and I'm not sure if they're Minnesota State Police or Hennepin County Sheriff's Office or Minneapolis Police. John's Zoom on the camera, you might be able to have a better sense of what unit they're with than I can tell from where I'm standing. But those local authorities kind of taking up, and this is something that John and I have seen as a pattern. Certainly what we saw when we were reporting down in Chicago. We just heard a rather loud bang here that is prompting some of the federal agents to move. And it looks like it's more tear gas that's being deployed around on the other side of this intersection. But John and I have been in enough cities now that we can, where the Trump administration has launched these immigration enforcement efforts, or we can report on some of the patterns that are happening here. John is going to put on, we're setting the camera up here for just a moment so that John can put on ice cleats that he has with him, so that way he can keep more sure footing. But in other cities that we have covered here as part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, as these rolling immigration raids continue here in the city, continue here in the United States, a pattern we've seen emerge is that local authorities will often step in the way that you're seeing here and act, interpose themselves in between the federal government and the protesters. We're making our way here down an alleyway, trying to get around for another vantage point on some of the action here at.
So Grim says, I watched this on PA yesterday and was freaked out by how quickly so many people showed up. Guys, for people who don't know, let me explain to you exactly how organized they are in Minneapolis. They have at least 4% of the people in every single neighborhood in the city in these signal groups where they're organizing. The signal groups are hyper localized. So we're talking about by street or like by blocks or something like that. They are hyper local. So they have thousands of people in these signal groups that are hyper localized so that when ICE shows up in their community, they can literally send a message out to their signal group, and people within like, you know, a multi-block radius, like it's not like people can literally leave their house and go. It's not like they even have to drive across town unless they aren't at their home, because they've got these hyper localized groups, right? And so what they're saying, what Antifa is saying, is that they can get to people within 2 minutes. So if ICE shows up in a community and someone spots them, and we just watched a training earlier, they're teaching people what cars to look for, they're teaching people what uniforms to look for. If someone spots ICE within 2 minutes, they can get a crowd of people there. This is why people need to accept that the left is running the fucking table in Minneapolis. The left is so organized. They've got it locked down. And so the fact that Trump didn't declare the Insurrection Act after yesterday, it's kind of like, you know, like whatever, I guess. Hey, more entertainment for us, though.
26th and Nicolay on Minneapolis' south side.
Oh, Portland Andy's playing slot machines.
I'm just noting they've got looks like crime scene tape, or do not cross police line tape.
You think we're making the right move?
No.
No. You want to say on
I
that side?
think it's a crapshoot. No matter what we go, no matter where we go, we might if we chase the smoke, we'll always arrive a little bit late.
Here,
let's fast forward.
On that, observing that there's state police or local authorities who are interposing themselves between the protesters and federal authorities here. And, we thought that maybe going around, we'd be able to see where federal authorities are still having direct interaction with some of this crowd. But as I just said to John, it's, I think what we're seeing here is that pattern of state, local police interposing themselves between the protesters to act as that buffer between the federal government and between local residents here in the Twin Cities area. And in other cities, that has been a point of great contention. It's been a point of contention because the protesters want to be able to get right up to the federal government and be confrontational and try to make their voices heard, but with their displeasure, make their voices known.
Yeah, they want to get right up to the federal government and be confrontational? You don't say.
To these agents that they are not wanted in their communities. But when local police step in like that, it makes it very difficult for them to do so. And oftentimes activists feel that their local leaders are in effect standing with the federal government by providing what is de facto security for them. So just to reset for a moment here, what I want to say is where we are right now is, again, that intersection of 26th and Nicolay, where... Hello?
Hang on, I'm going to fast forward.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, guys, breaking news. I have confirmation from Jennifer. We are going to delay the start of movie night tonight by 1 hour. So movie night usually starts at 8 p.m. It will now start at 9 p.m. And the reason is that in about 45 minutes, we are going to watch 2 back-to-back leftist organizing calls. And I'm not going to tell you what those calls are yet, but there are 2 leftist organizing calls we're going to watch. Normally, we do this behind a paywall as spy stream, but we're going to do it public today as a treat because you guys sent me in 100 channel memberships. And so we're going to do it publicly and we're going to see how it goes. There are 2 different organizations that we're going to be watching. Again, not going to tell you who, but one of those calls starts around 7. The other one starts around 8 and is supposed to be done by 9. So Jennifer has agreed to delay movie night until 9 p.m. And so I just want to let people know that wanted to go to movie night. And if you are not yet in my supporter Discord, I'm going to be posting the link shortly. I will be posting the link to the YouTube post page for community members, to the Substack, to my locals and Rumble members. You should be able to access it. You should be able to access it through my locals. And I'll post it on other places as well if people need that. But those are the main ones. So if you're a new YouTube channel member, you will be able to find the Discord on the post tab. I'll tell you when it's up. If you are a new Rumble member, you should, in theory, be able to get it in my locals community. But that seems to be a little tenuous sometimes, but it should work that way.
All right, bye.
I'll say what's up.
Hey. Thanks.
Were you here when?
Yeah, were you here when
I just saw it pop up on my freaking news feed, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going." You know, I just drove down here thinking like this. It's ridiculous. Minneapolis police have to fucking arrest somebody. They can't just let them drive away. And
would you mind if I interviewed you about that reaction?
Yeah, that's fine.
John, I want to interview him.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I am standing here with. How do you want to be identified?
I'm Jeff.
Jeff, you were just telling me off camera here that you weren't here for the initial incident, but we're hearing that someone supposedly has been shot by the federal government again, and you were expressing a desire for action from your local leaders. What is that action you want to see?
The Minneapolis police or the state patrol or the BCA or whoever the hell is in charge need to do something.
Let
them just walk away.
And speaking of walking away, John, if you could just flip the camera around there just to show what's happening. We're seeing federal agents walking here out of the intersection and advancing north on Nicollet. John, Nicollet, thank you.
Nicollet, yeah.
John and I are going to walk around the side here and try to see exactly where the federal agents are going.
Hey, where y'all headed?
You can see here that a whole crowd of protesters is.
Which drop?
Going. Thank you.
Move all the way, baby.
You're seeing even more demonstrators now here on the north side of Nicollet.
Wait, I gotta show you guys something. This guy is out at the Whipple building in Minneapolis with his expert Soros sign. Oh, he moved the camera off. Maybe we can rewind it real quick. Lance Video just got this guy. Hang on. Look at this. Look at this guy with his Soros sign.
Oh no!
Look at this guy. This was live just now outside the federal building in Minneapolis. Watch.
Also to the ACLU.
Look, that guy has a Soros funded sign right there, a piece of notebook paper still in the notebook in magic marker. Soros funding, guys. Soros funding. Back to this.
More tear gas being fired off as well into protesters who are now here on the north side of this intersection.
Yeah, who bought this Sharpie?
John, tear gas. tear gas canister landed right at our feet here.
No.
You see there the authorities moving in to push people back, and you can taste the tear gas on the air even as it billows back into the crowd of police and federal authorities. John and I are moving back here away from the tear gas. You can feel it just. The wind's moving this way. Yeah, the wind is starting to change direction and blow the cloud of tear gas back to where we're standing. If you've never been in tear gas, it agitates your throat and your eyes, makes it difficult to breathe and see.
Where are your goggles?
Hotel room.
Thanks, Sassy.
Let's go up here.
Here you see some of those protesters who have gathered right in front of where some of the federal law enforcement is gathered. You see some of those law enforcement, some of them I'm seeing, still have the less than lethal. Some of those law enforcement still have the less than lethal weapons, but
he totally missed on the kick.
Oh, and there you see pepper spray also being fired into the crowd. Another.
Whoa.
Flashbang grenades are going off here in the crowd. And the federal law enforcement are kicking tear gas canisters closer to the protesters.
Listen, I know I saw some of this yesterday, but I never get tired of watching the left get tear gassed. It's just never disappoints. It never disappoints. Never disappoints. Viva is live right now exposing how the shooting was backed. I don't care. I don't like Viva Frey. I think he's an idiot. I think he's a very short to very very self-conscious retard, honestly. So I don't care. I don't care. Thank you though.
John, run right behind us. Keep going back. John, keep coming back now. Yeah, we gotta get out of here.
People taking refuge.
Yeah, people are taking refuge inside the building. John, more.
Taking refuge inside the building. Listen, you need to get tear gassed like a man. When I got tear gassed in Portland, I didn't take refuge inside a building. I took it like a fucking man. I coughed a little bit. I spit on the ground a couple times, and you get on with it.
You okay? I'm all right. How are you? All right. It's fucking bullshit. I just gotta say it. The continuous firing. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Thank you.
I'm okay. Members of the community out here offering water to everybody who's being directly affected by the tear gas that's being fired there is not being fired by the local law enforcement. It's being fired by the federal government who are standing behind that local law
Oh
enforcement
no,
presence.
baby. Oh no.
They're moving this way.
He's
They're
so
moving this way.
mad.
And they tear gas people who have come out to directly protest their presence here in the Twin Cities area. Yeah, do that.
Keep an eye on things.
Yep. Yeah.
There's going to be a noise demonstration. Breaking news. There's going to be a noise demonstration at the Hilton Hotel tonight in Minneapolis. This is going to be, well, it's being posted by Antifa, but it's going to be by the Sunrise Movement, probably. And so maybe there'll be coverage of the noise demonstration tonight in Minneapolis. It's supposed to start at 7 p.m. It'll honestly, guys, if there are streamers in Minneapolis, this noise thing will probably go all night long, because their whole goal with the noise protests, this is where they show up outside the hotels and they make as much noise as possible because they think ICE agents are staying there. They want the hotels to kick them out, all that stuff. And so there is going to be one tonight starting at 7 p.m. And so hopefully we get some streamers out there covering it. That would be pretty great.
You can see John and I just then in that scene. What are we doing? We're continuously walking backwards, as is all of the protesters, as that tear gas is being fired. But even that backing up of the protesters still merits, apparently, the federal government to fire even more and more tear gas into that crowd. You heard there's somebody in the crowd yelling out, "Fucking murderers" at the federal government.
Yo, if you don't have, you should get your mask on now.
Yeah, I would want to.
Yeah, do that. Put your stuff down on the ledge, not the sun.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna put it over here.
Do something useful! Run ICE out of town! Run those murdering rapists out of town!
All right, guys, we're just waiting for JT to get his mask on and his helmet.
There's a bunch of people at the Whipple, too.
Face shield children, will you keep your hands in your pockets, you big fucks?
Yeah, guys, you got the feds fucking creating war zones in the streets of Minneapolis. This is what they're doing. This has nothing to do with safety.
Can we just reflect on the fact that the left literally has a drum corps? Do you guys hear the drums? The left has a drum corps. This is like, this. Has anyone ever been to a battle reenactment? Okay, I like going to battle reenactments because I live in New England. And if you've never been to like a Revolutionary War battle enactment, it's actually pretty awesome. It's pretty fucking cool. They get dressed up in the costumes. They shoot their guns. They light off cannons. There's a whole battle. There's a whole parade. And in the parade at the Revolutionary War battle reenactments, there are always people playing drums and fifes and all sorts of things. They bring a drum corps with them to the battle reenactment. Antifa also brings a drum corps with them to the battle reenactment. Isn't that crazy?
as I think John was probably
No,
just describing.
no, that actually didn't come out of my mouth at all, metaphorical. And you've been around this channel long enough to know that we don't make shit up here. So please refrain from making shit up and saying I said things I didn't say. They're taking over a several block radius in a major city. They basically have taken over the city. They've driven the police out. And you retards still think this is a LARP. This is not a LARP, bro. No, be smarter. Sorry.
You there. I had paused for just a moment to put on my respirator, anticipating even more tear gas being deployed out here. So I want to take a moment here. If you've just joined us, we're at the intersection of Nicollet and 26th here on Minneapolis' south side, where in response to news that is circulating among the activist community here that I have not been able to confirm, but that the federal government shot another person. There's video circulating on social media right now that shows federal agents, a group of them, wrestling a man to the ground. And as he is laying on the ground, an agent shoots him, it seems like maybe several times. And there are the people recording the video are screaming out in horror at what they're seeing. So that video is making the rounds. The news of the shooting is making the rounds of the supposed shooting is making the rounds here in the activist community. And it's prompting this response from a city that has already lost Renee Good, a mother who was shot and killed several blocks from where we're standing, but also here on Minneapolis' south side, who was taken from this city. And already so many conversations that we have had with people here in this community over the last several months, or over the last several weeks since her shooting, talking about how can the city be made whole. Of course it can't when it loses one member. And now another person supposedly shot by the federal government.
This is from yesterday. This is not live. You guys got to read the banner on the bottom of the thing. This is not live. This is from yesterday. We're watching footage from yesterday because we're kind of killing time. In about a half hour, we're going to watch a live leftist organizing call. So guys, if you want to watch a live leftist organizing call with us tonight, sit tight. We are going to be doing that, but it doesn't start for another 30 minutes. So we're going back and watching some footage from yesterday. This is right after the shooting yesterday, before they took over the street. So if people didn't see this from the beginning, it's a chance to kind of catch up. Above my head, we do have live footage from outside the federal building. So there are a bunch of people right now outside the federal building. There will be a protest at a Hilton hotel later. There will be a noise protest there. Hopefully we have streamers there. Oh, I may want to take down the pinned message. Okay, I'll take down the pinned message, but this is from yesterday. It's on the banner. Fair point.
And even just the news of that circulating in group chats and other forms that activists are using to communicate, in this video on social.
Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. What are my thoughts on Cam Higby's post around 30 minutes ago regarding leftists freeing the country due to No. That's not happening. No, I'm very sorry, Cam. I don't know exactly what Cam said. Hang on, let me pull up what he said. And I respect Cam's work on this, but there is no universe in which leftists are fleeing the country. That is not happening. Let me see. He didn't say that. Where did he say? He did not say that. Bro, he didn't even say that. It's Okay, one tipster said, we're in so much trouble, we're fucked. They're not fleeing the country, bro. Cam didn't say that in his post. So, no, the left is not afraid. The left is literally in an organizing meeting right now. And tonight there's going to be another protest. And tomorrow there's going to be another mass general strike. So, no, it is. 0 hour. Guys, please unfollow. God. Why do you guys insist on following literally the dumbest people on the internet? Why do so? This is why you guys have no idea what's going on. You follow literally the dumbest people on the internet. 0 hour is one of the most low IQ retard accounts that I have ever seen in my life. That guy lies all the time. He makes shit up. Please For the love of God, if you want to be an informed and intelligent person, please do not follow that account. You are the information you consume, guys. If you consume information posted by low IQ retards, you yourself will become a low IQ retard.
Social media is enough to spark this city to renewed action and renewed resistance
You didn't say that.
against the Trump administration. John and I are seeing some activity here on the south side of the intersection. So we're just making our way that way now. I think it would be a good idea to circle around here, John, and get the full 360 view.
Let's move. Everybody's moving.
I gotta post the Discord link.
I can taste tear gas on the air here as we move to the south, and I'm seeing some plumes of smoke here again. You hear those booms that are likely flashbang grenades going off. John, I gotta stay here.
You're on the mess.
You're looking here into the intersection of Nicollet and 27th, where federal agents are firing off more tear gas canisters and what sounds like flashbang grenades.
Ooh, spicy.
You okay to move?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, for the record, I don't shit talk everyone. I actually do like Cam Higbee. I think Cam Higbee overall does a good job. I have an intellectual disagreement with Cam Higbee on some things. I also do like Nick Shirley quite a bit. I think Nick Shirley is doing a really good job, and I hope Nick Shirley is staying safe. Oh my. Oh my.
They'll send emails. They'll push up.
Guys, if you're looking to join the supporter Discord for movie night tonight at 9 p.m., I did just post the information to my locals, which will also take care of my Rumble members, to my Substack for paid subscribers, and for my YouTube channel members under the post tab. If you don't know how to find the post tab on YouTube, I'm going to show you real quick. You go to the main page of the channel. You can see that, right? Yeah. You go to the main page of the channel, you click on posts, and there for channel members, not on this account, but for channel members, you will see a post with a link to the supporter Discord. If you're not yet in it, you just go click with the link, send a message to the verification channel. You will be able to join us for movie night tonight at 9 p.m. It's being delayed an hour. Jennifer is going to be showing fried green tomatoes at 9 p.m. I will be doing protest coverage if there's stuff to cover after the spy stream. If there's not, I'll go watch the movie with you guys. But even if I continue to do protest coverage, I do want to encourage people to go to movie night if you want to. You guys can watch both. I can only watch one. You can watch both. All right, we have about 20 minutes before our next spy stream infiltration, and we're just catching up on some coverage from yesterday.
Fucking shoot people for no reason. Fucking kill them. Fucking shoot them all fucking time. Fuck these motherfuckers. Fuck them.
What? Again?
Fucking pricks. Fucking shoot people for no reason. Fucking kill them. Fucking shoot them all fucking time. Fuck these motherfuckers. Fuck them.
There are some people on the left who are absolutely mentally ill, and I want to make sure people understand that guy is not a high-level organizer. That guy's just a mentally ill person attracted to a radical protest movement. He is not indicative of most people on the left. He's just there are crazy people in every group.
Direction the mic to him? Yeah, okay. Hold this. Got it.
You dumb piece of shit! You're worse than animals!
Totally, he's Richard. Yep.
Are you serious? No, you guys just really hard.
More tear gas canisters were just deployed, putting right in our feet.
Whoa!
Actually, that was a flashbang grenades, and there are agents who are spraying out pepper spray.
You little bitches and cowards! You can't do shit without your little guns!
John, let's pull back here.
Yeah, actually, this is a really good point. Antifa and the far left does kind of like target the homeless and the mentally ill, and they say, we'll give you food, we'll take care of you, and then they bring them into their little leftist organizing movement. That is very true, but I also really want you to understand that the vast majority of people on the far left are not homeless drug addicts. They're really not. They use them as useful idiots, and I actually think it's kind of sad what they do to Richard in Portland. They're using Richard like to advance their objectives, but you need to understand that most people on the far left are not homeless drug addicts. They're just not, but they do use them when they can. This is from yesterday. Guys, there is a banner across the bottom of the screen. Please read the banner across the bottom of the screen when you come in the chat.
What do we have? Roll right into you. We don't want you to leave. Gas yourselves, you fuck. Fucking assholes. Fuck these fucking pricks. Fuck them. Fuck them. What the fuck?
See there, the agents are firing off gas, firing off tear gas, firing off pepper spray, firing off flashbang grenades into this crowd just for walking up to them and protesting.
Your mom wishes you were stillborn.
What? Your mom wishes you were a stillborn. Wow.
What? I can't hear you.
I'm going to go run, get some water from the downstairs. I'll be right back.
Maybe it's just gas. Maybe it's something else, but I can't see it.
Let go! Masculinity on display! Trump can't save you! Trump cannot pardon you, pussy!
Yeah, I'm right here. John is clambered up onto a snowbank here next to several other press. Being able to offer you a little bit of a higher vantage point here. And again, this is 27th at Nicollet. Where we don't see the same local or state police presence that we did at that last intersection we were just at.
I'm back.
You see the authorities there threatening.
Hello, Chief
threatening some of
Trumpster. Shout out, bro. Good coverage you're doing on the timeline. I appreciate you very much.
in a high-vis yellow vest with pepper spray. Coming up, pushing the man, pushing him back.
Oh, bro. I almost flipped my shit when I saw JD Vance posted on Twitter yesterday. He's like, Minneapolis is unique. And I was like, you retard. But I got to say, Chief Trumpster, when I saw your reply to him saying, no, it's actually not unique at all, I was like, someone gets it. Someone is paying attention. I knew I could count on you, bro. You give me hope.
More tear gas being fired off. There's a cloud that's now encroaching on where we're standing, and you see more of it. They're fizzling, spraying out into the street. You see there the federal agents are moving up. It looked like trying to get after one of the protesters.
Nobody has a gun! This is unwarranted! They shot you.
Hey, Jake.
I'm with you.
Cover your eyes. We're about to go through it.
See, with the launching is just the federal government. Just every time the protesters move up Nicollet,
yo,
the federal government just fires a new round of.
See, I told you, don't listen to short men. Not all short men are retarded, but a lot of them are, and because they're compensating. And like, I personally don't think like the short men should feel like they need to compensate, but Viva Frey is very short. Have you guys ever seen a picture of Viva Frey? Like you know everything. First of all, Viva Frey is also Canadian. He is Canadian, and he's very, 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 he's like 5 feet tall or something. He's like shorter than me. I'm 5'6". So don't listen. No. No. They're both retarded. I'm sorry.
Flashbang grenades and tear gas canisters. Seemingly as people.
See,
as people get within even 100.
If you're a short guy, just fucking own it and don't feel self-conscious about it. My husband's not that tall. I don't actually really care. But like it's not being short that is the problem. It is when you feel self-conscious about being short and you make your entire world about being short. That's it. Like, just own it, man. You can't do anything about your height. You are what you are. So just own it and don't fucking be self-conscious about it. It's the self-doubt that like drives the absurd behavior.
Feet of where the federal agents are standing.
Yeah, you represent the lollipop killer.
Cover your eyes. Keep your eyes down. Keep it close for a while. All right, let's get out of here. Come on.
We snare you down.
Put me on. John and I are taking a break from the gas that is just, they fire off so many fucking tear gas canisters down here into the street that it creates not just a little localized plume as will happen when you fire off one, but it creates this massive cloud. And I'm not sure if it comes across on camera, but my eyes are watering, stinging from this tear gas. And it just goes to show how imprecise of a weapon it is. They fire it down the street at protesters. It creates this huge cloud that ends up wafting into everyone, back to their positions where they're standing, into us and the press, and to protesters who are standing in a place where the federal agents aren't harassing them, and also into homes and businesses. This is a residential neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood with a small corridor of business, a little downtown area where we're standing. So don't let the Trump administration try to spin anything that they're doing down here tactic-wise as being in some way targeted. Much like their immigration enforcement efforts, when they use these weapons, it targets everybody. It gets everybody. Just like their immigration net that they are throwing down over this city, over this region right now. They profile everybody. They are not targeting just a few people who are the worst of the worst, as the Trump administration likes to try and spin it. Just like their clouds of tear gas, it envelops everyone, either directly or indirectly.
Okay?
Yeah. And I should point out, John and I are not reporting in some far-flung battlefield or some country that recently was destabilized, its government destabilized in some, we're not foreign correspondents. This is right here in the United States of America. We're finished. Every round of tear gas that you see fired off here, every squirt of the spray bottle of the pepper spray, that's tax dollars at work. It's a point I try to make every time the federal government does this.
Banner on the bottom.
It always has the money, it seems. The Trump administration always has the money to victimize its people.
All right. Actually,
its citizens.
Okay, guys, we are coming upon the 7 o'clock hour. Now, we have been watching footage from yesterday to kill some time, but we are about to enter into a double feature spy stream. So I want to give everyone a lay of the land about what we're going to be doing for the next couple of hours. Now, spy stream is usually a supporter exclusive. So usually you have to be a member of my Substack, my Locals, my Rumble, my YouTube channel member or a Twitter subscriber or something like that. You usually have to be like a monthly supporter of my work in order to attend spy stream. However, because today is a special day and because I am finding out about trainings as they are being announced like in real time, and because we got very generous donations of 100 channel memberships earlier in the stream, I have decided that for one night only, we are doing spy stream live on the channel. We used to do Spy Stream Live for people who haven't been around a long time. We used to just stream their presentations live on the channel. But when I did that, I found out that it created a lot of problems. Like the people we were watching would find out we were streaming them in the middle of the presentation. They would kick me out. They would cancel. Sometimes they just literally canceled their presentation in the middle of it if they found out I was streaming them. It created a lot of problems. It also brought in people who are being disruptive, and that wasn't what I wanted. When we are doing Spy Stream, when we are going inside a live leftist training, we are doing it to study the left. We are not disrupting them, okay? So I'm a little bit hesitant because we got a big audience right now. And I really want to make sure people understand what we're doing here. Our goal is to study the left. Our goal is to watch what they're doing in real time. There are 2 trainings coming up starting at 7 p.m. over the next couple hours that I'm going to watch with you live on the channel, but we need to lay some ground rules. Number 1, do not try to find the training and go in there and be disruptive. If any of you, and I mean this, I'm deadly serious about this. If any of you try to disrupt their training because I'm streaming it on the channel, I will find out who you are. I will permanently ban you from all of my websites in perpetuity, and I will fucking castrate you for my fucking trouble. Do you understand me? Like, I am a very kind person, but when you start fucking with my work just to be a dick on the internet, that is where I lose my patience. So I don't want anyone trying to figure out where these trainings are, going into their Zooms, disrupting them, being an asshole, because when you guys do this shit, you literally ruin it for everyone else, okay? So we can't do that here. We are going to be watching, well, let me just pause on that. I need to set my mic up. Hang on. I need to make sure I remember to set my microphone up again. I turned it off, but I have to turn it back on. For the audio, for the Zoom. Hang on. Okay, we're back. Now you guys can hear me in the Zoom mic. Okay. So no going into their training and disrupting it. Now you can shit talk them in the chat over here. You can shit talk them on Rumble. That's totally fine. You're allowed to do that here, but do not go try to find them. Number 2, please do not tweet out that we're doing this and tag the groups. Because again, that's going to fuck it up for us. If you guys are notifying them, if you guys are like trying to get me in trouble, you are literally going to fuck it up for the 1,000 plus people watching right now. So no sharing, no tagging. We are trying to do this as covertly as possible while being live on the internet in front of 1,000 people. So just rein it the fuck in, okay? And hopefully nothing happens and hopefully everything goes off without a hitch. But if anyone ruins this, again, I will find you and I will fucking castrate you. Do you understand? Do not fuck up my work. Number 3, we are watching live trainings. I do not know what they're going to say. I do not know what they're going to do. We have watched several spy streams in the last week. Some of the clips from those streams have gone viral on the internet. Some of those clips from those streams have made national news. And that's really cool when it happens. You might see national news made in real time tonight, and that's rad. It also might be the most boring training we've ever sat through in our lives. I don't think tonight's are going to be that way, but it could be that way. So you have to understand, I have no idea what we're going to see in these trainings because it is a live training. And so it might be awesome. It might be boring. It might be anywhere in between. We just have to sit and listen, and that's all we can do. I cannot fix their audio issues. I also cannot fix your audio issues. So if they're having sound issues, which socialists have sound issues quite a bit, we have to grin and bear it. We just have to work through it. Generally speaking, they do fix the sound issues partway through the presentation. So hopefully, let's cross our fingers that they have all their audio issues worked out. But if they do have audio issues, I literally can't fix them. I'm supposed to not even be there. So that's that. Let me see. I will not be talking during the training because we need to hear what they're saying. All right. So I won't be talking. I will be chatting in. I will be making faces. I might gesture at the screen and stuff like that. I might put my chats on the screen, but I will not be talking during the stream because we want to hear what they're saying. Let me pull up the Zoom link for the first presentation. Guys, please make sure to mount the like button. Also, if you send in super chats during the presentation or if you donate channel memberships during the presentation, I can't acknowledge them until afterwards. I will acknowledge them, but I can't acknowledge it during the presentation because, again, this is like our recording of the presentation. I will be taking the chat off the screen because again, this is our recording, so everyone's just gonna have to work in the chat. And let me get the Zoom up for the call we're doing now. Okay, they're not letting us in yet. I will bring it up as soon as we do. Guys, if you're gone to get verified in the Discord, I have verified everyone that has chatted into the Discord so far, and I will get everyone else before movie night tonight if people do join in the next couple hours. We are waiting to be let into the Zoom, ladies and gentlemen. Will this be anyone's first spy stream? Now, some of you were at Spy Stream earlier. We streamed a call earlier, too. If you missed it, we streamed another organizing call earlier in the stream publicly for everyone. So, the left doesn't care about China. They don't even consider China to be communist. So, quite frankly, I don't really care, honestly. It'll be your first. Well, welcome to Spy Stream, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Spy Stream. If you don't understand what they're saying, guys, please ask questions in the chat. I should put my sunglasses on. If you guys don't understand what they're saying, please ask questions in the chat. Someone will explain it to you. I may explain it to you as well. But you are always allowed to ask questions in the chat. If you are a channel member, you can find the Discord invitation link under the post tab. We're going to be watching movie night after this at 9 p.m. And we're just waiting for them to let us in the Zoom. They don't. You don't hear them doing this. They don't do this at all. Do I need to have the camera on? No. You never need to have the camera on, and when they try to make me turn it on, I give an excuse. I'm not going to say what excuse I give, but I have an excuse that works every time. But usually the left is very sensitive about cameras. Like if someone doesn't want to have their camera on, the left is like, "Oh, that's totally fine." So it's usually not that hard. I don't have to have my camera on. I don't have to speak on a microphone. We're just listening. And we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. I think this first one's going to be a good one. I think you guys are going to like this first one a lot. Usually they always start late, so.
A minute in and have over 200 people on here. Let's get in the chat where people are calling in from and make sure to adjust it so you're sending to everyone, not just host and panelists. Wow, amazing. Sunrise, New York City, Portland, Houston, North Carolina. Oh, I saw some Minnesota in here. Sorry, by the way, for my very weird tech situation. Was just leading an NVDH training and now I'm at a coffee shop that's kind of dark, so I'm lit by my flashlight. Oh, Minneapolis, seeing all my other Minneapolis people and all my Minnesota people. Amazing. This is so lovely to see. And St. Paul, of course. 400 people and climbing. This is phenomenal. Text your friends to get on. Yeah, my name is Aru Shania J. I'm the executive director of Sunrise nationally, and I also am from Minnesota. I grew up here my whole life. This is my home, and I'm really honored to be sharing lessons with my local Sunrise Hub about what we've been up to and what we think we have to share for all of you. Beautiful. I'm still seeing all of these beautiful places come in. It feels, I'll just say, as someone from Minneapolis, it feels really special to see all the solidarity that's coming in from everywhere. A few days ago, I found this website that was like love notes to MN, and I was reading through them, and it just like made me tear up. It's really, really crazy out here. It's really hard out here, and feeling the level of solidarity is amazing. Very beautiful. All right. I think we are going to get started. Today, we're going to basically be sharing a little bit of what it's been like on the ground in Minneapolis. And we're going to spend most of the time talking about how we can actually kick ICE out of our city, both in Minneapolis, and we want to share the lessons that we are learning right here so that you can do them where you are. Because we know that ICE is everywhere.
Recording
and we
in
also
progress.
know that an effective strategy is going to need to be able to tackle ICE all across the country. So that's what we're going to do today. We're talking a lot specifically about targeting hotels. We'll also talk a little bit about student organizing in particular and what we think is needed from student organizing. And this call is like designed to be less than an hour long. So we will have plenty of time for questions at the end, or that's at least our goal, to be able to answer your questions at the end. We really want this to go from like, not just be like a Zoom call where you go and go home, but actually be something where you leave with specific next steps that you can actually do to help with these campaigns. So that's what you should expect from this call, is some next steps to do and some people to text and some organizing to get moving on. Yeah, we'll save the questions as we go. We'll answer them at the very end. The other thing is, too many people signed up for this call for us to set up breakout rooms, which means that we're kind of answering Minnesota specific stuff and national stuff all together in the same room of 600 people, which is amazing. We adjust. But if you know how and you are from Minnesota, it would be really helpful if you put a little star in front of your name or like a MN in front of your name, just to like help us just know whether we're answering a question for a Minnesota specific context or a national context. So that's, yeah, we were going to do breakouts to answer that, but we can't. So we're just going to do this instead. And if you're able to change your name, that would be amazing. It's also too many people. Usually I'd have us go into breakout rooms and talk about how we're feeling, but we can't really do that. But I want us to share a little bit in the chat. How have the last 2 weeks been feeling for you? Let's hear people in the chat and I'll read a few out loud. Seeing devastating, everything, good will prevail, demoralizing, hopeful, shocking, horrible. Yeah. Yeah. Inspired, anxious, determined. Yeah. Thank you. These are all really, really beautiful. One of the, I'm seeing specific stories too. People afraid to afford rent, or people unable to afford rent, people having family members or friends having temporary protected status revoked. I see people talking about how action is moving them towards more hope, angry tears. Like I said, I'm from Minnesota. The last, like everyone I grew up around and most of people like I'm close to are here. I found the last 2 weeks really scary. I keep having moments of realizing that I need to drive around with my passport, realizing that my friends and family could be pulled over at any moment, having people I know grabbed or having guns pointed to their faces, or seeing restaurants that are usually open closed out of fear of ICE, and knowing friends of friends who like stopped going to work because they're too scared to be grabbed. It's really, really, really scary. But it's also been an incredibly hopeful time. I think that the solidarity that we're building in Minnesota and the networks of organizing are truly like nothing I've ever seen before. I've been organizing since I was 16. So for like over 10 years now, just 10 years. And it's incredible. I'm like in signal chats that there's like every single neighborhood in Minneapolis has over 4% of that neighborhood in a signal chat. Like that is amazing. People say that if you can organize 3.5% of a population, you can topple a dictator. We are doing that. I'm in one signal chat. There's a neighborhood near me called Frogtown where the Hmong population lives. And every day there's a rapid response chat. And every single day, the signal chat limit is 1,000 people. Every single day by like 11 a.m., the chat is only for people who are actively patrolling. Every single day we hit that 1,000 people by 11 a.m. because in every day in every neighborhood, there are 1,000+ people actively patrolling our cities. That is amazing. That is like the type of organizing that I don't know when we have seen something like that. It's incredible. And it's really beautiful to me that people saw, it's really beautiful and inspiring and a little scary that people saw Renee Good and Alex Peretti get shot, and their reaction, tens of thousands of people's reaction, was to say, you know what? No, I'm going to do that too. That's bravery. That's courage. That's courage beyond what Donald Trump or Elon Musk or ICE agents could ever, ever, ever dream of. So I'm really proud to be from Minnesota right now. I think we're building the type of power that is not just for this moment, not just to kick ICE out, but is an example for the rest of the country and could turn the tide against this regime, could turn the tide against authoritarianism, and could be the type of organizing power that not only can stand up to the bad, but can actually start to build the good as well. Because at the end of the day, I'm in this for a world where we can like drink clean water and breathe clean air and be not afraid for our neighbors to go outside and have a hopeful future to look forward to. Like, you know, we started as a climate movement, and I still have that hope of like building a future that works for all of us. That's how I'm feeling right now, and I'm really appreciating everything people are sharing in the chat. I'm going to share a little bit more about our organizing that we're doing on the ground right now. The core idea of our organizing is that Minneapolis already has an incredible defensive network that I was talking about. And you guys have probably seen this too. We have this incredible defensive network where if ICE shows up, we show up right next to it, we blow our whistles, people start gathering, we're able to record. Sometimes we're like, people are even able to stop illegal arrests from happening, and it's fantastic. But I also am showing up on the streets, and I know that we cannot afford to only be on defense. It just doesn't work. It's not going to be long. It's like we need a defense forever. And so what the Sunrise Twin Cities Hub has been specifically doing is being like, what are ways that we can actually go on offense? What are ways that we can actually kick ICE out of our city? So that's what this call is about. And there's a lot of learnings about the defensive organizing too, and we need both. We need the defensive side and we need the offensive side, but this side is how we can kick ICE out of our city. When we think about that, we use a framework called the Pillars of Power. The core idea here is that everyday people have the power to kick ICE out. We are the ones who run the hotels. We're the ones who run the car rental agencies. We're the ones who run the restaurants. And without our permission, ICE cannot operate. Without permission from businesses, ICE cannot operate. Without permission from everyday people, ICE cannot operate. And this is a really key logical shift, because it's like in democracies that are functional, the main thing you do is organize like big protests and get to elections and like get public opinion on our side. And we need to do that because there is still enough semblance of a democracy that we need to win those things. But under an authoritarian regime, which is what we live under right now, we also need to pull the levers of power that are upholding ICE in its day-to-day functions. We need to stop them from being able to sleep places. We need to stop them from being able to drive places. We need to stop them from being able to eat at places. And if they can't do those things, then they cannot function in a city. People with me here? This logic makes sense? Gonna just wait in the chat for a second. Great. It's like in some ways it's incredibly simple because we all know the basics that we need for life, but also it's like a strategic shift that I think we all need to be adopting. If ICE cannot find, and we decided to zoom in specifically on hotels. The reason that we decided to zoom in on hotels is because there are lots of them all around the city. There are things that we all interact with, and there are things that if we make sure that ICE cannot find places to stay, they cannot invade our cities and kidnap the people we love. And I'm seeing some like really interesting things. It's like breaking the supply chains behind the front lines of war. Yeah, take out the bottom of their pyramid, food, shelter, water, gone. So that's the core idea here. And we're going to share a lot of details about how to actually do this. We're going to share details about how we have been able to track down where ICE is staying, how we actually plan noise protests, digital actions you can take, all of that. So that's what the rest of this call is going to be. But that's the core idea is we're like, we are taking away our cooperation with ICE. And by doing that, we are going to kick ICE out of the city. And the last thing I want to say before I pass it to Luca is we are not just here to kick out ICE, although we are doing that. We're not just here to abolish ICE altogether, although certainly we are doing that. Not even just to end Trump's regime, but we're trying to build a future that works for all working people, not just billionaires. And that means running this hotel campaign, but it also means building all types of power. It means building like the types of student strike power that can make sure to halt this country and lead the way for many, many people to follow. It means building also electoral power so that we make sure that we don't have this like feckless, spineless Democratic Party that refuses to even block ICE funding, and that we can actually replace them with a party that can actually stand up for everyday people. So what we're zooming in right now is, yes, this hotel and ICE piece, but if you are interested in Sunrise's broader strategy beyond the hotel stuff, we have a mass call on Wednesday where we go over our broader strategy. So this call is focused on those hotels, but tune in for all of the rest of the organizing that we're doing as well on Wednesday. And someone can drop that in the chat in a second, probably. Oh, great. smvmt.org/2026. We're here for the long haul. We're here to win. With that, we have an incredible student organizer from the Twin Cities, specifically from Roosevelt High School. I'll share these later. Actually, we'll go to the next slide. Specifically from Roosevelt High School to share a little bit about what the student organizing is like in Minnesota right now. Luca, I will pass it to you.
Hi, my name is Luca. I'm a student at Roosevelt High School, and I'm a sophomore. ICE has been terrorizing my community. They're on every block, and they're coming to schools.
Luca, do you mind switching on your video really quick? Sorry, I just realized it wasn't.
I see. Sorry, I'm not sure if I can right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, never mind. Go for it.
Sorry. They're coming to schools and kidnapping students. They're killing people, and some of my classmates aren't coming to school because they're so scared they'll be ripped away from their families. I want to do something this Friday. We are organizing a walkout. Students are going to the governor's mansion to deliver letters from our missing classmates, and we are demanding he protect students from ICE. I also want to call the rest of you to join us on February 6th for a walkout. We need every single person across the country to join us. Every single person counts. And my mom used to tell me that if everyone said, I'm only one person and it'll be fine if I don't go to the protest, no one would come to protest. And it's so important that you come to protest, and please spread the word about it. It's on February 6th and it's a nationwide walkout. I'll see you there.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Luca. And I just want to say, like, I think every single school in the Twin Cities has, or every single major high school in the Twin Cities has organized a walkout in the last 2 weeks. The organizing that young people have been doing is incredible. Roosevelt, where Luca goes, was like ICE agents showed up on the grounds with tear gassing on the grounds. You guys might have seen the video 2 weeks ago. It is ridiculous what they are doing to high schoolers right now. And if you are a student or if you know a student, please help us plan this mass student strike on February 6th, and we will share the link for that afterwards and continuously throughout the call. With that, Megan, I think I'm going to pass it to you to talk more about our hotel organizing.
Thank you, Aru. So yeah, my name is Megan. I am with the Sunrise Twin Cities Hub, and we've been using a bunch of different tactics to target hotels that are choosing to house ICE. So on the left side there, we've been using wide awakes, which are our noise demonstrations. We'll talk a lot about those today. We've also been having people make and then cancel reservations at hotels housing ICE, as well as calling in to hotels and leaving Google reviews. Just last week, we tried a new tactic, which was a sing-in / sit-in at a hotel housing ICE, where we came in and we sang songs in the lobby. And there are some other things on our list of tactics to come. One of the impacts of our actions has been that there are agents staying in Airbnbs instead of hotels, which are more expensive. Like, we know that's because they're afraid to stay at hotels. And we want to get these Airbnbs to deny them as well. We're also planning to celebrate hotels that defect. We've done this already. And we want to help hotels that are choosing to defect and deny ICE. And then something we've launched this week is asking the Minneapolis City Council to revoke liquor licenses for hotels housing ICE. And they have this power because one of the parts about allowing a liquor license is safety. Like, safety is a concern there. And so there'll be a push for that this week, and we're really excited to see how that goes. Wide awakes are what we're learning about tonight. They are nonviolent, peaceful noise demonstrations at hotels where people use instruments and whistles and pots and pans and whatever they have in their house to come and make noise. And we've done these. I've literally lost count of how many we've done. Over 20 since ICE came to the Twin Cities, since we kind of started this work back at the end of 2025. And they range in size from 4 people to 3,000 people, depending on what our goals are, depending on how we publicize them. And these are powerful. They're having an impact. They're also fun, for real. Like, people enjoy being out there. It's a cathartic, community-based action where people can vent their frustration and have an impact at the same time. So that's been really powerful. We also have some remote tactics. So some of these we mentioned already, but this on the left is a screenshot from a DHS tweet about a hotel that refused service to ICE agents. And on the right is a graphic we've been using to have people encouraged to make and cancel reservations. And these are working because we also understand that not everybody can get out and protest in the streets. So there are remote tactics as well. And what we're doing is working. There are hotels that are denying agents reservations. Agents are often leaving hotels after these protests. There have been 2 hotels in the Twin Cities that have paused operations temporarily out of concerns for worker safety. So they're not housing anybody. They're looking to keep their workers safe. Hotel workers are terrified right now. So it's working. We have heard of other hotels denying reservations. And because we're targeting these hotels, agents are having to change their patterns. They park blocks away. They have to be really careful about hiding that they are ICE. And every moment that they waste parking farther away or having to be shuttled to these hotels so they're not detected, every moment that they waste is a moment that they're not out kidnapping the people that we love. And so Aru already talked about this, and we'll put these up again, but these are some key links and tools. So we have this Twin Cities Toolkit, which is a guide to wide awakes. And what we're going to do in this next part of the training, which Sean will be leading, is we're going to kind of walk through that toolkit. But you have that resource as well, and it'll be dropped in the chat. And then we also have this remote action toolkit. If you're not ready to get out in the streets, different ways that you can support from home. And then, these other toolkits, showing them again. And then we also have a wide awake signal chat that you can join. And then that last one is for the student strike. I am going to pass to Sean, who's going to start our training.
Thanks, Megan. I'm Sean. I use he and they pronouns. I'm from the Twin Cities here, born and raised. And let's go over this training here. So next slide, please. Yes. Okay. So just ground rules on these wide awakes is that we are a nonviolent org, so we want to make these nonviolent direct actions. We don't want to damage property, and we especially don't want to be harassing the staff or the people staying at the hotels. And especially the staff is key because they are also fellow working people, right? They don't necessarily hold the power in these major decisions of whether to house ICE or not. And so I think just making sure to keep that in mind. Another thing is that we don't really, with these actions, we don't really want to get arrested. Necessarily not the point of this. And so when the police do show up, just leave before any sort of arrests happen. They'll usually give you warnings prior to doing that. Next slide, please. All right, so in terms of how to find a hotel. So in the Twin Cities, we have a list of confirmed hotels that are housing ICE, whether they have housed ICE in the past or are still housing ICE currently. And so if you are in the Twin Cities, you can take a look at that link and you'll be able to reference that for planning your own wide awakes. Otherwise, if you have verification from other sources, whether that's maybe a friend who is a hotel employee or you see ICE agents yourself, right, at a hotel that hasn't been confirmed yet, that is another way of confirming it yourself. And the ways that the hotels that ICE is staying at is confirmed is all sorts of different intel that we get, right? Whether that's scouting specifically at these hotels and seeing ICE agents' vehicles, because we know what their license plates and all that. And so that's one way that we look it up. Another is getting tips from employees themselves. Now, one thing that I do want to mention is that if you are going to be getting tips from employees, really try to protect their privacy and make sure that you're not doing it in any place where there might be a camera. Just make sure to do it discreetly, right? Because we don't want to get these the staff fired for cooperating with us. So yeah, those are some ways. Otherwise, we sometimes get tips on social media and all sorts of different facets. And then in terms of whether you have to be 100% sure, I think for the most part, in the beginning, we were more so trying to confirm, but as things have moved on, so basically what we used to do was we would have someone who would confirm the hotels that the ICE agents were staying after we got a tip. And if we have, now it's like if we have a good enough of a source or like a credible enough source, then it's still worth going to the hotel there. All right, next slide. Cool, so we have two different types of demos that we're doing. So the first ones we do are these larger public demos that happen before 10 p.m. At least in the Twin Cities, a lot of noise ordinances kick in at 10. And so when we do these are, again, publicized on socials. We try to get a lot of people out. For us, it's ranged anywhere from like 150 people up to like 2,000 or 3,000. And this is a really great opportunity to get people who might not be familiar with or comfortable with necessarily going to those late night wide awakes, which I'll talk about in a second, to kind of get them more, ease them into doing this sort of action. And then, yeah, our second ones that we do, which tend to be even more impactful than those public ones, are our middle of the night ones that happen after 10. So we usually do those at like midnight, 1 a.m., sometimes 2, really at the dead of night, so that we wake up the agents, we wake up guests, and really disrupt the operations of the hotel that we are at. And so if you are going to be doing this, especially if you're in the Twin Cities and you are planning your own wide awake, we'd love to know. Let us know the date, time, and the location of that, and that can be found and submitted in the guide. So then in terms of recruitment, for the large public ones, we would want to create graphics like this. So these are some examples that we've had. We also encourage, putting them into signal chats, especially larger ones, again, because it's public. For those smaller late night demos that we do, those ones we tend to try to keep to a more closed group, especially trying to keep them vetted. And so we typically wouldn't do graphics for those. you just kind of share them with your more immediate network, whether that's, again, a vetted group that you have, that might be a group of friends, your family, a book club, whatever that might be, people who are down for the cause. All right, next slide. Cool. So then in terms of actually carrying out the action itself, you want to make sure to have a variety of roles set up, and it's just going to really depend on the size of your action, right? If it's only 10 people, you might only need like one person for each of these roles, but if it's 2,000, then that's a different story, right? And so what we want are to have an action lead or two. So these are the people who would be planning the logistics of the Wide Awake itself, communicating that to everybody, and kind of making that the final decisions through that night. Safety marshals, those would be people who will be keeping basically the crowd safe, right, from traffic, outside agitators, and whatever else that might be happening. And Lacey will talk about that a little bit more later, including police liaisoning, which is what she'll talk about as well. So that would be basically the person who separates, once the police arrives, separates the crowd from the police and tries to negotiate with them in a sense, or almost stall them to be able to have the wide awakes go longer and kind of like communicate the warnings and like when they're going to be like issuing arrests to the organizers. And then you also want to make sure to have photographers and videographers. We want to make sure that these are being shared on socials, in chats, because right, this is what puts the national pressure and really grows the pressure against Hilton and these hotels on a national scale. And then lastly, you'll, just like any sort of demonstration, you'll want to have an MC, someone leading chants. And then some other roles that you can also consider, especially if you have the capacity for it. Speakers, especially for those larger public demos, really, having a few people speak to, speak their mind, especially, give speeches. Something else that's helpful is, at least within Minnesota right now, we've been getting a lot of press, understandably, because of everything that's happening. But if you do have any press who are interested, really having a contact for that is really helpful. Someone who can be a spokes for Sunrise, or just whatever your group that you're organizing the Wide Awake with. Another good idea is to have an art marshal. So this is kind of separate from the photographer and videographer. It could be the same person too if needed, but this would be making sure that we're getting, especially if you have signs, right? Making sure that those are shown in an effective way where it communicates our message on socials. So yeah, that's one thing. If you have medics or people with like first aid training, that's always a great thing to have. If you also have legal observers within your cities, that is also a really great resource to use in case any sort of legal stuff comes up with the police or whatever that might happen. So that's always a great thing to have. And yeah, in terms of like recruiting for roles, like this is an example here. You can just really throw that in the chat, have people react with what role they want to take, and then going from there. Next slide. So what we also recommend is not necessarily meeting right at the spot that you're going to be making lots of noise at, because a large, you're going to be huddled and you're probably going to draw a crowd or draw attention to yourselves. So what we recommend is picking a spot that's a few blocks away. We usually like to try to pick spots that are open 24/7 or really late. So like a bar or an IHOP, a Denny's, somewhere that it would be normal for people to be in the parking lot. If you don't have that option, do the best that you can with finding just some place to meet up. You'll also want to set up a group chat for your action so that everybody can be on the same page, especially if you're doing multiple locations too. You can really communicate through that and saying like, hey, this is the next location that we're going to be going to, and really making sure that you're all on the same page there. And then another thing is making the art. So, right, we have banners, posters, it might be buttons, really those key pieces that really communicate our message of why we're actually doing this. And that we're not just doing this for no reason. Next slide. So then what it's going to look like when you do it the day of is typically, right, you'll want to go to your meeting spot. We really typically like to do a quick briefing going over ground rules like we did in the beginning here, talking about who is in what roles, what are we going to do when the police show up, and really just kind of reminding people of that plan right there. We also like to try to encourage people to break into buddy pairs when we start. So people who can be accountability partners to exchange contact info, especially because these are happening late at night. And so first off, having people be accountable for each other when they go home and like being able to let each other know that they got home safe. And then also like if anybody does happen to get arrested, like that accountability partner being the point of contact, and whether that's like also exchanging emergency contact info too, that's kind of up to those pairs. And then, yeah, we'll make sure to have someone who takes photos and videos. Again, that is very key. And then safety marshals will de-escalate any sort of conflicts, especially like hotel guests who, were woken up quite abruptly in the middle of the night. They might not be happy. And so trying to explain the situation to them and separating them from the crowd if needed. And then, yeah, again, encouraging you to leave when the police tell you to so that we don't have any arrests. And then afterwards, if you're able to, debriefing is always great. Really thinking about like what went well, what could we do better next time, and then kind of learning from there so that you can continue to grow in your organizing of the wide awakes. Next slide. All right, and then Lacey will be talking about police liaison and safety marshaling.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Lacey. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm with the Twin Cities Hub for Sunrise. So I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about police liaison and safety marshals. These are two pretty key roles aside from the primary organizer of an action that really help to structure the action and make it as safe as possible and make sure that everyone is able to focus on what they're there to do. And the safety marshals and police liaison are really helping to wall off any outside agitators or threats that might put the protesters in harm. So I'll start with police liaison. A police liaison should typically just be one person, depending on how large the action is. You could potentially do two people, but one person should be the primary contact. And as soon as police arrive on a scene, that person should go and talk to the police. They should introduce themselves. Oftentimes I just start with my name and asking the officer what their name is and then how their day is going. Kind of just establishing a relationship, quote unquote, so that they know that you are there to do a job and that they're the ones that should talk to you. That includes on top of your name also saying, I'm the police liaison here, and if you need to speak to anyone, come find me first and foremost, and I will communicate that with my colleagues. So whenever police communicate something with you, typically when you make that first interaction, oftentimes they will kind of show their cards of what their intentions are, if they have intentions upon arrival at the scene. Oftentimes I will kind of let them lead with what their intentions might be. And if they kind of go silent after the introductory phase, I'll say we're here protesting ISIS presence in this hotel. We're nonviolent, peaceful protesters. We're doing a few laps, and that's all. And some police will say, as long as you stick to public sidewalks, that's fine. Sometimes they'll give you like, if you do X, Y, and Z, no problem. Sometimes they just say, okay, great. And sometimes they have more requests, demands, or immediately want to shut it down. Your job as police liaison is to get a vibe check about how long you think that your group can pull off this action before safety becomes a factor and arrests or citations might be on the line. So through your communication with police, you should be sussing out in your brain how long you think you might have. And if you get a break in that conversation where they've given you a little bit of information and they're kind of stepping away or whatnot, then you go talk to the organizers for that action, and you explain what you found out from the police, and then keep an eye on the action. If police try to approach again, you're always one that goes up to them first. No, the safety marshals, the protesters should not be engaging with police. That is your job to keep the protest safe by engaging with police. Some important things as police liaison is that you should know your rights and know the rights of what you are doing, and anything that any city regulations that you might possibly be infringing upon. It's helpful to know those things, but essentially you are the communication liaison between the police and the people that are organizing the protest. So you are also the person that is capable of making the call if you need to shut it down immediately. Oftentimes it's best practice to say, thank you for that information, officer. If they're threatening arrests, or if they're threatening citations, or if they're giving you a timeline of when they might start doing those things, you say, thank you for that information. Let me go communicate it with the lead marshal and with the action lead. And that gives you typically a few minutes at bare minimum to be able to go communicate that with your colleagues and keep the action going. So you can kind of stall a little bit too, which is can help prolong the action. But it is best practice to communicate that with the other leads so that they're not confused if you're shutting something down. We always want to be in collaboration with each other, and that includes like the lead marshal and the action lead being in communication with you as well. And then with safety marshals, your primary goal is you're not a protester necessarily in that space. You are there, your goal is safety, is keeping your head on a swivel, always being aware of what's going on, who's around, anyone that might be seeming like they are being activated, and heading off any threats to the protest before they can even approach the protesters. And if they do approach the people who are doing the demo, then you physically put your body in between those people and that person and the protesters, try and get them away as far as you can, and then try and de-escalate the situation, whether that be listening to whatever conspiracy theories they're cooking up in their brain and just nodding and smiling and say, tell me more, or whether it be getting them enough physical distance from the protest that they kind of start to calm down, and then you can walk away, and then you rejoin the rest of the protest. So those are two really key safety roles that I think is important to have as when you are doing these demos, to make sure you're keeping everyone safe and making sure that you all get to go home at the end of the night. We can move on to the next slide.
Yeah, great job. Thank you, Lacey. We're going to pass it over to Aru.
Amazing. Switching on my flashlight again. Y'all, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about like just taking questions and everything. That's what the rest of this call is for. But I didn't want to close us out before just like taking a moment to recognize how incredibly historic this organizing is. How like innovative and creative, and how we're thinking about new tactics all the time. And it's incredible. Like I really want us to feel proud of what we're doing right now. And yes, it is a terrible, terrible, terrible circumstance that has brought us here. But when I look at the density and creativity and bravery in the organizing in Minneapolis, I really do believe that we're going to win. I really do. And I see people starting to organize right now in the chat and keep exchanging those signal names. But I believe the most powerful organizing comes out of hope and love for each other, and love for our homes, and love for our neighbors. So I believe that we can win. Go to the next slide. Okay, next slide again. We've been putting this in the chat the whole time, but these are Oh wait, can you refresh the slides? This is actually like one link is out of date. Thank you. Great. Whenever they get up again, you'll see the updated slides. These are the 5 links that you basically are going to need if you are in the Twin Cities. If you're in the Twin Cities, we have a toolkit for people in the Twin Cities. It's smvmt.org/TC awake. Join that, like click on that link. There's a form you can fill out if you're planning on planning a wide awake. There's a link about how to do digital actions, link up with the Sunrise Hub. We would love, love, love to know when you are doing your wide awake so that we can track the ones that are getting hit. If you don't want to tell us, that's fine. It's just like fun to be able to publicize, oh, wow, we hit 20 hotels this week. So if you're doing one in the Twin Cities, tell our hub about it. There's a form you can fill out. There's like places you can upload photo and video. That would be amazing. And you're going to get this later. If you are like, I love this idea, but I can't bring myself to like actually plan a wide awake, or I don't know where there is a Hilton that's hosting ICE in my area or a hotel in my area, there are like remote things we can do. We need to love that. We need to like repeal those liquor licenses. We need to call them. We want to review bomb them and booking.com. We want to book hotel reservations and cancel them last minute. There are real concrete digital things you can do. And if you can only do things digitally, I would highly, highly, highly recommend like inviting 5 friends over and taking an hour to go through all the action steps together and like sending them out to all of your friends. That's really a way that you can turn even digital actions into organizing. So planning like a digital action, like little party is a great tip. If you're somewhere nationally, there's a guide for you to plan a national wide awake. After you read through the guide, or it may be already, if you actively want to plan a wide awake, you can click this chat. We would love for you to join the chat. We really do want to keep the chat to people who are actively planning so that we can like actively support it. I also see people planning things in the chat right now and exchanging Signal usernames. So I see the Bay Area Hub is like inviting y'all to the Bay Area Signal. I see some Maine people exchanging signals. I see some Texas people. Just keep doing that in the chat. We wish we had a way for you to do it more easily, but we're going to do it in there for now. The chat to plan a wide awake is smvmt.org/wideawake chat. And I'm just saying that people are coordinating in the Zoom chat right now, which is incredible. And last, but definitely not least, we really are going to organize a bunch of students for a day-long student strike on February 6th. And our call for that is going to be this Tuesday. If you know a student, if you are a student, actually, I'm going to have everybody do this right now because there's no way that all 745 of us don't know at least one student in our lives. So type in the link smvmt.org/students against ICE and send it to at least one student that you know and tell them to get on the call. And when you have sent that message, I'm going to have you put a exclamation point in the chat. You can send it to more than one, but I'm going to make sure we all send it to one. Going to wait for those exclamation points. The call's on Tuesday, the walkout's on the 6th. Oh, I see one exclamation point. Oh, I see them rolling in. Yeah, more for more students. Maybe put in the number you sent it to. Amazing. I'm seeing these exclamation points rolling in. Okay, we are going to keep this slide up while we start answering questions. I think Lacey, Megan, Sean, if we could all switch our videos on to answer questions, that would be great. And we are going to just try and, there's like 15 minutes where we're going to try and answer all the questions we can get to. I think a few of us could stay like 5 or 10 minutes after if we need to. And maybe again, if you ask a question, explain what, like, note whether you're in the Twin Cities hub or not.
And if you have, I see some hands raised. If you have additional questions, just drop them in the chat. Alex is helping us compile them. And so we've been like sort of logging some of them.
Cool.
So let's get started. So I'm going to answer some of the questions that you've already asked. One, how do I learn more about the different roles, action, art, safety needed to make this action happen? Great question. In the Twin Cities and the National Wide Awake toolkits here, there's a tab that goes into these in more detail, and you can learn more about what the responsibilities are. And then keep in mind, people don't need to have experience with these things to do them well. It's great to have experienced police liaisons. It's great to have experienced safety marshals. But if you can teach someone about what that role is supposed to be, they can learn on the fly if they know the core principles there. One question, what does it look like during a wide awake? What do these things look like? So we will often do laps of the hotel to start, and then sometimes stay in front of the hotel, in front of their lobby if desired. But doing laps and making noise all around the hotel is very impactful. You can go slowly when you're doing this. Take your time. Try to have a marshal in front and a marshal in back to kind of like be a marshal sandwich, if you will. The other thing we've done, and we've also heard of people doing if they're not comfortable getting out of their cars, is driving around the hotel and honking from their cars. So if you have a really small team of people, or you just want to do this with a friend or two, that's a great way to do it. We have liked to warm up, if you will, by circling the hotel and setting off our car alarms to start. In general, the ones that happen before 10 p.m., they tend to be longer. So when we host these from say 7 to 9 p.m., we're often able to stay there the whole time, whether we're on public sidewalks, again, because of the noise ordinance laws. And after 10 p.m., they tend to be shorter. So this varies. It might be 15 or 30 minutes per hotel, or more like an hour, depending on the police response. And yeah, this question, why is getting arrested not strategic for wide awake? Aru or Sean, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I can say something about it. Basically, I'm like, we're mostly trying to reach scale right now. Like there are like 70 different hotels in the Twin Cities, like housing ICE, and like it's not really particularly strategic to like go and get arrested and then people are arrested. Like what we're trying to do is make noise outside of the hotels so that it leaves. So we don't think that that's the smartest thing to do. So we leave when the police comes. We're not doing anything illegal. It's, we're just making some noise and then we leave.
Yep, exactly. And there's a time and a place to scale and escalate. It's not in this place right now. A quick question. So someone asked about how do I join the local signal chats in Minneapolis that Aru was talking about. There's a great resource called Defend the 612, and that is defend612.com. And if you go there, you can sign up and pick a neighborhood, and they have like information on how to join those chats.
Megan, can I add to that?
Yeah, please.
They are also like overwhelmed, as we all are here in the Twin Cities. So it's taking them a minute to add people to chats. But I'd say the best way to get in those chats is literally go talk to your neighbors, because I'm sure they're in it. And oftentimes these chats already have a vetting process where they'd like for you to meet up with someone in the neighborhood just to see that you're a human first. So go talk to your neighbors. That is honestly how we are gonna that's how we organize. That's how this movement grows, is we get to know the people around us. And that's how Minneapolis is staying as somewhat sane as it is at the moment, is neighbors coming together. So chat with your neighbors too.
I love that. This question, how do I know if ICE is in my community and where are they staying? So I want to use the answer to this question to talk about what I think has been one of the biggest strengths and one of the biggest reasons why Minneapolis has had such a strong response, is that we are able to collect license plate data quickly, regularly, and efficiently. And that allows us to track where agents are going and alert those rapid response networks where those agents are. And it allows us to figure out where they're staying. So what we've been doing, or what the community has been doing, is they've been at Whipple Federal Building every single day. And Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis area is where agents are staying. It's like where they leave their hotels, they go there in the mornings, they have little meetings or whatever, who knows, and then that's where they deploy from. And so there are people outside of Whipple who are tracking license plates or recording license plate data, and then they relay information to all these rapid response networks. Hey, we have 3 cars with these license plates and these descriptions heading this direction. And then those neighborhood groups in that direction are ready, and they're ready to look out for those. And it means that we can get people on the ground really fast. So there's a huge team of people doing that. It's decentralized. It's a community effort. There's a group of people who are on the ground taking shifts, organizing at Whipple Federal Building. There's a whole nother group of people curating that public license plate database, entering data. It's honestly been beautiful to watch. So if you have ICE in your city, or if you are expecting ICE in your city, my biggest tips would be to figure out where they're going to be staging, which might be multiple places, get eyes there to track license plates, and build a team that's ready to create a public-facing database for that information. These agents have had to do illegal stuff to avoid us. They've been driving around without license plates at all, no license plates, and they've been changing license plates, which is not, good or illegal. So it makes it easier to follow them, because if you see a sketchy car with 0 license plates and men with masks up to here, it's a pretty good sign that they're ICE. And then we often know which cars are ICE to begin with. Aru or Sean, do you want to speak to this question? Does it work to call my reps and my senators? And how are we planning to factor all of our Hilton actions into the budget fight, given that so much of it is centered around funding for these agencies?
Yeah. First of all, if you want to learn more about our political strategy in general, we would love for you to come to our Wednesday call. That's smbmt.org/2026, I think, where we're going to hear from some current representatives, some people running for Congress. I think changing the way the Democratic Party, it is ridiculous that the Democratic Party is voting to increase funding for ICE as they're literally murdering people in our streets. It's absolutely disgusting. I definitely think we need real strategies around the Democratic Party. There are 7 people who voted to increase ICE funding when they shouldn't have. We should be showing up outside of their house in the middle of the night and asking them to have voted differently. That is something that we're looking into strategy. So if you live in one of those districts, show up to Wednesday. We're going to be talking more about our political strategy, and we can talk about it there.
Thank you for that. This next question. So are you supporting hotel workers during these wide awakes, and what mutual aid is happening in Minnesota? So I want to use this to talk about the tremendous response we're getting from hotel staff. Hotel staff are in a really rough position when their hotels are housing ICE. Many of them are terrified to go to work. Many of them agree with us, but they feel like they have to be silent, and they risk losing their job in a society that isn't ready to support them if that were to happen. We regularly get asks from hotel employees to come and do these protests at their hotels. And we have the support of local unions in these actions, local hotel worker unions in these actions. That being said, these employees need all sorts of support as well. So there's a lot of mutual aid happening in the Twin Cities, grocery deliveries for people who are afraid to leave their homes, financial support, and mutual aid is so important. It's also not enough. We need to do it. That needs to happen in combination with the work that we are doing. And it's been really incredible to see the outpouring of mutual aid in the Twin Cities. The other thing we've been doing is for the hotels that are shutting down operations temporarily, we have been pushing them in collaboration with local hotel worker unions to keep paying their employees during the shutdown. And based on what we've heard from unions, the hotel owners and the companies that own multiple hotels in the Twin Cities can afford to do that. And that is a part of worker safety. So when they say we're going to shut down to protect workers, that should also include paying those hotel workers as well. So it's been incredible to see support from them, from the workers and the unions. And my heart just aches for what they must experience, having to serve these agents, having to clean their rooms when there are guns out open in their hotel rooms. It's been great to work with them, and also so hard. Aru, do you want to talk a little bit more about go ahead.
Oh, I'll just say, I see all these people creating signal groups. This is amazing. Keep connecting with each other. If you are trying to organize a hotel wide awake and you want support, join that chat so we can support you. If you somehow forget to do that or lose the link, like literally just DM us on Instagram. We want to help people organize things. And that is like, yeah, it's like we want to help people organize, we want to win. So I'm just gonna repeat that. Megan, were you gonna say something else?
Yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about the hotel reservation cancellation strategy? So the question is, how is booking hotel rooms helping when we have to cancel 5 days before booking?
Yeah, it's just, well, first of all, different hotels are different. So some hotels have as short as a 48 or even 24-hour cancellation policy. So we have been looking specifically at hotels with shorter cancellation policies to be able to be more effective. But even if it is 5 days in advance, that is just like still 5 days in which they both like they're more likely to lose that revenue because they aren't able to book it up until 5 days in advance. And plenty of people book hotels more than 5 days in advance, and they can't do that if they're booked out because of what we're doing. So that's kind of the logic there.
Yeah, I love it. Let's see if there are other questions. Alex has been dropping them. But as Aru mentioned, like that chat to plan a wide awake can also be a resource for you if you have questions. We're happy to help. We want to scale this nationally. That's the biggest thing that we need to happen right now. It's for this to happen everywhere, for you to target Hilton in particular, and so we can get them to move, but to target any hotel that's housing ICE. So we want
to see like just exactly what Megan's saying. Like I see a lot of people sending me DMs being like, how can I support? How can I help? I'm like, the biggest thing I want anyone to do anywhere is organize. Like in Minneapolis, that is what we need because yes, 16% of ICE is right here, but like we will not be able to win without national pressure on these institutions. So if you want to act in solidarity with Minneapolis, join a campaign. Join a campaign and organize. That is what we need right now, and tell all of your friends to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I hate to do this. We have to go. We have to move on to our next call. This is a different group. You guys are going to love this. That was a great call, though. That was a great... Oh, shit, actually. Leave. Hang on. That was a great call, actually. I have to switch into a new secret identity. Yeah, there's several calls tomorrow too. It's gonna be a crazy organizing week, guys. Crazy organizing week. We're just waiting to be let into the call. If you guys are enjoying our Spy Stream exclusive tonight, please make sure you mount the like button. We got a couple super chats. I can't answer super chats during the call, guys, but I do appreciate them, of course. Cameras for Accountability is streaming an ICE protest in Portland on YouTube. Yeah, real, actually. I'm really starting to boil with hatred for these people. Latrina, welcome to my world, girl. This is my struggle. My struggle. We're just waiting to be let into the meeting, guys. Normally, Spy Stream is supporter only, so... Oh, okay. Normally, Spy Stream is supporter only, so we will be doing several Spy Streams this week that are supporter only. So if you appreciate it, become a YouTube channel member, become a Substack member, Locals member. All of those will get you access to a Spy Stream, Twitter subscriber, Patreon supporter if you want to, but I prefer either YouTube member or Substack member. But whatever you want to do is fine. Whatever is clever, man. Whatever is clever. There does look like there's going to be a noise protest outside the hotel tonight. I know BCP is going to try to go, Black Conservative Preacher. And so there will be movie night at 9 p.m. in the supporter Discord. I want to encourage everyone who wants to go to movie night with Jennifer to go to movie night. They're watching Fried Green Tomatoes tonight. If there is coverage of this noise protest, I'm going to stay streaming, but I do want to encourage everyone else to go watch the movie. You guys can watch both at the same time. See, I can't do that. How do you get access with Rumble? You get it through Locals, so you go to my Locals and get it there. Thank you, Kimmy, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. They're going to be starting soon, guys. They socialists always get started late. It's always late. But we got a ton from that first call was fucking awesome. That was great. Was that good for you guys? If that was your first spy stream, the last call we just watched, how was that for you? Did you hear some stuff that surprised you? Or was it just shocking to hear it come out of their mouth? Cynthia in with the 5 gifted channel memberships. W Cynthia. Thank you so much for being an amazing supporter. Welcome, Disassociated. We appreciate you being here. Locals should be connected to my Rumble. You guys should be able to find it through there. If you've tried to get verified in the Discord in the last hour, don't worry. I will verify you before the movie, but just not yet. I'll do it after the spy stream. Yo, welcome, Nancy. Welcome to the cult. Welcome to the cult. We're still waiting, guys, to be let into the stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys think so you guys think the right is more organized than the left? Where's a conservative protest with a marshal, a police liaison, and an art director? And an organizing call. But we do spy streams regularly, guys. So if you want to see inside real leftist trainings, hang out and come to spy stream and you will see what the left is doing in real time.
We knew that today in New York, at least, we can't be on the streets because there's a blizzard, but we know that there's an urgent need to respond to what's happening in Minneapolis and all across this country. So we're going to learn more about how DSA members and comrades across the country are fighting to defend themselves, and expand the rights of migrant communities and standing up against Trump's fascist Gestapo. We all deserve a life of dignity and freedom, and that's what so many people are fighting for right now. I'm going to pass it on to my fellow co-chair, Grace, who is going to MC the call.
Hi, everyone. So good to be here with you. Very inspiring to see how many of us are ready to take action. So I will pass it right along to our first speaker. We're really excited to be welcoming Kai Johnson, who is an elected leader with Twin Cities DSA. He was born and raised on the south side of Minneapolis, and he's been doing tenant organizing and mutual aid in Minneapolis since 2022, and recently managed Aisha Juktai's successful city council campaign. But since the start of the ICE invasion, he's been organizing observers with Whipple Watch and patrols and dispatch for Southside Rapid Response. So we're really excited to hear from Kai to learn more about what's happening on the ground and how we can all best support. Kai, over to you.
Thank you, Grace. Hello, comrades. Thank you so much for having me here today. As Grace mentioned, I grew up on Southside Minneapolis, and I stand here today because I grew up with many of my Hmong, Hispanic, and Somali neighbors that have now families of their own and kids in school and college, and they're being targeted and terrorized by the fascist occupation force that has been in Minneapolis for the last over 50 days. They were born on the same streets I grew up in. And I think that growing up in these communities is what made me who I am today and made what makes Minneapolis such a special and important place for this fight we are taking nationally. We stand up every day because immigrant neighbors make the community better and deserve to make a home here. And in Minneapolis, we show up every day because no one is illegal on stolen land. Yesterday, blocks from where I live, Alex Preddy was murdered in broad daylight. What sticks with me the most is one of the first headlines I saw was that another observer was murdered by ICE. And the word another sticks out to me there. Renee Good was murdered just over 2 weeks ago in broad daylight. And the fact that we have more violence blatantly on our streets day after day is just, it's difficult to overcome, and we stand together as we heal and move forward from that trauma. But what we get every day is another child abducted, another neighbor taken from a bus stop, another legal observer that has been murdered. The atrocities occur daily, but more and more neighbors show up every single day. This is not a new fight for many of my neighbors. My Indigenous neighbors have educated me throughout this struggle that this is a generational fight for them. Fort Snelling, which is the same land that the Whipple building is on, where ICE has their regional headquarters, stands as a concentration camp and is a monument to the genocide of our Indigenous neighbors. And we seek to not only kick ICE out of the Whipple building, but to dismantle Fort Snelling brick by brick because of what it says to our communities as a violent monument to atrocities that occurred for generations. What I think of also these days is that, you know, they say fascism is imperialism come home, that what we're experiencing in Minneapolis is the same kind of imperialist occupation that occurs globally. And we have stood in solidarity with in struggle across the world, and now it's here today. And the letters and love and support that we receive not only nationally from comrades, but globally, it really keeps us going. It's quite heartening. I had an opportunity to read some of the love letters to Minneapolis the other day, and it's really what I needed in this struggle in these dark times. I want to speak a little bit to what we've been doing on the ground. So Whipple Watch, like I said, ICE is the regional headquarters for the Upper Midwest. ICE cars come in, ICE agents come into that building and mobilize and gear up, and they spread out across the Midwest. We collect license plates and information on the vehicles as they move in and out of the building. And disseminating that information, we've caught ICE vehicles that we see at Whipple days later in Rice Lake, Fargo, all across the state. And so the work that we do there that continues daily, we have people that show up daily to do this, is very important to keeping our neighbors safe, not only in our city, but across the state. Some of our local rapid response networks, these sprung up in the first weeks of the ICE occupation, and they have shown to be one of the most effective routes in preventing abduction of neighbors. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of community members on hyper-local chats. You might have seen some of them get leaked in the press recently. We have dispatch calls where there's neighbors who sit there and support patrollers as they do this intense work in our community, constantly being harassed and intimidated by ICE with threats of murder. Yes, threats of murder, but people still show up and do it every single day. And I just want to say for our chapter also, we've been taking our leaders and putting them out in the community in these rapid response networks. They've been taking on administrative roles, dispatch roles. Our leaders are leading the charge, and the local organizations here have taken note. And we have really, made TCDSA someone that people can rely on in the community. And I want to, continue that work. And I think that's what's most important here. And that's why we're raising money today. One of the reasons we're raising money is, this is, last week we were raising money for whistles and Know Your Rights Lit costs. Now we're raising funds for respirators and goggles. I don't know what we'll need money for next week, who's to say, but we're continuing to ask our workers and neighbors to fight. And we need money to keep people out on the streets fighting ICE. We need people to keep standing up. I know you saw hundreds of thousands of people left work last Friday, and we need money to keep them out there, to support them as they resist ICE on the streets of Minneapolis and Twin Cities. Thank you, everyone, and fuck ICE.
Thank you, Kai. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here and share that with us in this incredibly stressful and horrifying moment. So, like Kai was saying, we're raising funds for Twin Cities DSA. We're also raising funds for a group called United Renters for Justice. They weren't able to join us, but United Renters for Justice works for permanently affordable democratic housing and structural changes. They are also raising money, like Twin Cities DSA, for supplies and helping their members. But specifically, they help members of their tenant unions and residents of their housing cooperatives to be able to shelter in place. Many of these residents have been forced to shelter in place and forego income with the ICE invasion, but we all know that rent will still be due. So to fight evictions, this group is raising funds, but also calling on the Minneapolis mayor, the county board of commissioner, and Governor Walz to immediately enact an eviction moratorium paired with rental assistance. So these are two, DSA, our Twin Cities DSA, one of our sister chapters, and this group are two organizations we're really focusing on. They need supplies, they need legal support, they need funds to keep people from being evicted, and so much more. So please do give what you can. Additionally, while you're doing that, take a moment. It really only takes a moment to email your representatives and demand they do everything in their power to fully defund and abolish ICE. And then finally, if you're not organized into DSA, now is a great time to do it. We're connected and committed to connecting people with work happening on the ground, both in New York and Minneapolis and everywhere in between. But now I'm thrilled to be able to pass it on and introduce Ari Grant Sassoon, who's a member of Twin Cities DSA, like Kai, and also a member of the Minneapolis Federation of Educators, who can talk about some of the union actions that have been happening on the ground in Minneapolis. Ari, over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Ari. I'm a special education assistant for Minneapolis Public Schools. I work with students with special needs in a K-5 elementary school here in the city. So I'll talk a little bit about what has happened the past couple days, and then kind of get into some of the school stuff at the end. Friday, I'm sure you all heard, was a really massive mobilization. I think it's estimated 50 to 100,000 people. I saw was the estimate march downtown, and it was negative 10 degrees outside, guys. I don't know what else to say. It was cold as fuck. Wore everything I had. It was inspiring. It was a great action. And downtown is cold. It's like those buildings are wind tunnels. There is no sun. It's shady. So it's cold. People were out there. And it was a great moment for the city, I think, in all this darkness. There's a lot of talk around this, being another one of Minneapolis's story general strikes. For me, in my union, as a member, as an organizer in my union, I'm not sure if that's the language I would use, frankly. For us, we had a contract campaign this fall. We were days away from going on strike. And when you're about to go on strike, you tell your colleagues, your job is to be on the line. If you're not on the line, I don't know what to tell you. You're not in this union as far as I'm concerned. If we're on strike, we're on strike. Everyone's out, everyone's on the line. And the Minneapolis labor movement signed on to this day of action. There were a lot of union members out there. A lot of people took personal days. A lot of people took time off to be at this event, but that wasn't the language going in, right? We weren't told we are on strike today. And for me, I think that's not a knock on our leaders. It's just a reality check of where we are in terms of our organization, in terms of our associational power, and our ability to mobilize our members around political issues and not just contract issues. And we need to really continue to develop that. And you guys will too eventually. I mean, a political strike is no joke, and it's going to take more than unions signing on to a day of action and telling people they can take personal days to attend, which again, I did. I'm happy my colleagues did. Many members did. But we need to really develop that true political strike muscle so we can launch a strike against this mayor and this governor who've really been in the background during this whole struggle. To speak to Saturday's events, you know, I woke up, I was in my pajamas when I found out that there was another observer murdered, and I met up with a friend at the site. We wanted to go confront the ICE agents who were there, and it was just like a war zone, guys. I don't know what to say. I mean, there was tear gas. They were firing rubber bullets at us. They were shooting stun grenades. You could hear as I was pulling up, it sounded like bombs going off. And this is in the middle of the city. You know, I live about 2 miles from there. So it was really intense. The reason why I was on this call is I had the pleasure of getting tear gassed along with Luis Feliz Leon, the labor notes journalist who was on the ground covering, and he saw my MFE hat, and I mean, we were literally talking in between rounds of getting gas shot at us. So it was it was pretty crazy, but it led to this, which is nice. I met a Palestinian guy at that event who said it was the craziest firing he'd been under since leaving the West Bank. So it really was no joke. And it really speaks volume to the fact that the police were not there. They only showed up after ICE left, and they showed up to further intimidate us. You know, they could have been there standing in between people who came to demonstrate and the agents violently firing at us. But they didn't. They showed up after ICE left, brandishing weapons. They also fired tear gas at us. So again, like, we're going to need to build to a strike that can take on the mayor of this city, to really take on the police force of this city, because we just have a long way to go in that regard. I do want to plug some of the excellent work that's happened in our schools with our parents, especially. We have a really strong parent organization that supported our union and the contract campaign, Minneapolis Parents for Public Schools. And they've done a tremendous job delivering food for people, driving students to school. So that's been really inspiring too. So again, thanks for having us. Thanks for the support and solidarity from Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Ari, and thank you for everything you're doing and risking by being on the ground and organizing with other people there, and for those who can't. So while I have the mic, I do want to say, just if you haven't clicked on a link yet, if you haven't donated, if you haven't committed to getting involved in an organization, to joining DSA, if you haven't written your senators and representatives, like, I don't know what to tell you. Now is the time. And people are doing it in mass. I literally just learned that we've actually raised $12,000 from the Act Blue, splitting between Twin Cities DSA and the Renters Justice Group. So let's raise 15 on the call. Like, I didn't think we were gonna get this high. So what's 3,000 more? Now is the time to really commit yourself even more to fighting fascism and committing to the idea that socialism will beat fascism. So now I'm really excited to welcome on Harper Stanfield, who is the New York Vice President of AFG Local 3911. Some of you may know that the observer who was murdered yesterday was also an AFG member. Harper is a federal worker at the Environmental Protection Agency and a member of the Federal Unionist Network Organizing Committee in New York City. He organizes with Fund NYC to build stronger federal unions and to protect federal services. So Harper, over to you.
Thank you, Grace. I'll lead with the obvious, that my views here don't reflect that of the Environmental Protection Agency. Now that I've got that out of the way, I want to talk about Alex. He was a federal worker. He was a union brother of mine. He was a dedicated public servant, the core, both in the hospital and on the streets of Minneapolis. I executed him on those streets. I hope for federal unionists around the country in saying that all of us are grieving and we're broken, but we are picking back up. We're picking each other up, and we're getting organized. Federal Unionist Network is uniting federal workers, federal union members, and their allies protect the American public and the services that the American public depends on. To be clear, Immigration and Customs Enforcement is not one of those services. These agents are rogue, corrupt workers who have no place in the bureaucracy. Trump administration is wielding law enforcement as a cudgel against the most vulnerable members of the labor force. And I believe that federal workers have to stand together to protect families and neighbors. And federal unionists in New York City have been mobilizing for a year now to push back against ICE. It's those early days of 2025 when they started arresting immigrants in lobbies and buildings. That violence has now spread into the streets and into cities around the country, and we have to put it into it. Unfortunately, ICE and CBP have some of the highest union participation rates of any agency, and it makes sense, right? They need those unions to protect them from the consequences of their violence. I encourage anyone to go read it, but the Border Patrol Union put out a horrific statement about Alex Pretty's murder, and they will do their all to protect their agents from any consequences. They flaunt that immunity as they abduct and slaughter. Continue. In my union local, we've been organizing our members to pressure elected representatives to defund ICE, to halt this continuing resolution, recognizing that may shut the government down temporarily. It's federal workers are making that calculus for themselves and hopefully deciding that it's worth it. The comrades in FUN and the Federal Unionist Network in New York City are digging into the history of ICE and CBP unionism to understand they've been kicked out in the past. It's happened. It's complicated. It's going to be a long campaign, but we will persist. This Thursday, federal workers are uniting in Manhattan at a vigil for Alex Pretty outside of the Manhattan VA, outside of the little building where his Abby and Neisna union siblings work every day, doing the work that he cared about. We'll be there at 5 p.m. to stand in solidarity with all who loved him and his union siblings at the VA, with the Minneapolis community. And we will continue also to stand with the striking New York City Nurses Association nurses who were fighting for a fair contract, ensures safety for them and their patients. We're going to continue standing with Minneapolis as they show up every day, fight for their families and their neighbors and their communities. Hope that I will see you all on Thursday at the vigil. Thank you. I'm going to pass it back now to Gustavo. Take us away.
Thank you, Harper. So if you're joining us from New York City, Harper's Union is organizing a vigil this Thursday at 5 p.m. outside the Manhattan VA Hospital. And the link to sign up for the vigil is going to be in the chat. I know we have over 1,000 streamers joining, and we have 1,000 here in the Zoom. So we will be dropping links in both chats. And our other calls to action are for you to use our letter tool to write to your representatives to demand no funding for ICE and to donate to organizations on the ground, Twin Cities DSA and Inquilinos Unidos por Justicia, United Renters for Justice. We're going to hear next from Sean Petty, who is an RN, a member of the New York State Nurses Association, and works at the Pediatric Emergency Department at Jacobi Hospital in the Bronx.
Thanks, everybody. So there's about 1.5 feet of snow on the ground here in New York City. And if you're a nurse scheduled for today, you came to work with an overnight bag because you're staying at the hospital. That's the bad part about blizzard days, the sleeping in uncomfortable cots, the 4-hour breaks and the 12-hour shifts. But the good side is that it tends to be a slower day on the units, and there's some time for discussions. And true to form, when I first walked in, the first, as has been happening for the last couple of weeks, get bombarded with peppered with questions about the latest on the strikes here in the nurses strike here in New York City of our brothers and sisters in the private sector. We talked about the entrenchment of the CEOs and the depth of the greed that they're revealing to New York City right now by spending hundreds of millions of dollars on scab labor going into a third week. This is the 14th day of the strike where nurses have been without pay. Many have been cut off from health insurance. The irony of that being apparent to many. And we talked about the sacrifice that the nurses are making and why they're making that sacrifice. This is not an economic calculation for them. This is about much, much bigger dynamics. And then it obviously raises these big questions of power and, how we are wielding it, but how the bosses are wielding it as well. And how we have to figure out, how to level up in the upcoming week. But after, that kind of settled down, the conversation obviously turned very quickly to what happened to Alex, and what people knew about it. And, I think enough has gone around to where people were really aware of the fact that this was just a cold-blooded murder of a nurse who was seeing someone in harm and trying to do something about it, basically being a nurse, which is what most of us, do daily in our jobs, and often outside of our jobs as well. And he was murdered for it. It was very difficult for us to get our heads around, how we could really engage with any sort of process of how to stop this rogue gang of executioners walking around with face masks and federal badges. It truly kind of puts the stakes of what we're up against in stark relief when it's a very topsy-turvy moment, right? You get, 2 weeks of a strike, you feel incredibly confident, but yet, you're being stonewalled by your bosses. You see this incredible day of action in Minnesota on Friday, and then the very next day, a cold-blooded killing. And it just does feel like the last 2 weeks between New York and Minnesota have really compressed and brought to the fore, these large forces, these large dynamics, and really crystallizing them for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Because of course the strike is a direct result of a shattered healthcare system. Skyrocketing healthcare costs are the driving force behind this strike. The maintenance of a for-profit healthcare system at the expense of patients, at the expense of workers. The health insurance for nurses is the signature issue of this strike, and what's compelling both sides to dig in. And of course, this has been exacerbated by the big billionaire bill passed over the summer, blowing a $15 billion hole in New York State's Medicaid budget, and also causing a massive inflationary spiral with healthcare costs. And so it's bringing these dynamics to the head, and it's making this fight that we have in New York State to tax the rich to the tune of $20 billion. That's what we need to make New York City affordable and to save our healthcare systems. And that's also, putting us on a collision course with Governor Hochul, who, by the way, is completely on the side of the hospital bosses. So, I think, that sort of dynamic of how these power dynamics are being revealed to people and how who's on what side when you go into these fights and how that sharpens things, I think can be underestimated. And the public couldn't be more with the strike. This is just despite massive propaganda and massive amounts of unfact-checked media coverage of that propaganda about nurses being greedy, nurses asking for too much. The public has not heard any of it. I think that might have something to do with coming fresh off of electing a socialist mayor and spending the last year understanding a little bit more about wealth inequality in this city. So that's, but the CEOs, even with that, they're trying to make an example out of us. And that's why this fight has come to a fever pitch. And I think that's where the parallel with Minnesota actually kind of comes together the most, because at a much grander scale, Trump and ICE are trying to make an example out of Minnesota. If we understand this to be an authoritarian maneuver, we understand that Minnesota has been a leading light for the left and for and in terms of community and labor alignment, in terms of developing large-scale organizing to fight, and Trump sees that as something that needs to be crushed. So on one hand, you have Trump, you have the billionaires, you have the CEOs of hospitals who might be personally liberals, but certainly are part and parcel of the overall Trump agenda, as is Hochul, who is aiding and abetting the same forces that are working against us. So, I think, I guess to wrap up, we did a little bit of an action on Friday at my hospital, which is a public sector hospital. We marched from our hospital to the picket line, and it really did, I think, help change some of the dynamics in my workplace in terms of getting people out of some of the more narrow focused things and really open up, their hearts and their minds to what solidarity feels like and looks like, and participate in this fight that has captured the city's imagination for the last 2 weeks. And I think it will make us that much more prepared for when we have to fight Hochul, when ICE comes to our city, and when when we also have to confront these strategic questions about how do we elevate and coordinate amongst larger allies to actually win these fights, not just start them. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of this discussion, because the stakes are getting very high for us. And the way we answer the strategic and political questions of this moment is going to take things in one direction or another. And it's not a guarantee that it's going to go well. But I think we're showing that we're in a place where we can make a massive amount of difference if we're willing to do what is necessary to level up our power.
Thank you for that, Sean. Okay, I want to shout out all of our co-sponsoring organizations before we continue, starting with the Democratic Socialists of America nationally in Twin Cities, New York City. We've got Jewish Voice for Peace Action, Drumbeats from New York, Justice Democrats, UAW Region 9A, and the Federal Unionist Network. Thank you so much. We have raised over $30,000 on this call and through our text bank for the two organizations. It is pretty incredible. Solidarity to everyone who's pitching in. So Sean mentioned that we are demanding a fair contract for New York City nurses. Alex Preddy was a nurse himself. Our struggles are not confined to one city or one state. We are an internationalist movement. So we've got a QR code up on the screen for you to support the nurses in New York City with their contract. Up next, I'm really proud to introduce one of our congressional candidates. We know that in this country, there has to be consequences for the people who are responsible for the occupation that is happening in Minneapolis and everywhere in the US. And that's not just the Republicans who are directly responsible, but it is also many of the corporate Democrats who are allowing it to happen. So up next, we have Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who is a working class Afro-Latina and a DSA endorsed candidate for New York's 13th Congressional District. She is a public defense investigator at the Neighborhood Defenders Services of Harlem. She's organized against mass incarceration for Palestinian liberation.
He's frozen. It's not the rest of the Zoom, it's him. Pretty sure.
Unfortunately, Gustavo's computer crashed. So Daria Lisa, jump in.
So I'm so sorry. I couldn't tell if mine crashed or his crashed.
Yeah, I also was very confused.
Sorry, I thought I lost Wi-Fi. Daria Litsa, I'll take over. We're so excited to have you. But please do begin speaking.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate you all having me. And and also I'm going to apologize in advance. My radiator is very loud, so I'll try to speak up. But I'm honored to be able to share this space with you all. Even though I am incredibly heartbroken for the reason that this call needed to be organized to begin with. The last few days have really reminded me in a very visceral way of why I became an organizer. When Trayvon Martin was killed and this killer was acquitted, I was 18 and I was visiting friends in Tallahassee, Florida, on break from college. And I remember hearing about plans to work for a protest at the Florida State Capitol building. And when I got there, I witnessed organizers occupying the building as part of a demand for justice and for systemic change. And there were many seasoned organizers there that day, but for me, that was my introduction to what it can mean to organize, what it can mean to stand in solidarity, to work in community, to come together, to fight back against injustice, and to fight back against despair. How I felt that day, witnessing a community come together, turn their grief into solidarity to demand change, is something that has lived inside me in every organizing space I've been part of in the near decade and a half since. And over the years, I've joined various movements for social justice that have called for an end to mass incarceration, for the liberation of Palestine, for immigration justice. And it really is working together with my fellow New Yorkers and my friends and organizers and comrades, organizing campaigns to demand divestment from Israeli apartheid, to free people from ICE detention, to combat mass incarceration. To me, this moment highlights the importance of combating all of these things, because it was mass incarceration that gave us the rise to ICE detention centers. It was the criminalization of migrants that made ICE the force that it is today. And it was the demonization of pro-Palestine protesters that paved the way for the kidnappings and murders that we're seeing on the streets in our cities today. Each of these struggles are interconnected, and this moment demands that we come together as one to fight back against fascism and the regime that's weaponizing them all. And we all know the solution. The solution is very simple. We have to abolish ICE. But I say all this to say that in my organizing, I've learned two things, both of which have been very beautifully articulated by Mariam Kaba. And the first is that nothing that we do that is worthwhile is done alone. And the second is that hope is a discipline. And I'm feeling both of those deeply tonight, seeing so many of you here. We come to calls like this not necessarily despite the despair that I know that all of us feel today, but because of it, right? It was because of our grief that compels us to action, not just to honor the memory of Alex Preddy or Renee Nicole Good or Keith Porter Jr. Or the over 37 people who've been killed by ICE or CBP or DHS in just this year alone, but also to prevent more families from feeling this type of despair. It's also, to fight back against the fascist cruelty that took their lives in the first place. And because our grief compels us to do so, to come together, to mourn together, to seek comfort together, and to take action together. And it's, through coming together that we know that we are growing our capacity to resist this terror, to resist this fascist regime that is trying to break us. break us in this moment. And we know, and they know, that every time that we gather, every time that we organize, more of us show up. More of us are the 18-year-old version of me who showed up at a random action and got inspired to organize. You know, every march, every direct action, every call, every act of civil disobedience, our ability to fight back against this regime grows. And, you know, this terror did not begin overnight. And as much as we wish it would, it won't end overnight either. But there is a path out of this darkness, and it's a path that we can only walk if we walk it together. It's the solidarity, the organizing, the collective action that each of us has been taking that will get us to the world that we're building and the world that we all deserve. So, you know, I'm so grateful to be building this world with all of you. And for those of you who haven't already joined DSA, please join DSA. Now is the perfect time to join us in this fight and, you know, sign up as a member, attend a meeting, help us elect the leaders that, you know, want to abolish ICE for good. And thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate all the work you're doing and running for Congress. So speaking of that, we've already talked about how important it is to tell our senators or representatives to abolish ICE. They are not meeting the moment. Like, they cannot be meeting the moment any less. So in addition to demanding action from them now, we know that we need better representatives in Congress in the future, and we need them as soon as possible. So we are asking that people who have any extra money after the incredible donations we've been making to groups on the ground in Minneapolis, if they can use that to power socialist representatives to Congress, not only Lisa, but also our next guest, who I will introduce now. So really excited to invite my comrade and friend, Assemblymember Claire Valdez, to join us next. As many of you may know, she's a union organizer, an artist, and a democratic socialist. She has worked low-wage customer service jobs throughout high school and college. Once she landed at Columbia University, she didn't just settle into that work, but she joined UAW Local 2110 and was elected as a bargaining committee leader and has since organized to democratize her union. In addition to being a union leader, she's a longtime leader in New York City DSA. She now serves in the state assembly, where she has fought to tax the rich, to protect tenants, and to empower working people. And now she's bringing that fight not only to her congressional race, but also to the fight against the fascist and ICE invasion that we're seeing in so many of our cities. Claire, welcome.
Hi, comrades. Thank you all for joining. It's really amazing to see so many people turn out on really short notice, but I think what we're seeing in the energy that's here and the folks who are live streaming on YouTube is that there's deep heartbreak and deep anger and deep need to be mobilizing together in the face of this fascist administration. Grace already gave you the spiel, but before I was in the assembly, I was a member of UAW Local 2110. I found power in my union, safety in my union, and real solidarity in my union. And what we know is happening right now is that ICE is going after undocumented workers precisely because they think that they can do it. They think they can get away with it. It's the brutality and cruelty towards the workers who are trying to provide a life for themselves and their families in New York City and Minneapolis, all over the country. The people who are the ones who are making food for us, who are delivering food for us, who are working in kitchens, who are building new housing, who clean people's homes, who look after other people's children. These are the workers who already face immense exploitation because they're thought of as replaceable, because when they try to organize together, they're threatened with deportation because they don't have the status that other workers have. It's always been true that no one is safe until all of us are safe. And that fact is being laid bare in front of us right now. We all witnessed the murder of Alex Preddy, an AFG union nurse who was not undocumented, who was a white man, who worked at his local VA in the ICU, and who was murdered, executed in broad daylight on film, surrounded by witnesses. No one is safe from ICE and this fascist administration. And so it's incumbent on all of us to organize together to keep each other safe. ICE went after Alex because he was standing up for his neighbors and showing solidarity. Alex was doing exactly what millions of union members do every single day in this country. They stand up and they fight for the person next to them because we know that our power is in our numbers and that solidarity is our strength. We know that this is the only way that we can fight back. Standing up for our neighbors, showing solidarity, showing up, putting ourselves on the line. And Alex, what is so heartbreaking about this, about Alex's murder, about Nicole Good's murder, is that they were doing exactly what so many of us have been called to do, to bear witness, to record, to jump in front of our neighbors. And that's exactly what this moment demands. And it's incredibly scary now for us to be trying to show that kind of solidarity. But that's exactly where our power lies. The day before Alex was murdered, we saw thousands and thousands of people take to the streets in the Twin Cities in the largest general strike in a generation. I know many New Yorkers on this call were also in the street in solidarity on Friday. It was a powerful collaboration between labor unions and community organizations and faith groups and just everyday people who are angry at what their government is doing. In New York, we had unions from UAW and 1199 and DC 37. The labor movement showed up. What we saw is that people are looking for an outlet right now to get involved, to find place to house their grief, to house their anger. What we need now more than ever is a strong and vibrant labor movement. And it's a real honor to be sharing this space with so many union members and union nurses and FG members who are already doing this organizing in the Twin Cities in solidarity to my union siblings there who are weathering the storm right now with immense bravery, courage, and resilience. If you haven't yet donated, please donate. I know that we're breaking the records here on this call. $30,000 raised. It's amazing. That money is going to go to help make sure that our neighbors, our siblings out in Minneapolis can stay on the street, can stay warm, can stay fed, can stay in their homes. So if you haven't yet donated, please donate. If you haven't joined DSA, consider doing it tonight. I joined DSA in 2019 because I saw power in this movement. And as ICE comes to our doorsteps all over the country, we need to be organized together to fight back. We need to be able to send champions like Daria Lisa to Congress, like myself to Congress, to even abolish ICE once and for all. This agency has no place in American society, and it has to be abolished. I want to say solidarity to our comrades in Minneapolis, sending lots and lots of love from New York. We're with you every step of the way.
Thank you, Claire. You heard her. It's time to abolish ICE. It's time for new leadership in Congress. We can't wait any longer. Speaking of new leaders, I'm now going to bring on Abir Kawas, who is a community organizer and a democratic socialist running to represent parts of northern Queens. She is the daughter of Palestinian refugees and was born and raised in New York City. When she was young, her father was detained by ICE and deported from the US by the same immigration system that's currently harming people all over the country today. While he was in detention, her family really struggled to make ends meet. And these experiences shaped how she sees the world and shaped what she is fighting and organizing for today. So I will pass it over to hear directly from Abir. And Abir, really quickly, we're running a bit short on time. We are very excited to hear from you. But if you can keep that in mind as you speak, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you all. Thank you, Grace. And it's an honor to be on here with all of you and have a chance for us as those in New York City to be part of the movement and the struggle that's happening in Minneapolis. Like Grace said, my name is Abir Kawas. I am running for Assembly in District 34. And it's a district that is extremely multicultural and impacted by ICE and where there are immigrants that are living in fear of ICE every single day. And today I want to talk to you very specifically about the human impact of these ICE raids and what we can do on a local level. So as some of our speakers have said, we know that ICE existing is a multi-generational issue. It has been here in multiple iterations, whether that is displacing Indigenous peoples from their homes, whether that is the slave patrols coming after slaves, and generations of workers and people who have been terrorized by agents who live to exceptionalize who gets to be part of this country. And in my own experience, I'm someone who grew up in the post 9/11 era, and that is actually where ICE was actually institutionalized in 2003. Where it was built by the into the Homeland Security Department, and now we're actually seeing the institution turned into like a mercenary army, and it's extremely frightening. At that time, in the post 9/11 era, my parents were both undocumented, and I remember my parents speaking about what to do. Should they leave the country? Where should they hide if an ICE agent comes to the home? What do they do with us, their children who were born here in the United States? Do we go with them overseas? Do we stay? Where do we stay? And these were real conversations that my family was having, that I know families are having every single day, living in fear. And I lived that impact when my father was detained by ICE, held in ICE detention for 3 years, and then deported. And now my family has lived in family separation for almost 18 years now, where we've gone from the point where my father has missed his own children's birthdays and graduations and so many family memories, and now he's missing his own grandchildren's birthdays and graduations and family memories. So I really want to talk about how this has been a multi-generational attack in our communities, and the impacts are also multi-generational. When I look at the image of Liam Conejo Ramos, who, the young boy wearing the little blue hat, who was taken by ICE in Minneapolis in order to attract his parents out to be captured, I just imagine myself as a young child, my siblings. I imagine all of the other children who were sitting in waiting rooms in prisons waiting to see their parents as well. And this is something that I want to bring to local politics and as a local issue, because when ICE attacks a family, when ICE takes someone, when ICE detains someone, when ICE deports someone, it terrorizes an entire neighborhood ecosystem. It terrorizes the family and everybody who lives around them. And those impacts live with people, and they are economic impacts. They are mental health impacts. They impact their education. They impact public health. ICE existing and ICE attacking our communities is something that affects us on every single level and affects our neighbors, our communities, and it will be something that affects us 10 years from now, 20 years from now, as it has affected us decades before. And we really need to look at this fight as a holistic fight, an intergenerational fight that we are now part of. Now, I want to just say that, speaking to that, what can we do to resist this? We are calling for abolishing ICE. And, I'm speaking from someone who's running for local government, because I really believe that what we also need to do, in addition to fighting ICE, is talking about not just what we're fighting against, but what we're fighting for. So I'm calling all of you to join our campaigns to tax the rich, our campaigns to fight for free universal childcare, for fast and free buses. Because when we talk about universal childcare, I picture a woman who is actually needs someone to take care of her children while she goes and visits her partner in a detention center. I picture, when I think about fast and free buses, I think about how we had to take one bus, 2 trains, and 3 buses in New Jersey to visit my father in a detention center. These things that we are fighting for to make people's lives more dignified are going to especially impact the most marginalized communities. And when we fight for marginalized communities to have full and dignified, wholesome lives, then we are actually taking away from the dehumanization that our communities face every single day. So I want you all to be part of the movements, the movement to tax the rich, all of the campaigns that we are fighting for, the affordability agenda that we're fighting for. Join New York City DSA, door knock, be part of what we're doing. And lastly, I want to say that I really believe that this is the moment where we need to be supporting socialist candidates. And the reason that I'm saying that is because we have an administration right now that is empowering mercenaries to go in and attack our communities. And we have an administration right now who dehumanizes our communities. They speak about, President Trump said the Somali community in Minneapolis is garbage, verbatim. just was able to say this. And so when we are coming in and we are trying to fight for a different kind of politic, a left politic, a socialist politic, we should be unapologetic in that fight. We are not fringe. And when we are actually trying to create a new political system to approach politics in a different way, we are fighting against this fascism, because fascism is actually approaching politics in a different way. It's approaching politics in the most violent way possible, and we need to approach our politics in the most human way possible. We need to fight for socialist politics. It's something that people want. It's something that the thousands on the streets are calling for, and us being part of this movement is us building the beautiful, dignified world that is wholesome for us and all of the immigrant communities that we are part of, that we come from, and that we build with. So thank you all for having me today, and much love to those in Minnesota. We are with you, we are one, and we're really looking forward to building this movement and abolishing ICE and building a beautiful, beautiful life for all of us together.
Thank you, Apir. She has summed up so well why it's so important to fight for socialist organizers at every level of government. I'm about to pass it on to a key organizer in New York City DSA's immigrant justice work. They are fighting for state level bills that include New York for All, that would make New York a sanctuary state, dignity, not detentions, that would severely handicap ICE's ability to use jails as detention facilities. And this type of work is the bread and butter of DSA, and it happens often in the background. It happens over time until it explodes, so we can capitalize on moments like this. So I'm really excited to bring on a critical organizer for DSA and in this work. Felicia Arriaga is a bilingual Latina organizer. She's a professor and an organizer and has worked on many different efforts to tackle the intersections between ICE and law enforcement. And her book, Behind Crimmigration, ICE Law Enforcement and Resistance in America, covers these topics. She's also on the organizing committee for New York City DSA's Immigrant Justice Working Group, where she focuses on legislative efforts and also our Court Watch program. So she's going to tell you more about what they're doing, including some of our incredible Know Your Rights trainings and so much more that this working group is holding down. Felicia, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. And I really just appreciate Abir's words. One of the things that we have been able to do with the working group is to connect with folks who are in detention across New York State and in other places across the country. But we've also been able to support them down at immigration court. If you've never been, this is a call for you all to join us there to support our neighbors in one of the more challenging times of their lives. The terror that we talk about when we talk about ICE in the streets, ICE is at immigration court every single week. And unfortunately, they're also there terrorizing our community members. So these are ways that you can join us here in New York City in supporting our neighbors who, unfortunately, if they are kidnapped there, are being brought to other places in New York City or across New York, out in Western New York and Batavia. Where they're far, far away from their family members and their friends. They're being taken to New Jersey, and they're being taken to other places across the country where it's really hard for them to get any kind of support. I also just want to close by letting folks know, too, that I would like us to also lift up and remember the lives of a few others who have been taken by this deportation regime. Keith Porter Jr. was mentioned earlier, who was shot on December 31st as he was celebrating New Year's Eve. The recent death of Geraldo Lunas Campos, who died in ICE custody in Texas, but was actually picked up in Western New York back in July in one of these field raids that was happening there. And lastly, but not least, Santos Reyes Banegas, who died in the Nassau County Jail last year, who was held there because of a local ICE agreement, the type that has been exploding across the country. And we know that these deaths and the countless ones that occur at the border would not have happened if we abolished ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, and instead, like many of my comrades have mentioned, invested in our communities. This last death of Santos could also have been prevented with state-level legislation that our state, that our SIOs have introduced and pushed for in New York State, and that our members are engaging with to this day and in this moment to pass New York for All and dignity, not detention. So our fight is multifaceted, but I know that together we are able to build the community that we need alongside our immigrant neighbors, because together we know that the only secure community is an organized community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will pass it over to Gustavo to close us out.
Thank you, Felicia. I'm going to keep it brief because we are now a little over time. We have up the QR code to organize with New York City DSA's Immigrant Justice Working Group. If you are in the city, we've had a number of different calls to action to join the movement in other ways. You know, the capitalist class has designed our political system and our world for us to feel disempowered. It is so easy and frankly understandable to respond to our current moment with cynicism and pessimism. But we know that if we unite, we are more powerful than they are. We can win. We have seen cracks starting to form. We've seen that Chuck Schumer and some of the worst Democrats in the Senate are now saying, in response to mass movements, they're not going to fund ICE this week. You know, that's a step in the right direction, but we know that we can't just take their word at face value. We have to keep organizing because they will backslide. We've had so many ways to plug into the movement listed today. We're going to be sending an email to everyone who RSVP'd. We had well over 3,000 viewers, and we raised over $36,000 for the organizations in Twin Cities. Give yourself a round of applause. And we raised a few thousand for our candidates as well. Really, really pleased that we are showing how it's done. Solidarity, all.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you in the streets.
All right, guys. That's it. That's it. That it was a 3 spy stream type of day, along with additional protest coverage that we did. Now, listen, I do know there is going to be a noise protest at the Hilton Hotel tonight. I was DMing with BC Preacher, and he said that he was going to try to go. I don't know if he's actually going to get there, but as of right now, it looks like there really isn't much going on in terms of protest coverage. Let me just check Lance's videos real quick and see if he's still at the ICE facility. He looks down too. Yeah, so there's just not really much going on in terms of the live stream right now. So I think here's what we're going to do, guys. Here's what we're going to do. It is 9 p.m., 9:05 to be exact. Jennifer is about to start movie night in the supporter Discord. We're going to watch Fried Green Tomatoes. I am going to shut down this stream, and I'm going to go to movie night. And I want to invite all YouTube channel members and Substack members and Locals members and Rumbles members and Patreon supporters and Twitter subscribers. You guys can all join for movie night as well. Just find the link that I posted to the supporter Discord. I did post it on YouTube, on Locals, and on Substack. If you need it posted on another platform, do just let me know and I will post it there as well. I just don't always need to post this stuff. I have already verified everyone that has submitted to be verified. If you submit after this, I will verify you very shortly after it. You can come into the Discord and you can watch Fried Green Tomatoes with us, and it'll be awesome. If protest coverage starts tonight, I will go live again tonight. Thank you so much, Ian, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. So if, I know there's a noise protest going on at a Hilton. I don't know how many people are there. I do suspect there will be more than a few people just because the Sunrise Movement literally just had a meeting about it tonight. So I suspect there are actually people there. The problem is there are no streamers there right now. So if the streamers get their asses outside and go do their fucking job, I will go live again and we can watch the protest. Now, this might happen during movie night. If you are watching movie night, I want to encourage you to stay watching movie night because you guys can do both. I have to choose. You guys get to do both. Okay. So that's it. We're gonna go retreat to the supporter Discord. Nope, I'm not gonna make it private. It was a public spy stream. And so it's gonna stay a public spy stream. And so anyone can watch the replay if they would like to. And if I'm back, I'm back. And if I'm not, I'm not. But there is supposed to be a general strike again tomorrow. So I am expecting a lot of leftist activism again tomorrow. Is she actually up streaming? Like, I'm probably going to take a break regardless, honestly, even if she is. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate that. No, she's not streaming, bro. That Jess girl is not streaming. So guys, please don't suggest me to people that aren't live. Like, it's really annoying. But like, I'm going to go take a little bit of a break. We're going to go watch a movie. If protest coverage starts again, I will come back. And if not, I will see you guys tomorrow. If you feel like joining my Substack to support my work with $8 a month, $80 a year, please feel free to do so. If you want to become a YouTube channel member, that's real great. If you want to become a local supporter, a Rumble member, that would be awesome as well. However you guys want to support my work is fine with me. Just keep in mind, I am 100% funded by you. I have no political masters. That's why I get to tell you guys the truth, and I can say whatever the fuck I want. So thank you guys for allowing me to do this. I appreciate everyone who came out. Let's go watch a movie. And I will be back later or tomorrow, depending on what's going on. Take care, guys. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.